Guan Chinua nodded and his serious expression disappeared. Laughing happily, he stepped forward with wide steps. Many thanks, brother-in-law, for fulfilling my wish. I hope that brother-in-law will not forget the words you said today. In the future, if Yuer manages to offend you again, I hope that you will give her a way out. At this time, he was still worried about Yuer's future. Don't. Yuer howled with pain as her tears gushed out of her eyes. Blocking before Guan Chinua, she howled madly. Jun Moxie, the person who wanted to take revenge against you is me alone. From the start, it was just me. It has nothing to do with Guan Chinua. Come, I will give my life to you immediately. He's innocent. He has nothing to do with the matter between the two of us. Also, he doesn't have anything to do with me. Yuer opened her arms and stood before Guan Chinua like an eagle protecting its mate. Her eyes were panicked and filled with hopelessness. At that moment, she didn't know what she was doing, or what she could do. At that moment, she suddenly felt an intense pain in her chest. That instant when Guan Chinua stepped out and stood before her, the entire world seemed to have lost its color. From then, she discovered that in this world, there was actually such a person whom she could not lose, even if she lost everything else. But why didn't I know this before? She finally understood Guan Chinua's actions. Because right now, she was the same as him. As long as Guan Chinua could live on, it wouldn't matter even if she died. So this was how deeply he'd loved me all this time. But I only understood now how precious this true love is. Unfortunately, I only discovered this when I'm about to die. Why didn't I understand my heart sooner? If I knew, even a little earlier, would I still be obsessed with revenge? What matters can be more important than growing old with a person whom I love? It was easier to obtain a priceless treasure than to find a devoted man who loves his wife unconditionally. This phrase had proliferated the world for 10,000 years, but she'd never thought much of them before. Moreover, that supposed hatred that she'd held so tightly onto, was just a result of a clash between two armies, a war between two countries. It really wasn't worth it, ah. Why was it that humans only thought about turning back when they had reached the point of no return? These thoughts suddenly appeared in Yuer's mind, causing her to feel endless regret. Turning around to look at Guan Chinua, tears of regret began to flow down unstoppably from her eyes. However, she kept her eyes wide open stubbornly, to look at that idiot's face. That face had once been obscured by the hatred in her heart, causing her to never once look properly at it. But at this moment, it seemed as though she would never get enough of looking at it. Even though I'm going to die for you, I really feel so reluctant to go. I really want to live on and look at your face as you treat me gently. I promise, I won't be as cold to you as before. The two stood there looking at each other, and at that moment, both of them seemed to be frozen in time. Ahem, Guan Donglu, who was standing at the side, furrowed his brows and cleared his throat loudly. What are you still looking at? He's already gone. On the side, Guan Qingpa chuckled lightly and shook his head. The two of you, is this the proper time to be so lovey-dovey? Wait until you get home and close the door, then you can gaze at each other all day long. Right now, don't just stand there and do this in front of us. Yuer and Guan Chinua raised their heads, only to see Guan Donglu and Guan Qingpa looking at them with smiles on their faces. Young Master Jun had already disappeared long ago. Several hundred zhang away, a white shadow was flying around rapidly, killing outsider soldiers. Where's Jun Moxie? Why did he leave? Did he let us go? Guan Chinua yelped aloud with joy. Obviously. Could it be that until now, you still think that he really wants to kill both of you? Guan Donglu rolled his eyes at his dim-witted son, somewhat speechless. Although Jun Moxie's words had sounded serious, anyone with some brains would be able to see the situation easily. Would he really kill Guan Qinghan's little brother? That would be truly ridiculous. Really? This is good. Yuer, you don't need to die. I also don't need to die, nobody is going to die. If I had died, I wouldn't be able to see you anymore. Guan Chinua laughed dumbly, his face full of exhilaration. Looking at Yuer, he wanted to rush up and grab her and twirl her in the air to celebrate. But in the end, he didn't dare to do it, and just stood there with a silly smile on his face. Dumbo, tears hovered in Yuer's eyes as she looked at him. Stretching out her little hand, she placed it in his hands. This idiot, at this time, he was still rejoicing that she didn't need to die, and his only worry was that he wouldn't be able to see her if he had died. Yuer. Suddenly feeling that there was a small and warm hand in his palm, Guan Chinua suddenly grew somewhat flustered. Freezing slightly, his hands shook, and he almost dropped Yuer's hand. Stretching his hand out again, he hurriedly caught her hand in both his palms. This time, his face was plastered with a silly smile, and no matter what, he refused to let go anymore. His entire face was completely red, as though they were about to leak blood. This was not only from shyness. It was from all the agitated blood rushing to his head. Truly an idiot, ha ha ha. Guan Chinua also laughed aloud. Seeing Yuer placing her hands in Guan Chinua's palm, he also felt a warm feeling in his heart. Qinyu, to be honest, I'm not too used to seeing this, but as your elder brother, I have nothing but blessings for you. Guan Chinua could not help but to say his heartfelt feelings. Second brother, now that you've obtained your beauty, you won't be fighting with me for power in the family anymore, right? These two brothers, one of them was a hopeless romantic, while the other had great ambition for authority. But now, they were able to confront this issue face to face. This was something that their father Guan Donglu had not imagined would happen. Because this meant that these two brothers would never possibly end up fighting each other in the future. What's the purpose of that broken title? I've never been interested in the position of family head before and will never be interested to contend against you for it as well. Even if you wanted to let me take up the position, I'd be too lazy to do it. How can a mere position of family head be compared to my Yuer? Guan Chinua held tightly onto Yuer's hand. But as if he was afraid that he would hurt her, he relaxed his grip and held her tenderly. Without even thinking, he snorted and replied. You stinky brat. What kind of words are those? Guan Donglu roared with rage. But for some reason, his face was also covered with a smile. Wasn't such an ending the best possible scenario? Yuer lowered her head shyly, her heart filled with a peaceful joy. So it turns out, that this is the kind of happiness that I've been yearning for. Thinking here, she raised her head and looked into the distance where Jun Moxie was. Jun. Third young master Jun, don't worry, I will never seek revenge against you anymore in the future. Far away, the sound of Jun Moxie's laughter rang out. Lass, you're really silly, is the evil monarch someone that you can make as a target for vengeance? Even if he didn't retaliate and let you hack at him as you wish, do you think you can hurt him? You'd die by exhaustion and still not do anything to him. Guan Donglu laughed, causing everyone to also laugh aloud. Yuer stood there with her face completely red, and she also could not help but to smile. At this time, Jun Moxie, who was in the middle of the intense battlefield, suddenly had a flash of comprehension. So, this was the barrier of emotion. This was the barrier of emotion. Since ancient times, emotions were known to be difficult to overcome. Love could cause people to be eternally doomed, and it could also let one rise to the heavens. If it was the latter, it could cause a person to turn into a terrible demon. But the latter could allow one to become a sage. Love. So this was the barrier of emotion. It's sunny in the east, but raining in the west. What seems to be heartless, contains some heart as well. Jun Moxie's heart suddenly became clear. At that moment, he seemed to have received a stroke of enlightenment. Countless stubborn barriers in his heart and mind, suddenly began to crumble and disappear. Whether it was his spirit or body, the suddenly felt a complete harmony. At that moment, he'd actually stepped into the 7th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Jun Moxie roared aloud and suddenly soared into the sky. With a wave of his two hands, a huge fire dragon rose up on his left, on his right, a wave of fog burst out, sweeping through the enemy forces and turning all the outsiders' soldiers into ice statues. At such a crucial moment, he broke through once again. It was not just a breakthrough with the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, he'd also broken through the barrier of emotion. This barrier of emotion that had bogged down countless heroes through the ages of time had broken. It was a well-timed breakthrough. With this breakthrough, Jun Moxie's mental state had reached a completely new level. Jun Moxie's body was not the only thing that was rejoicing about this breakthrough. The Hongjun Pagoda seemed to be wild about the breakthrough of its owner as well. It seemed as if it had waited an extremely long time for this day. At the instant that he broke through, all the primal chaos purple chi inside the Hongjun Pagoda was roused up excitedly. Following that, a purple cyclone formed around him, funneling madly into his meridians. The amount that was entering his body this time was unprecedentedly huge. Surprisingly, the strength of Jun Moxie's meridians also seemed to have increased by hundreds to thousands of times. Even though there was an ocean of primal chaos purple chi, his body swallowed everything as though it was a gigantic whale drinking water. Inside his Dan Tian, the little world that was formed with the art of unlocking heaven's fortune suddenly began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it had already grown hundreds of millions of times wider in size. It was completely boundless, and all the dreary grey foggy energy completely disappeared without a trace. The sky was vast and wide, while the land stretched out as far as the eye could see. At that moment, this small world had finally truly turned into a real world. Although there were still no constellations, mountains, and rivers, this was undoubtedly a proper world. Compared to before where it was like looking at flowers through a fog, the difference between that and now was like the difference between night and day. In anyone's eyes, it was clear that there was a clear blue sky above their heads, and dark, solid earth beneath their feet. If before could be said to be the initial stages of a world, and the world was filled with endless primordial elements, now, the world could be said to be newly formed. Jun Moxie's cultivation had also reached the peak of the 7th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune because of this transformation as well. His strength had also increased greatly. Jun Moxie felt the shocking improvements in his body, and was incredibly excited. Laughing aloud, he rose higher into the sky and shouted, "Everybody, let's work together and kill all these outsiders freaks. Eliminate every last one of them and destroy any future troubles." On the battlefield, the continent's allied army already held the absolute advantage. Hearing this call, Jun Wui smiled and gave out the command for the final push. Dugu Zongheng and Murong Fengyun, those two old generals who had been ready at the side, also led the Tian Xiang army as they charged into the battlefield. Like a gigantic wave, they crashed into the outsiders' army. The enemy army began to fall and crumble, like a mountain dropping. Although the outsiders were ferocious and not afraid of death, 6 of the 7 peerless experts leading them were already dead. As the saying goes, a group of dragons without a leader was no different headless flies. Without anyone to lead the way, their ranks were in complete chaos. On the other hand, the continent's side was fueled with reinforcements that flowed in continuously. Their tactic of using overwhelming numbers to crush the enemy was suddenly unable to work. The Tian Fa warriors' battle strength was also higher than them. Before, they could still contend against them by using their advantage in numbers, causing them to be unable to advance. But with continuous losses, their advantage had completely disappeared. They were truly powerless to save the helpless situation. There were still many of their people who were madly resisting. However, there were already a portion of them who were already looking around, preparing to flee. But on the whole, although the outsiders were in the disadvantage, they hadn't reached a point where they were going to completely collapse. The battle was still continuing in a feverish manner. The number of casualties on both sides continued to rise. Mei Xuyan's white robes were incredibly eye-catching. Her sword was like the wind, slicing through the enemy soldiers as though they were the heads of cabbages. Surprisingly, her snow-white robes were completely unstained. Although large amounts of blood had splashed onto her body, all of the dirt simply slid down, without leaving any trace on her robes. Countless blades and weapons had smashed down against her, but Mei Xuyan didn't seem to have felt anything. Not to mention getting injured, her clothes did not even crease. Even if it was a full-strength attack by a supremacy enduring heavens, the attack was completely useless, as if it had been swung at the empty air. Warm jade core silk. Only now did Mei Xuyan realize that the clothes she was wearing were actually an exceedingly rare and precious treasure. Not only was it invulnerable to water or fire and impervious to sharp weapons, even those divine weapons wielded by Saint Venerables were unable to leave a single mark on it, not to mention hurting her. When she thought of how Jun Moxie had insisted that she put on this set of robes before the battle, a warm feeling appeared in her heart. Although she was in the middle of a feverish battlefield, Mei Xuyan felt as if she were strolling through a beautiful garden. Her heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction. These clothes were a part of Moxie's heart. It was easier to find priceless treasures than to find a man who was utterly devoted to his wife. The true feelings imbued in the act of giving her this priceless robes were more precious than the robes itself. Looking at the violent battle below, Jun Moxie furrowed his brows. The newly advanced art of unlocking heaven's fortune activated, and the sky was suddenly filled with countless small black snowflakes. The black snow was naturally the most terrifying element for the outsiders, the flame of primal chaos. Jun Moxie, who'd just broken through, had completely replenished his spirit energy, and even advanced further with it. To his great joy, he discovered that the flame of primal chaos had completely accepted his control now. He no longer needed the assistance of the Hongjun Pagoda to control it. This was undoubtedly one of the perks of this new upgrade. With a single thought, he could mobilize as much flame of primal chaos as he wanted. On this battlefield where both sides were fighting so close together, even if Jun Moxie had the ability previously to use this much flame of primal chaos, he would not dare to do so. But now, with his intricate control, the flame of primal chaos honed in specifically onto those two-headed outsider soldiers without any error. Although the flame of primal chaos was traveling slowly, how many would be able to escape it in this packed battlefield? Countless shrill and desperate cries rang out, rising to the sky. Jun Moxie smiled coldly and was about to throw out more flame of primal chaos. But all of a sudden, he felt a giddiness, and the huge doors to the 7th level of the Hongjun Pagoda opened. A row of golden words burrowed its way into his mind. The beginnings of heaven and earth, secrets of the primordial, 5 elements as one, wind and clouds lend their strength, yin and yang revolution, life and death unchanging, drums and bells of the 9 firmament, flee in all directions, 9 comprehensions of the soul, heaven's will is my will. Jun Moxie jolted with shock and was just about to step into the Hongjun Pagoda to find out what the new power the Hongjun Pagoda had given him was, when he felt a violent shock from the 7th level of the Hongjun Pagoda. A bolt of lightning shot out, burrowing deeply into his soul. In the instant that the lightning struck him, a flash of comprehension appeared in Jun Moxie's heart. The power he'd received this time was something that he'd yearned for a long time, the power of lightning. Power of heaven and earth. This was the most violent and destructive power from the heavens. All the tribulation lightning energy that the Hongjun Pagoda had absorbed and stored for so long were being emptied into Jun Moxie's little world now. Jun Moxie's eyes lit up with delight. The outsiders' army was already disintegrating, and a portion of them had already begun to flee. The continent's allied army chased behind them without mercy. By now, the outsiders' army had already sustained exceedingly heavy damage. However, they still had over 100,000 soldiers remaining. But these soldiers already no longer had any will to battle. It only took a single person to flee for everyone to panic and run. Right now, this was exactly the situation. The army was collapsing like a crumbling mountain. Jun Moxie was raring to test out the destructive power of his power of lightning. With a flutter of his white robes, he chased over the sky and roared, "Let me!" With a shake of his hands, lightning gathered around him. Then, with a violent boom, over 1,000 streaks of white lightning bolts shot down from the sky. The strength of this tentative attack was actually no weaker than a venerable level heavenly tribulation. About 1,000 outsiders' soldiers were instantly turned into piles of burnt charcoal. These outsiders' soldiers who were only about the sky Xian level would naturally not be able to survive lightning on the level of a venerable heavenly tribulation. But this result was still not the most shocking thing for the crowd. The most shocking thing was how sudden this lightning tribulation had arrived. The entire battlefield of several 100,000 people all looked up together with shock. No one could understand how such a rain of lightning could have appeared from the cloudless, clear sky. Under the gawking gazes of everyone, Jun Moxie roared dramatically, "Lightning of the 9 heavens." Another bunch of glowing white lightning fell. Closely following that, Jun Moxie roared like the thunder, thunderbolt shocking earth. Electrifying lightning. Wild lightning 1,000 revolutions. Golden tribulation lightning bang. Lightning god descending earth. World-ending wild lightning. Towards the end, the lightning that fell with every swing of Jun Moxie's hands had already become purple in color. The might of the lightning was exceedingly huge and could be said to be completely unprecedented. From the time the first streak of lightning fell, only less than the time it took for half a stick of incense to burn had passed. But the 100,000-man strong outsiders' army was only left with a mere 20,000 scattered soldiers who were scared out of their minds. Under the continuous siege of this lightning storm, the 100,000-man strong army was completely disintegrated. The remaining 20,000 were scattered all over the place, too scared to even run. Their faces were pale, and their bodies trembled completely. Scattered like this, the power of lightning and flame of primal chaos were not as effective. The outsiders' freaks are broken and frightened. Everyone, slaughter every last one of them for me. Eliminate this threat completely. Jun Moxie stood in the air and commanded coldly. Yes. The Grand Allied Army roared with excitement. At this moment, the young Evil Monarch looked like an almighty god in everyone's eyes. No. The current Jun Moxie was truly a god. So it turned out that our side actually had the support of a true god. Not only could he manipulate that strange and frightening fire, he could even command lightning to destroy his enemies. To the Allied army, the existence of such a godly existence was something that gave an incomparably huge boost to their morale. Countless injured soldiers suddenly found their bodies invigorated with strength as they stood up and charged forward bravely. The results of this war were clear. At this moment, a violent explosion rang out in the far distance. The ground trembled heavily and countless large boulders that weighed thousands of jin, even jumped into the air. The pillar of heaven's mountains that had collapsed into a mess, shook again and crumbled even further. The nearby volcanoes that had stopped spewing lava, began to emit thick black smoke once again. The sudden tremor, actually affected the land this much. The place where the sound had come from was at least several thousand li away. The source of the explosion was so far away, but it actually had this level of effect here. Jun Moxie furrowed his brows and looked towards the distance. As he did so, he felt a thump in his chest. That direction should be where the 9 Nether 14th young master had gone in. Could some accident have happened there? The 9 Nether 14th young master couldn't possibly have. Everyone, tidy up the battlefield and see to injured comrades. I'll go over there to take a look. Jun Moxie left behind a sentence and shot off, disappearing into the distance. Jun Moxie flew quickly, and soon, a black shadow filled with 9 Nether's demonic chi could be felt, charging towards him from the south. Behind the black shadow, there were 2 more powerful auras, chasing closely. But when the 2 auras reached 500 li away from the pillar of heaven's mountains, they suddenly stopped. 9 Nether 14th young master. Since you have the guts to kill, you should have the guts to not run. One of the 2 auras behind suddenly cursed aloud with rage. Are you going to ignore the rules of the pugilistic world just like that? Where is the backbone of a 9 Nether's inheritor? You coward! The 9 Nether's demonic aura at the front wavered, before a cold voice rang out, F***ck your granny's pugilistic rules. Do you take this young master to be an idiot? Why didn't you talk about the pugilistic rules when you 3 shameless freaks ganged up to deal with this young master? If you want to talk about the pugilistic rules, this young master would have already smashed the 3 of you into meat pastes if it was single combat. Pooey. Now that you've taken a loss, you want to talk about honor. F***ck your granny. If you have the ability, come over here. Come over here and this young master will talk about the rules with you. Even while he was cursing and scolding, his speed did not reduce at all. In fact, it even increased in speed. From the tone of this voice, the 9 Nether 14th young master seemed to be holding a bellyful of anger. Good. Well said. Well scolded. Jun Moxie stopped and appeared in front of the 9 Nether 14th young master, grinning widely. To think that Brother 14th's scolding abilities are so advanced. This MO is truly filled with admiration. Admire your head. The 9 Nether 14th young master cursed. His hair was messy and splayed all over his face. His black robes were torn open in many locations, and he narrowed his eyes with rage. That F***king Saint Monarch freak. He tricked this young master to go and fight with some peerless expert. But it was actually 3 half-sages lying in wait for this young master. Those 3 shameless outsiders freaks directly attacked without a second word. If this young master didn't have a few tricks up my sleeves, this young master would have fallen for their ambush. Half-sage. And 3 half-sages. Jun Moxie could feel a twitch on his face. F***ck, that Zhang Kuang, even when he was at his peak, was said to be no more than a half-sage. In this case, wouldn't this mean that they were up against 3 Zhang Kuangs? Even the Zhang Kuang whose strength had not completely recovered had been so hard to deal with. And now, there were 3 whose strengths were at their peak. Not anymore. There's only 2 remaining now. The 9 Nether 14th young master panted and spat ruthlessly. This could be considered the first time this young master has truly gone all out in the last few thousands of years. F***ck, I was really forced to my wit's end. However, one of those 3 freaks was ultimately killed off by me. That bastard, instead of dying properly, pulled a self-detonation on this young master, nearly bringing this young master down with him. Jun Moxie could feel a few drops of cold sweat traveling down the back of his neck. So that gigantic boom just now was caused by the self-detonation of a half-sage. Even thousands of li away, the tremor was so strong. Yet, this 9 Nether 14th young master who'd flown out from the center of the explosion, did not even look very badly hurt. Perhaps, one should say that this fellow was the most overpowered one. What nonsense are you thinking? This young master isn't doing that great either. My 5 organs even shifted positions. The 9 Nether 14th young master hurriedly transmitted his voice to Jun Moxie, afraid that he would underestimate the situation. Right now, I can still maintain this state forcefully. But if you want me to deal with a half-sage, that's impossible. Brat, you seem like you've just broken through again and increased your strength further. But if you want to charge in, you'd best consider it carefully. If you end up being ambushed by those two, it would be troublesome. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes with disdain. Do you think that I'm the same as you? Rushing in without thinking. That single sentence nearly caused the 9 Nether 14th young master's internal wounds to explode again from anger. Quickly eat this medicine. Jun Moxie threw out a heaven reversal pill and transmitted his voice. See how much you can recover with it. Hurry up. The 9 Nether 14th young master didn't bicker with him, directly popping the pill into his mouth. With a grab of his hand, the air around him shattered and solidified into a cup. Following that, water appeared out of the air and filled the cup. Raising his head slightly, the 9 Nether 14th young master gulped the water down. Jun Moxie's mouth twitched as he looked at this sight. To think that an expert like this was so detailed that he even needed to drink water to eat a pill. While Jun Moxie was still rolling his eyes with disdain, he saw the 9 Nether 14th young master turn around with a surprised look on his face. What kind of medicine is this? This thing's not bad, right? Jun Moxie smiled arrogantly. More than not bad, this thing is exceptionally effective. This young master's wounds have already recovered greatly. Even the essence energy I've used up has already recovered by at least 60%. Just what kind of miraculous pill is this to have such amazing effects? The 9 Nether 14th young master was exceedingly shocked. He'd never had the habit of using pills in the past, and no matter how badly wounded he was, he'd always relied on his own efforts to slowly recover. But now, just by eating a tiny little pill, he'd already recovered by a great portion. The effects of this kind of pill were truly breathtaking. One more pill, and I can recover completely. The 9 Nether 14th young master nodded his head with satisfaction and said. Seeing that the heaven reversal pill was useful, Jun Moxie also breathed a sigh of relief. But hearing the 9 Nether 14th young master's words, he couldn't help to snort. One more pill. Apart from increasing the amount of food in your stomach, it won't have any uses at all. Such a medicine with shocking effects naturally would have its limits. You can only eat one every month. Eating more would not have any effects at all. To think that a peak expert like you wouldn't have any common sense at all. You brat, makes sense. Not only was the 9 Nether 14th young master not unhappy about young Master Jun making a dig at him, he even nodded with agreement. Miraculous pills like this always have limitations. This young master was stumped for a moment and forgot about it. So those two outsiders experts, why aren't they chasing over? Could it be that they discovered that you've recovered? Are their eyes so good? Jun Moxie cocked his head and looked curiously at the angered expressions on the two outsiders experts' faces several hundred zhang away. What dogsh *t good eyes? You think they don't want to chase over here? My guess is that there's most likely some kind of restrictions placed by the 9 Nether first young master over there. Even if they have the desire, they don't have the ability to cross over, so they aren't coming over. The 9 Nether 14th young master and 9 Nether first young master were from the same legacy, so he'd already discovered the abnormalities there long ago. With a bit of thought, he'd already understood the situation. So that's how it is. In that case, this will be easier to deal with. Jun Moxie nodded with realization. To think that the 9 Nether first young master was such an underhanded person. To actually have left such a trick behind. Although young Master Jun's abilities had improved again, he ultimately didn't know how much it had improved by. The other side were all half-sage super experts. He'd been thinking about how to proceed with this, otherwise, if he couldn't beat the other party and was instead chased back the way he came, it would be disastrous. At that time, the side whose army would crumble like a mountain would be their own side. Now that he knew that the two freaks could not come over, his heart relaxed in an instant. The sound of wind whooshing could be heard behind as the number one expert of the outsiders, Xiang Beidao, arrived panting for breath. Although he was a 4th level Saint Monarch, the gap of his cultivation was too far apart from the 9 Nether 14th young master and the other two half-sages. That was why he only managed to catch up now. The moment he saw Jun Moxie, he shuddered. You, how could you be here? An ominous feeling that could not be explained, arose in his heart. Why am I here? Those several 100,000 soldiers over there have all been wiped out by this young master, so if I'm not here, where should I be? Jun Moxie said with a playful smile. Impossible. You're lying. Xiang Beidao roared aloud. Our million-strong army is filled with experts and high-morale soldiers. How could it be so easy to defeat? Whether consciously or not, Chuangshan Beidao had missed the words, wiped out. Because from Chuangshan Beidao's point of view, annihilating that great army was a completely impossible matter. Although the concept of defeat was equally slim, it was still somewhat possible. But annihilating the entire army, who did he think he was? That was not 1 or 2 experts, or even a 10 or 20,000 man army. That was a 1 million man army. Even if they stood there not moving, it would take a long time for you to finish killing them. Even if you're a 4th level Saint Monarch, it's still impossible to finish killing them by now. With just your few tens of thousand people, you want to wipe out my million-man army? Do you think our soldiers are made of paper? Lying. Am I that bored? Jun Moxie snorted with disdain. You're not my son, why would I have that much interest to hoax you and play with your feelings? Even if you want to acknowledge me as a godfather, I have no intentions of accepting a freak like you to be my son. I can't afford to lose face, ah. Towards the end of his words, young Master Jun even shook his head and sighed, as if he was extremely troubled that Chuangshan Beidao wanted to acknowledge him as a godfather. How venomous was young Master Jun's mouth. The other party hadn't even said anything, but with just a few words, it had become that they wanted to acknowledge him as a godfather. Chuangshan Beidao's eyes went completely wide, and he couldn't utter a single word. He'd been a powerful enemy of the entire continent for thousands of years. One could say that his words were the law in his territory. When had he ever been so humiliated in his face before? Such shame was truly so unbearable that he felt a sudden impulse to risk everything and attack. But one of the 2 white-robed outsiders expert took a step forward and held Chuangshan Beidao back. What purpose is there in vying for victory in a contention of the tongue? As he said that, he looked at Jun Moxie with furrowed brows. Young lad, who might you be? Although Chuangshan Beidao was a 4th level Saint Monarch expert, his strength was the lowest among the 5 people present. His understanding of Jun Moxie had only been on the brief moment of meeting one day before. He completely had not detected that Jun Moxie's strength had already far surpassed what he'd estimated it to be. Truthfully, no one would be able to imagine as well that a person's strength could increase within a single day from the peak of 4th level Saint Monarch to a much more terrifying level. But although Chuangshan Beidao was unable to detect the change, it didn't mean that no one else could detect young Master Jun's true strength. In the instant that Jun Moxie appeared, the 2 half-sage experts felt a strong sense of danger. It was a kind of shock and fear that came from the deepest parts of their soul. Even they themselves did not know why this level of cultivation could make them feel like this. Although they could not see through the depths of this young man's cultivation, his strength should logically not be above the 2 of them. But why was it that they could feel that something existed on his body that would cause even the hairs on their skin to stand on their ends? Who is this seat? This seat is Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie raised his head with a sneer. I am the Evil Monarch. Evil Monarch. Ha! Monarch, are you worthy? Evil. Before this, Chuangshan Beidao had never heard Jun Moxie's name before. When he heard it now, he immediately started laughing. But halfway through his laugh, he seemed to have suddenly remembered something, and immediately stopped laughing. Staring at Jun Moxie with wide eyes, he suddenly couldn't say a single word. The faces of the 2 outsiders half-sage also grew heavy. Evil Monarch, Jun Moxie. Even the name carried the word evil. Furthermore, this person possessed such shocking strength and an exceptionally strange and evil mysterious power. The 3 could not help but start to link many things together. Back then, the 9 Nether first young master had left behind a stone plague, and the last 2 sentences on it had been 1,000 years of hegemony, by the evil skills of 10,000 years. All along, the outsiders' tribe had been filled with confidence, thinking that the word evil from evil skills of 10,000 years referred to their divine son. Because only their divine son tribe was worthy of the name evil. For so many years, the divine son tribe had been viewed by the Xian continent as evil and hated by all. So if those words did not refer to the divine son tribe, who else could it be for? But when they heard this young man reporting his title this time, all 3 experts of the outsiders felt an ominous feeling. The so-called evil skills of 10,000 years. Couldn't be referring to this evil monarch, right? While the group was lost in thought, Jun Moxie was not. Smiling strangely, he looked at Chuangshan Beidao and said in a serious manner, right, this, pounded. On the bed guy, there's one thing that I simply have to tell you. What is it? Chuangshan Beidao was still in shock about the possibilities of evil skills of 10,000 years, so he subconsciously replied upon hearing Jun Moxie speaking in such a serious tone. It's also not that big of a deal, I just needed to tell you something you had mistaken from before. With a turn of his wrists, a black flame suddenly appeared in his palm, burning silently, oozing out an endless deathly aura. Jun Moxie wore an innocent and harmless smile, and said, "Actually, you really got the wrong guy when you brought him over to battle." Jun Moxie sighed in pity before continuing. "Actually, about the matter that day. I was the one who did it. Excuse me, but you really can't blame me on this. Who asked you to be so stupid, to not be able to tell?" Chuangshan Beidao's eyes widened in anger, as he glared at Jun Moxie. His necks and entire faces, on both heads, turned red, and he was about to vomit blood. "Wrong. Wrong. I went after the wrong person." Chuangshan Beidao wanted to commit suicide at this moment. He had always thought that the one who was capable of such a miraculous feat was definitely someone powerful. And the only one present who had such a high level of cultivation was only the Nether 14th young master. Which was why he was willing to risk abandoning his army to bring this terrifying opponent away for the three most powerful experts of their clan to slay. He had managed to lure this opponent away as he wished, but he had still underestimated this person's strength and lost one of their almighty seniors to him. And only now did he find out that he had gotten the wrong person. He paid such a hefty price for it, for the wrong guy. It's like, the murderer was person A, but he insisted on fighting with passerby B to cross blows, and this passerby B was a terrifyingly mad person. The depression Chuangshan Beidao felt was indescribable. Recalling Jun Moxie's line of, that several 100,000 soldiers over there of yours had all been practically wiped out by this young master, his heart jolted. Could this be true? If what he said was true, then the army over there would really be in danger. One of the half-sage turned silent and said, "There's no need to think anymore, that million-man army has already been buried, the Divine Sun clan is really done for." This person was already a half-sage, and his cultivation had already reached the realm of knowing everything under heaven. Even if he couldn't see things that were happening far away, he could feel it, so he already knew something had happened. Wah! Chuangshan Beidao felt a sweet taste in his throat and finally vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. From the looks of the current situation, isn't the demise of the Divine Sun entirely because of my mistake? Why didn't you clarify it earlier? Chuangshan Beidao pointed a trembling finger at the Nether 14th young master, his eyes almost popping out of his sockets. "Hey! Who did you think you were? To make this young master explain himself? Not only do you refuse to admit that you're stupid, you even blame others for your inability to discern." The Nether 14th young master lifted his chin and for one of the few times in his entire life, cursed. "Explain your mother's head, ah! Scum!" The Nether 14th young master was full of disdain. "Things have already gotten to this point and you still dare to blame this young master for not explaining, what sort of moronic state is this? I'm going to kill you both." Chuangshan Beidao went hysterical, and suddenly pounced forward. Those two half-sages wanted to stop him, but Chuangshan Beidao had already passed the barrier that the Nether first young master had set up. They couldn't hold him back. Jun Moxie had put in so much effort for him to come charging over recklessly, how could he let this sort of God-sent opportunity slip? He instantly jumped out and yelled, Come. I'll battle you fairly." Those two great experts from the Divine Sun clan rolled their eyes the moment they heard this. They were so angry that they couldn't speak. Even the Nether 14th young master's mouth twitched. He turned around and pretended to not know this fellow. "You sure dare to talk. You're already a half-sage at the very least, fighting a 4th level Saint Monarch and you dare to speak of a fair battle. Where's the fairness you speak of? Could it be that being shameless really made a person invincible?" Chuangshan Beidao had completely given up hope and didn't wish to live anymore. The moment he came charging, he used the most extreme methods. Even the Jun Moxie from before wasn't that much weaker than this number 1 expert of the outsiders, and now with his great advancement in cultivation, how could he still have any regard for Chuangshan Beidao? He casually dealt with him and prevented him from escaping. But he had already made all the preparations secretly. The two had barely exchanged 5 blows when Chuangshan Beidao suddenly went charging at full speed, not avoiding or dodging. As if he had turned into a 1,000-palm Buddha in the air, the entire sky was filled with his mirages. And his body also began to swell rapidly within seconds. "Be careful. He is going to self-detonate." The 9 Nether 14th young master's pupils shrank. When the 4th level Saint Monarch, Chuangshan Beidao had completed all preparations to garner the greatest energy, he laughed sinisterly. Seeing that Jun Moxie still had no intentions to dodge, he yelled, "Evil Monarch! You're coming with me. You must pay the price for your bloodied hands. Go to hell." At this moment, the final second before Chuangshan Beidao self-detonated. Clang! A series of excited sword cries. With a flash, the blood of yellow flame appeared out of nowhere, and with a whoosh, it pierced precisely into his dantian. Chuangshan Beidao suddenly found himself completely immobilized. Even his own internal energy could not be moved. This fiendish divine sword had skewered both his dantians and was greedily absorbing all the cultivation in his body, without missing a single bit of it. He could even distinctly feel that his swollen body from the detonation preparations was gradually shriveling and turning into a dried corpse. Ha ha ha! Chuangshan Beidao suddenly laughed into the skies, shouting with all his might in a tone full of remorse and despair. Thousands years of hegemony, by the evil skills of 10,000 years. So it was talking about you. Heavens ah! You are truly cruel in the way you toy with people ah! His voice had barely faded out when his entire body turned into a completely lifeless corpse. In the blink of an eye, this dried corpse had already scattered away in the wind, without a single trace. The number 1 expert of the outsiders, Chuangshan Beidao, had died. And it was a complete death. Even the fragments of his soul weren't left. He was dead, through and through. But his final shout of thousands years of hegemony, by the evil skills of 10,000 years. So it was talking about you. Had caused the 2 almighty seniors from the divine sun to shudder. This sentence was like the most terrifying, deadly curse, making one's hair stand on its ends. The 2 exchanges glances turning pale. "May I ask what this Lord Evil Monarch intends to do now?" one of them asked. "We, the Divine Sun Clan, may not have been completely annihilated, but we have been badly defeated. Even if we start recuperating now, with our treacherous environment, we won't be able to pose as a threat to the continent until thousands of years later. And one more thing, the both of us may not be weak, but we definitely won't be able to step past this seal that the 9 Nether first young master had set back then. With this, let us both call it quits." This outsider's great expert was filled with endless indignation when he said this, feeling like he was begging for something. Only Jun Moxie and the 9 Nether 14th young master could move freely, while the both of them still had to suffer under the restrictions the 9 Nether first young master had set, being unable to move freely. Even if there were survivors from the outsiders, they would not be able to last for long under the hands of them both. Furthermore, they had both clearly detected that those 7 Saint Monarchs from the outsiders had all died. The higher-ups of the Divine Sun Clan were completely annihilated. Even if there was anyone who was ambitious enough left, they didn't have the abilities to accomplish anything. The only thing they could do was to save whatever remaining forces they had left and bide time. As long as the green hills lasted, there'd always be wood to burn. But both of them were full of sighs. No matter what, that'd be things for thousands of years later. Both of them would probably be unable to see it. Call it quits? What a marvelous plan you have. Jun Moxie scoffed coldly. For tens of thousands years, you heinous outsiders have always been the one taking initiative, deciding when to come and go. Now, when it's finally Xian's turn to call the shots, furthermore, with this young master around, you still dare to think of being able to escape. What a joke. It couldn't be that this evil monarch wishes to keep both of us here as well. You must know that the more you ask for, the more you may lose. Both the faces of the 2 great experts darkened. They had thought of the possibility of Jun Moxie and the 9 Nether 14 young master attempting to keep both of them here. But both of them were also no pushover. Although they did not have complete confidence in victory, there was still a chance to perish together. The more I ask for, the more I'll lose. That's pretty well said. The Pillar of Heaven's mountains is not only a barrier for the continent, it is also a barrier for your Divine Sun Clan. Haha, if not for the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, this heavenly divide. Did both of you think that your dog's fart Divine Sun will be able to live for this long? When the continent is strong, do you think it's impossible for us to wipe out you outsiders? The moment the fortification is gone, not only do you not worry about your own safety, you brazenly think of invading the Xian continent. Isn't that just pursuing something you shouldn't get? Since you have this brazen thought, you have to pay the price for it. Trying to retreat now seeing that it's a failed attempt. How could it be that easy? Jun Moxie chuckled coldly. The two great seniors couldn't help but get hit by a wave of realization. They were all people of status, how could they not understand the meaning behind Jun Moxie's words? The Divine Sun clan may be located in treacherous grounds, but no matter how bad the living conditions were, it was still isolated from the external world. And the condition for this isolation was precisely the existence of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. If not for the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, with all the forces the three Holy Lands had accumulated over the 10,000 years, it was definitely not difficult to annihilate the Divine Sun clan. What this young master must do today is to completely wipe out the outsiders. Erasing the problem at its roots. Erasing a worry for good. Every single one of you. Jun Moxie looked at both of them coldly. As to the both of you, you're the ones I must kill first. Kill us? The two great experts bellowed in laughter. Evil Monarch, we also acknowledge that both of you do have the capability to face you individually. You may even defeat us, but if you're talking about killing us. Evil Monarch, 9 Nether 14 Young Master, aren't you two overestimating yourselves? Are we really overestimating ourselves? The 9 Nether 14th Young Master scoffed coldly. Then, I really wonder what that scum who self-detonated when fighting me earlier was. You. Idiot. One of the great experts couldn't help but feel enraged when reminded of this sad affair. Since you have decided to do it, then come over. It'll be a good opportunity for the both of us to learn of how the legendary 9 Nether skills and evil skills of the Evil Monarch are considered the evil skills of 10,000 years. Then, both of them exchanged secret looks. They had spent thousands of years together, never once apart. So they were already extremely familiar with each other's tactics. They didn't even need to speak to instantly understand what the other was planning. Since the other party wants to fight, then a fight it shall be. The 9 Nether 14th Young Master may be powerful, but he had still sustained heavy injuries that can be considered fatal. With that sort of injury, perhaps it wouldn't have much effect if he was going against ordinary experts, but trying to take on an opponent who was of the same level of cultivation was overestimating himself. There was no reason he could sustain it, and it may even affect his survival. With that sort of injury, it'd be difficult to even self-detonate. The moment the fight began, one of them would hold off that Evil Monarch, while the other used all his power to kill the 9 Nether 14th Young Master in the shortest possible time. Then, according to the situation, decide how to kill off that Evil Monarch. Looking at it this way, both of them had the absolute advantage. In fact, the current situation didn't leave any room for them to back out. The 9 Nether 14th Young Master was severely injured, and at his weakest. If they missed this opportunity, there'd be no chance of victory when the 9 Nether 14th Young Master made a complete recovery. These two great experts were truly in the pits. There were originally 3 of them, but after one battle with the 9 Nether 14th Young Master, it became 2. And in this duration where they chatted, the 9 Nether 14th Young Master was rapidly recovering with the aid of Jun Moxie's pill. And by the time Jun Moxie was done spouting his bombastic talk, the 9 Nether 14th Young Master had already recovered by almost 80%. And these two great experts were completely unaware of these. Moreover, there was so much more that they were unaware of. If they had known how disadvantageous the situation they were in was, they would probably lose all courage and only think about fleeing. Thus, being unaware was a form of fortune in a lot of situations. Jun Moxie intentionally gave the 9 Nether 14th Young Master a meaningful glance, and the 9 Nether 14th Young Master also aptly gritted his teeth as he scoffed. Since the two of you scum still dare to think of taking advantage even at this point in time, then this young master shall satisfy your wishes. You must know that it's not that easy to take advantage of this young master. The 9 Nether 14th Young Master gave a cold chuckle and went flitting over. Jun Moxie hurriedly gave chase, with utmost urgency and concern. He said, "Brother 14th, your injuries have yet to heal, why bother with these two lowly scums? Why don't I go first?" The 9 Nether 14th Young Master scoffed coldly and pretended to be putting on a strong front as he advanced. It would definitely not be difficult for him to win an Oscar with his performance. He was truly actor material. The two outsiders experts were cackling internally. Life and death is quickly determined in a clash between two experts. The more you try to put on a strong front, the faster you'll die later. The 9 Nether races may be extremely powerful, neither humans nor the outsiders can compare, but you will still die. You've already clearly suffered severe injuries, and now, you still insist on pushing yourself to battle to death with a same-level expert. That's you looking for death on your own now. You mustn't blame us when you go to the Yellow Springs later. The 9 Nether first young master set up the prohibition back then, preventing us from trespassing for thousands of years, and we couldn't do anything about him. We'll get it all back on you, the 14th young master. With this thought, one of the experts moved in the direction of the oncoming 9 Nether 14th young master. 9 Nether 14th young master, it is this seat that will be sending you on your way this time. Don't ever forget, this seat's name is Guan Chinua, the 9 Nether 14th young master rolled his eyes. You're going to be exactly as your name states soon. Because this young master is going to make your balls hurt one until you return back to heaven one. Idiot. Guan yelled angrily, his entire face turning purple. He had always been very proud of the two words, Dan Ting One. He had always thought his parents were useless, but the only thing they did was give him a unique and special name. At the very least, it was full of meaning. That's right, calmly soaring, that was completely the air of an unrivaled expert, But he had never imagined that the moment he announced his name, the opponent interpreted it as, balls hurting till you return to heaven, without any hesitation. Jun Moxie was convulsing with laughter on the other side. Guan. This name was really too funny. Especially when this outsider is speaking of it with such pride and confidence. It completely enhanced the comical effect of it. And also, who said that the 9 Nether 14th young master only had an eerie face? His corny joke was really of caliber. What about you? What's your name? Jun Moxie looked at the outsider expert before him interestingly. Spare me, the names of these outsiders are truly amusing. If this one also has a name like that, this young master might just fall from laughing, then let him win by default. This seat is surnamed Mei Wei, name Xiang. I am Mei Wei Xiang. That outsider looked at Jun Moxie solemnly and announced. He even intentionally introduced, this seat's weapon throughout his entire lifetime is a spear. And only this spear, for spear is pronounced as Chang in Chinese. Then, he reached for his back and a dazzling long spear appeared in his hand. The sharp tip of the spear was covered in a blood-red glow. Mei Wei Xiang, Jun Moxie was really frozen. He was flabbergasted. Completely stunned. The name Guan was already an unexpected bolt of thunder already, but who would have thought the latter name would be even more shocking? And the most incredible thing was that, it was a perfect match for the situation. Thank goodness young Master Jun had a strong will, otherwise, he might really end up like he said earlier, this young master might just fall from laughing, then let him win by default. What are you laughing about? Mei Wei Xiang seemed to have some sort of awareness in comparison. Otherwise, he wouldn't intentionally introduce his spear. Seeing Jun Moxie suddenly bursting into laughter, he couldn't help but turn red and snap. Jun Moxie finally snapped out of his hysterical laughing and wiped away his tears. I'm sorry, this young master was really shocked just now, and at the same time, I'm full of admiration for both your parents, to have such great culture to give the both of you such classic names. It truly left me surprised, The two outsiders yelled angrily in response. The 9 Nether 14th young master's loud laughter could be heard amidst their shrieks. Bouts of air were sent flying as Guan exchanged blows with the 9 Nether 14th young master. With a flash of silver light, Mei Wei Xiang also couldn't bear it anymore and struck. This sort of behavior was practically a sneak attack. He may be fast, but Jun Moxie's reaction was faster. His spear had yet to reach its target when the lightning Jun Moxie controlled came bolting down first. Young Master Jun was the ancestor of sneak attacks, how could he be sneak attacked by someone else? The logic of striking first and gaining the upper hand had already been etched into his bones and manipulated at divine levels. With the sound of thunder, lightning arrived first. The chilling lightning that was completely purple in color, with thickness of water jugs, came locking down on that Mei Wei Xiang. Over 100 of them at the same time. Jun Moxie attacked with the most powerful and intense skill. Mei Wei Xiang had just sent his blow, he instantly noticed the change in his surroundings. He couldn't help but pale. Such a powerful lightning tribulation and of such a great scale. Appearing without any warning. So suddenly. And it was locked on himself. What's going on? I'm not going to break through, why would I get a lightning tribulation suddenly? Besides. There must be some sort of build-up process for a tribulation, right? The overwhelming pressure before a heavenly tribulation, it's impossible for it to appear as and when it likes. Since when was it this sudden? And the might of this lightning tribulation this time is a little too scary. How can it be coming down in hundreds? This doesn't make sense. But Mei Liangqiang clearly didn't have time to analyze the origins of this lightning tribulation anymore, because it had already come striking down on his head. If he didn't absolve this sudden crisis, he would only be able to ponder over this weird situation in the Yellow Springs. Mei Liangqiang was truly one of the almighty seniors of the outsiders. Even when facing such a treacherous situation, he could still remain calm and unruffled. He roared as both of his bodies began to swell up. That disgusting smell from his body, like that of rotting corpses, also began to increase at tremendous speed, instantly reaching a considerable density. Perhaps it was because this smell had gotten too dense, it materialized into a disgusting gas and shrouded his entire body. This unprecedented stench almost made young Master Jun vomit on the spot. It was as if someone had released an utterly revolting fart in the midst of a delicious meal. That sort of disgust and nauseating feeling was indescribable. While Jun Moxie cursed and swore, countless terrifying lightning tribulations came crashing down. Loud explosions and crackle rang out. And a huge crater appeared on the ground. Mei Liangqiang stood in the center of this empty crater, his clothes burnt as his hair was completely fried and stood up. Resembling a beggar, his face was charred as four of his eyes glanced about, smoke rising from his body. He coughed out a mouthful of black smoke from both his mouths. Even with his mouth closed, smoke continued to come out of his nostrils. Lord Mei Wei. How are you? Tian shouted urgently, utterly discomfited. How can you go through your tribulation at a crucial time like this? Why didn't you suppress it a little? The moment they exchanged blows, Tian immediately realized that this Nether 14th young master who should have lost 80% of his strength and was severely injured seemed completely unhurt. Not only did all of his injuries vanish, his strength was not depleted the slightest. This terrifying fact made Tian, who had his mind full of picking on an advantage, feel extremely dejected. The attacks of the Nether 14th young master who was practically back in his top form was unstoppable. Tian struggled to handle them, and was hoping that Mei Liangqiang would quickly finish up with that Jun Moxie to come and assist him. But who would have known that this reliable comrade had suddenly started his heavenly tribulation at a time like this? Isn't this joking around with our lives? It's nothing if you're kidding around with your own life, but now you've dragged me into your joke too. Our 10,000 years of relationship doesn't include this sort of play. How can I be going through a heavenly tribulation? Mei Liangqiang was also extremely depressed, spitting out black smoke as he walked out from the crater. There was not a single part of his body that wasn't hurting. He looked up at the sky. F***ck. Could I not know whether I'm going through a tribulation? Besides, there's no tribulation clouds in the skies. What's going on? That bolt of lightning was a solid tribulation lightning. Not fake in the slightest bit. I say. You, Jun Moxie said solemnly, with a hint of disdain, as he shook his head. I already said it's not right for you to flash your spear behind your sister's bum one. That's incest. And incest will incur the wrath of the heavens. Look, you got struck by lightning, didn't you? Hurry up and go get your name changed. If you don't change it, you will be struck again. Idiot. Mei Liangqiang roared furiously. This is a coincidence. It's purely coincidence. Purely coincidence. Then what about this time? Is it still merely a coincidence? Jun Moxie asked. Mei Liangqiang instantly detected something amiss and looked up. To his horror, the entire sky was filled with that purple light from the bolts of a lightning tribulation, the thickness of a house. And the quantity this time was 10-folds the previous round. A total of 1,000 lightning bolts were all gathering above his head. And the most dreadful thing was that the lightning tribulation showed no signs of stopping. Crashing straight down. One after another. At Mei Liangqiang. This terrifying might made Mei Liangqiang suddenly recall that heavenly tribulation he had suffered when he entered the stages of a half-sage. It was even more intense than the one back then. And he still remembered how he almost died back then. Amidst his cry of horror, Mei Liangqiang didn't have any time to consider. He rapidly channeled all his skills to take on the impact of the lightning tribulation. On the other side, Tian shouted in exasperation, You! Lord Mei Wei! Why do you still say that you're not going through your tribulation? What is this? You've really done me in this time. It's not difficult for you to delay this tribulation with your cultivation. Yet, you did this. What do you mean by this? Hearing Tian furious questioning, Mei Wei Liangqiang also felt like crying. What do you mean by what do I mean? Who do I ask about this? I didn't even break through, but this lightning tribulation just came down like this, what can I do about it? Do you think I'm willing to go through my tribulation in the midst of a battle? I'm not a moron, ah. They were puzzled, gloomy and depressed. It's just that no matter how puzzled and depressed they were, if someone told them that this lightning tribulation was actually caused by that pretty boy in front of them, they wouldn't believe it. This is a lightning tribulation, ah. Can this thing be controlled by the powers of a mere human? Another violent round of purple lightning came crashing down. The might of the previous round with 100 bolts of lightning was already considerably frightening. Just the sound of it alone could compare with the might of a half-sage tribulation. But the might of the lightning tribulation this time was a whole new level. Impossible to be compared. Even Jun Moxie himself didn't expect the power of lightning to be this powerful. Even though the Hongjun Pagoda had absorbed an enormous amount of the power of lightning, those were merely the lightning tribulations of venerables and saints. At most, there was a portion of lightning tribulations that belonged to saint emperors. Only a minority was that of saint venerables. And the tribulations of the higher levels, the half-sage realm only belonged to young Master Jun and Mei Xuyan. Even the might of their half-sage lightning tribulation wasn't this violent. And from Mei Wei Liangqiang's reaction, young Master Jun could tell that the might of these lightning had surpassed the intensity of his previous half-sage tribulation. This was a huge surprise to young Master Jun. Jun Moxie had originally unleashed this skill with the intention of passing off the power of lightning as a genuine lightning tribulation to catch this Mei Wei Liangqiang off guard and at a loss about what to do. Then, when he was completely too busy and confused, launch a sneak attack using the flame of primal chaos or the blood of yellow flame. But Jun Moxie had never thought that his newly attained power of lightning was this perverse. Even a real lightning tribulation wasn't this crazy. Looks like there's a great possibility to get rid of that Mei Wei Liangqiang directly. Could it be that the Hongjun Pagoda also had the magical abilities to purify the power of lightning? Of course, the Hongjun Pagoda was a profound mystery, so it wasn't not too surprising for it to have this sort of capability. But young Master Jun didn't have the time to consider this. He only put all his focus on controlling every single strike of the power of lightning to come crashing down accurately. Strike this outsider to death. The biggest outsider scum. With every single wave of lightning young Master Jun controlled, he found out an interesting fact. Mei Wei Liangqiang had completely taken the lightning bolts as a real lightning tribulation and did not put up any resistance or attempt to dodge it. Only enduring it all. Jun Moxie was having a great time with him being this cooperative. Initially, when Jun Moxie activated his attacks, he even intentionally kept a bit of his power to prevent any counter-attacks from Mei Wei Liangqiang. Looks like there's no need for it now. Actually, Mei Wei Liangqiang couldn't be blamed for his behavior. Heavenly tribulations were always locked on the person undergoing it, this had always been the case. There was no difference in dodging it or not, and no exception to this. Even if the person managed to duck a few rounds, the one subsequently would be multiple folds in intensity. And as to striking back, that was complete nonsense. Striking back. Striking back at a lightning tribulation. You must have hit your head against the door or something. Can you strike back at that sort of thing? Mei Wei Liangqiang had gone through numerous heavenly tribulations in his entire lifetime, so naturally he was well aware of this. And with this fixed style of thinking, he gritted his teeth, channeled all his strength to take on this sudden heavenly might. He stole a glance only to see Jun Moxie standing silently on the side. To think that Jun Moxie didn't attack him while he was down. He couldn't help but feel full of praise and disdain. The praiseworthy part, he's already an extraordinary expert for his young age. With this gentlemanly demeanor, not taking advantage of someone's difficulties, being so open and candid. He truly is a model for Xian cultivators. The disdainful part, how foolish, to not attack me during a God-sent opportunity like this. This is the best chance to kill this seat. And maybe the only chance. This fellow just let it pass so easily. Had it been this seat, I would have used my full power and attacked that person already. People from Xian are truly foolish. To still talk about propriety and integrity during such a dangerous moment of life and death, it really makes no sense if morons like this don't get beaten. How would he know that young Master Jun wasn't not attacking out of propriety and integrity? He was just truly completely focused on controlling the concentrated and intense power of lightning to fry him and didn't have the time. After all, Jun Moxie had just began to master the power of lightning. How could he be as accurate as a heavenly tribulation when wielding it? It may be powerful and mighty, but if Mei Wei Liangqiang truly intended to avoid it, this power of lightning may not even touch him. If he was slightly distracted, the lightning would strike wrongly. Thus, he must carefully put all his focus in controlling it. It wasn't because he didn't wish to attack him. In fact, Jun Moxy was actually attacking him at full power. It's just that this great expert Mei Wei Liangqiang wasn't aware of it, that's all. This wave of over 1,000 earth-shattering purple lightning finally finished striking. Mei Wei Liangqiang was at his last gasp, lying in a huge pit that was 1,000 zhang deep and wide. His entire body convulsed, as black smoke rose from every single part of his body. The air was filled with the thick smell of charred meat. Jun Moxy hovered in the air above Mei Wei Liangqiang and said, "The almighty senior of the outsiders, please get up and fight with me. We shall fight fairly and let heavens decide who is the victor." Mei Wei Liangqiang rolled his eyes upon hearing this, almost spitting blood. This seat is indeed thankful that you did not seize the opportunity to attack earlier. But now when this seat can barely move because of the lightning tribulation, you just have to come and tell me to get up and fight you fairly now. Can you be more shameless? Lord Jun, Mei Wei Liangqiang lifted his head with great difficulty and said. This seat had just undergone the heavenly tribulation. Since Lord Jun had the gentlemanly demeanor to not take advantage of someone when he is down, I'm grateful. Then, may Lord Jun allow this seat to rest for a while to catch his breath. Then, it wouldn't let the battle between us half-sages down. Huh? Gentlemanly demeanor? You're saying that this young master has gentlemanly demeanor? Jun Moxie's brows twitched. Where did I get some gentlemanly demeanor? Not taking advantage of someone when he is down. Where did that come from? Did this fellow turn stupid from being struck by all my lightning? That's right. Lord Jun had upholded the open and candid nature of the people from the Xian continent earlier when I was going through my heavenly tribulation, watching on from the sides with no intention to take advantage of someone while he was down. This sort of open and honest demeanor is truly incomparable. We may be enemies, but this seat will not forget this. Mei Wei Liangqiang hurriedly said with utmost sincerity. F***ck. So that's what it was. Jun Moxy snickered devilishly. So you're saying that, you want me to continue maintaining this gentlemanly demeanor that people of the Xian continent have? Mei Wei Liangqiang quickly nodded his head. That's right. That's right. When I recover, who would bother about your dog's fart gentlemanly demeanor? This seat shall strangle you to death. Of course, I'll definitely not forget this. You fool shall become the best example of an idiot to educate the rest of Divine Sun Clan's descendants. That makes sense, then I shall show you my gentlemanly demeanor once more. Jun Moxy chuckled and cuffed his hands politely. Come, one more bout. With a loud rumble, a bolt of purple lightning came descending from the skies, striking exactly on Mei Wei Liangqiang who could no longer move, causing his entire body to jump off the ground. He rolled over and faced the sky, thick smoke rising from his body. What's going on? How can the lightning tribulation? Could it be that, it is all created by you? Mei Wei Liangqiang bemoaned, coughing out a mouthful of black smoke. Almighty senior of the outsiders has truly flattered me. That was my unique gentlemanly demeanor that you greatly admired. Jun Moxy snickered. How is it? The gentlemanly demeanor of Jun Moxy, it's a great experience, isn't it? I thought it was the heavenly tribulation. Turns out, Mei Wei Liangqiang was completely filled with grief and indignation beyond description. Somehow, he had managed to control the power of lightning. If I had known that was all man-made, I could have just dodged it. But I just had to be foolish enough to endure it all. Causing my large amounts of skills to be used up, and leave me completely vulnerable. I hate AH. Divine Sun AH, Mei Wei Liangqiang howled into the sky. To be at the mercy of someone else was undoubtedly something unbearable. Especially when the person experiencing this was a great expert like Mei Wei Liangqiang. And this consequence was a result of his own foolishness. That's even more depressing. You hate your grandmother's leg. Jun Moxy cursed. Clang. The blood of yellow flame came whizzing out with an elated sword cry, flying straight towards Mei Wei Liangqiang. Wait. Jun Moxy. You're one of the strongest experts of the Xian continent, you should have the demeanor of an expert. Wait for me to recover before I battle you to death. Mei Wei Liangqiang shouted fearfully. Hey! Give you the chance to recover. Did you think I'm as stupid as you? Jun Moxie waved his hand, commanding the blood of yellow flame to hurry up. Whoosh! The blood of yellow flame pierced right through the belly of the immobile Meiwei Liangqiang. Meiwei Liangqiang shrieked and hurried to set off a self-detonation, hoping to perish together with the enemy. But to his despair, from the moment this sword stabbed into his dantian, he no longer had the ability to even self-detonate. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh, before glaring angrily and shrieking away in an incomprehensible manner. Jun Moxie may not be able to understand what he was saying, but he didn't need a translation to know that this fellow was cursing him in the outsider's language. Clicking his tongue, he ignored it and went darting towards the battle between the 9 Nether 14th young master and Tian located several hundred li away. He left only this gigantic pit behind. In the bottom of the pit, laid a great expert who was completely charred black. A shiny sword stood upright through his belly, radiating brilliant sword light gleefully. On the other side, the other two great experts were battling non-stop. Due to Tian's miscalculation, and the disparity in cultivation level with that of the 9 Nether 14th young master, he had always been overpowered by the 9 Nether 14th young master and was in a battered state. He had strained his neck numerous times hoping that Meiwei Liangqiang would be able to come over and assist him first, but he never came. It was because of this expectation that he couldn't focus, causing him to fall into a more worrying situation. He struggled to hang in there with great difficulty and finally saw someone flying over from that side. He barely had the time to rejoice when he instantly felt himself turn cold, as if he had fallen into an icy cave. Because the person coming over was that lad Jun Moxie. How could it be Jun Moxie? Why is it Jun Moxie? At this moment, poor Tian felt as if he was going to break down. He only felt his balls turn cold and ached. In his entire life, Tian had experienced for the very first time, what it means to have his balls hurt. In contrast, the 9 Nether 14th young master was full of energy, his entire body was shrouded in surges of 9 Nether's chi. He darted about in all directions, covering the entire battlefield in thick black mist. With all his strength, he attacked. Why? Tian grief-stricken cries came echoing out of the thick mist. Jun Moxie. Why is it you? Lord Meiwei. Lord Meiwei. Where are you? What happened to you? Your Lord Meiwei has already gone to the other world to flash his spear. Jun Moxie sniggered. You can stop howling, even if you rip your throat from calling, it's useless. He won't be coming back. No. No. This is impossible. Lord Meiwei, Lord Meiwei. Talk to me. Please talk to me. Tian cried in agony. Lord Meiwei. How could you die? How could you die? Ah. My beloved Lord Meiwei, ah. Upon hearing this, the bold and brazen Jun Moxie and 9 Nether 14th young master both shivered at the same time. They wore the same expression, and all the hair on their body stood on end. An uncontrollable strong wave of nausea rose in them. Tian was still crying out in a frenzy. Lord Meiwei, ah. You and I took an oath, to be together forever. You said that you are going to be with me until the end of time, you promised. You promised, ah. You said we're not going to leave anyone behind, forever. Lord Meiwei, ah. My husband, my wife. Lord Meiwei, ah. Both Tian's male and female voices wailed, grief-stricken and heart-wrenchingly. The female voice kept calling out, my husband, while the male voice kept calling out, my wife, consecutively, resounding across the skies. Young Master Jun felt as if he was struck by lightning from hearing this series of cries. He was stunned. Suddenly, his entire body broke out in sweat, as if someone had splashed him with pails of water. Even his hair turned wet. All the 30,600 hairs on his body stood straight up as large amounts of cold sweat came flowing out from his pores. F***ck. These two are the legendary gaze. The 9 Nether 14th young master roared. With a flash, he came leaping out of his ball of black mist and landed beside Jun Moxie. He barely had the time to speak when he turned around and began vomiting. This was the first time the 9 Nether 14th young master vomited in his entire life. Of all the 1,000 years he had lived, he had never vomited. Nor experienced this sort of emotion. He had never expected that all of these firsts were broken so easily by a couple of lines by this Tian. It is truly too disgusting. If Tian could actively attack at this moment, he may not be able to turn the tables around, but he would definitely be able to vie for a chance of survival for himself. But it's a pity, Guan was someone emotional. There was a flurry of movements in the black mist. An emotional Guan came charging out. His male body was vomiting blood while the female half was disheveled, resembling a vengeful spirit. Whoosh! They appeared before Jun Moxie and questioned hysterically. "Where's Lord Meiwei? Where is my beloved Lord Meiwei?" Jun Moxie felt his entire body shudder as perspiration rained from his body. Bleh! He vomited intensely. Feeling as if his entire stomach had turned upside down, leaving him completely vulnerable. It couldn't be helped, it was truly too disgusting. Screw off. The Nether 14th young master raised his head and cursed, losing all of his image. Be asterisk stardly thing. Shameless thing. Be asterisk stards. Son of a B asterisk tch. He began to curse without stopping. As the Nether 14th young master cursed, his face twitched, and he occasionally turned aside to vomit. Recalling how he was still excitedly landing punches and kicks on this B asterisk stard's body. The Nether 14th young master wished he could just chop off all of his limbs. Heavens ah, earth ah, why did I enjoy taking the advantage so much? How could I find the flaws in his skills that easily? Why did I touch that disgusting thing? This was an impossibly disgusting level of disgust. There was no doubt that it was completely of a divine, otherworldly level. You are lovers. Jun Moxie's lips were pale, as he finally asked this in a trembling voice. Bullsh asterisk T. You've killed my beloved Lord Meiwei. I already have nothing else to live for, I want to fight you to death. I must kill you. I absolutely must kill you. Guan spat loudly, his voice full of grief. But you guys have 4 bodies, and they're conjoined. How can you be lovers? How do you even make it work? Jun Moxie really couldn't figure out how these two outsiders managed to accomplish this sort of impossible action. Idiot! You can't even figure this out. Guan yelled. Is it your problem? Isn't it all solved if the front and back take turns and queue up? Jun Moxie's lips twitched as he replied stoically. I see. That makes sense. Jun Moxie. Hand over your life. Guan eyes turned red. I want to seek revenge for my beloved Lord Meiwei. The Nether 14th young master went completely weak in the bones. He quickly dodged aside and said. Brother Jun, you are truly too powerful. I'll leave this fellow to you. This young master really cannot handle it anymore. Had it been any other time, the Nether 14th young master wouldn't be willing even if Jun Moxie wished to intervene in an individual battle against an expert of the same level. But right now, he gave the opportunity away willingly, and said so many compliments. It was enough to see how much of an impact this Guan was to the Nether 14th young master. Hold up. I can't handle him either, I'd still have to trouble you two. Jun Moxie hurriedly pushed it away, only to realize the Nether 14th young master had already darted 100 zhang away. Running away like a fugitive, and he seemed to be running even faster than when he was fleeing for his life earlier. Nether 14th young master. You coward. Abandoning the battle. I scorn you. I scorn you from the bottom of my heart. Jun Moxie yelled exasperatedly. Right before a great battle, the Nether 14th young master abandoned his own comrade and escaped on his own. This sort of behavior called for an execution. But no matter how Jun Moxie shouted, the Nether 14th young master refused to turn back around. Coward, then a coward it is. Running before a battle. So be it. Say whatever you want, it would still be better than staying back there and fighting that sort of disgusting freak. As if that sort of military rule applies to this young master anyway. This young master only came here to see the commotion. Now not only did I fail to watch, I even became part of the act. If I still have to perform a duet with this sort of pervert at the finale, then this young master is quitting for good. Young Master Jun can leave this sort of exceptional partner for yourself. This Guan definitely couldn't beat him, but the level of disgust was truly a nightmare. As the Nether 14th young master fled, he channeled his strength to materialize water from the air, washing his hands again and again. He even decided that if he saw someone, he would immediately rip their clothing off and put it on himself instead. Hands and legs are troublesome things to regrow, so I can only keep washing them, but no matter what, these black robes mustn't be worn any longer. It was truly a first for the 9 Nether 14th young master to flee from a battle, in the midst of a one-on-one battle, losing by default. Tian definitely didn't know that he had accomplished something no one else in the world could do. It was truly something to be proud of. Even young Master Jun wasn't capable of this sort of achievement. Even if in the future, when young Master Jun's strength surpassed the 9 Nether 14th young masters, he could at the very most, kill the 9 Nether 14th young master. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to scare him till he fled. To be more exact, disgust him till he fled. Jun Moxie was extremely furious. He was still cursing away at the 9 Nether 14th young master's actions, but Tian's deadly attacks already came striking down. When faced with strike-backs from this fellow, Jun Moxie didn't want to avoid the blows, but even more than that, he didn't want to take on the blows. Tian was a vile, disgusting creature. The slightest bit of contact with him was enough to keep him feeling disgusted for days. How can I fight this battle? A close combat battle is out of option. Since close combat is a no, that leaves me with far-range attacks. Jun Moxie hurriedly backed off, summoning lightning as he moved. Hundreds of streaks of violent lightning came crashing down. Tian did not pay any heed to them, completely focused on chasing Jun Moxie. Under his rapid movement, the majority of the lightning naturally missed their target. But still, some lucky ones managed to strike directly on him. Tian merely gritted his teeth and went charging, not losing the slightest bit of speed. It was evident how firm his desire to kill young Master Jun was. Little sword, hurry, come over ah. Young Master Jun began to call for help. In both of his lifetimes, this great evil monarch had never been this embarrassed before. But right now, there was no other choice. He exclaimed, little sword. Hurry, ah. Incredible. There's yummy food here. The blood of yellow flame had just finished wolfing down all of Mei Wei Liangqiang's essence and energy and was gradually digesting it. Upon hearing Jun Moxie's sudden call, it hurriedly flew over. With a flash and tremble of its body, it let out a sword cry. Yummy food? All mine. There was thick excitement in his voice. Yes, yes, yes. I'll leave this fellow to you. The entire person is yours. You can do whatever you want, Jun Moxie hurriedly said. There's no problem even if you hack him into shreds. Ha ha ha, the blood of yellow flame somersaulted in excitement. Why are you so generous this time around? Cough. You little brat, since when did your master, ever not hold you as priority? Jun Moxie said shamelessly. I know this will be useful to you, so I specially left him for you. Where else can you find a master like me? You're so talkative. It didn't take long for Tian to break free from the lightning and come charging over. Hurry and go. If he runs away, you won't have anything yummy to eat. And this opportunity doesn't last, if you miss it, it's gone for good. Hurry up and go ah. Jun Moxie urged, pointing his finger. Waha. How could I let a delicious meal pass by right in front of my eyes? This sword goes. The blood of yellow flame left an elegant and grand mark in the air before flying over towards Tian. Its excited sword light buzzed excitedly as he flew, shaking its tail, completely ruining the majestic atmosphere it created earlier. Today is really full of great harvests. Ha ha ha. Tian came rushing in a frenzied manner, only to see a divine sword blocking his way. He had never tasted the power of the blood of yellow flame and had always thought it was merely Jun Moxie using some sort of sword control technique. He sent a palm over without thinking. As long as the palm was strong enough, it would cut off the connection between the wielder and the sword, rendering the control technique useless. The blood of yellow flame let out a shrill cry and sliced through this palm wind, moving straight for his dantian. Tian was truly surprised now. He quickly dodged, only to see that sword coming straight for his dantian again relentlessly. It moved so fast, sharply and bizarrely, that it was a first for Tian to encounter something like this. In his entire life, he had met many sword controllers. But not a single one could wield a sword control technique like this. It's as if this sword has a mind of its own. I can't believe this young evil monarch has such sage-like capabilities. Can I really fight against someone this powerful? No wonder my beloved Mei Wei Liangqiang died in his hands. However, even if his cultivation is high, he is still the murderer of Lord Mei Wei. I must kill him. No matter how, or what price I have to pay. With this thought, vengeance grew in Guan heart as he began to fight against the sword intensely. The blood of yellow flame was truly the greatest beneficiary of this battle and the greatest winner. The amount of energy it had absorbed was truly incomprehensible. In this battle between the two lands, almost 2,000 Saint Emperors had died under the blood of yellow flame alone. And this did not include the almost 10 Saint Venerables, 4 Saint Monarchs, and the half-sage he had just devoured, Mei Wei Liang Xiang. This terrifying accumulation of skills. Right now, the blood of yellow flame was absolutely number one in the world. The only pity was that it still completely belonged to young Master Jun. So its own cultivation was restricted by Jun Moxy. As the owner of the blood of yellow flame, Jun Moxy only had the cultivation level of a half-sage. Thus, the blood of yellow flame could only utilize the strength and skills up to the realm of a half-sage. Yet that portion that could be utilized by it was definitely not something Guan could handle. In barely half the time it takes a stick of incense to burn out, since they began exchanging blows, Guan had been clearly overwhelmed and was struggling. Countless cuts covered his body, and a small portion of his skills had also vanished along with these lacerations. In the midst of Guan maniacal roars, fresh blood continued to shoot from his body. As if arcs of rainbows formed by blood were appearing in the air. And the most frustrating thing for him was that Jun Moxy himself was watching from far away. Even if he wished to self-detonate, he wouldn't be able to go near his target. This was what left him embittered. The blood of yellow flame let out a long cry excitedly, moving back and forth like a bolt of lightning. It was having a great time. It naturally didn't know how disgusting the person before it was. And even if it truly knew, it may not be bothered. What mattered was how much yummy food it could enjoy, and how much energy it could devour. As to whether they were gay or not, what fits where? What had that got to do with him? Finally, after a shrill cry, the blood of yellow flame finally pierced through the dantian of Guan, nailing his cultivation with his soul. Then, it began to slowly feast, not letting go until he enjoyed himself thoroughly in this meal. Guan howled in anguish, as his face contorted. Lord Mei Wei. I'm coming. My husband, my wife ah. You absolutely must wait for me ah. Then, he suddenly raised his hand and sliced both his heads off. Both heads flew into the air at the same time. The blood of yellow flame had finally managed to put himself in and had only drained halfway when he realized there was nothing else left. He couldn't help but feel upset. The moment the person died, their power faded along with them. Aside from the soul, there was nothing else it could extract. After a while, Jun Moxy soared and flew north. When he saw a wave of demonic chi and mist floating ahead, the Nether 14th young master suddenly appeared before him. He spoke as if he had been traumatized. Is that scum dead? Jun Moxy rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but feel angry the moment he saw this fellow. I've never seen anyone like you. How can you not be ashamed to call yourself the #1 expert in the world? To flee right before a battle. Abandoning me alone to face a powerful enemy. If this young master didn't have some skills, I would have been doomed by you. You tell me, are you not embarrassed? The Nether 14th young master also began to yell in response. Did you think I really wanted to run? This young master really couldn't bear it just now. If I had known that I was going to meet something like this if I came to the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, then this young master wouldn't come here his entire life. Honestly, if you could run, would you run? If I didn't run first, it'd be this young master holding the hot potato, wouldn't it? Then, he suddenly rolled up his sleeves and said angrily, look. All these goosebumps haven't gone away even until now. Whoosh! Jun Moxy also rolled up his sleeves and yelled even more furiously at the Nether 14th young master, F***ck. Goosebumps. Do you think you're the only one to have them? The ones this young master's has no less than yours. Both of them glared angrily at each other, panting heavily. After a while, they suddenly broke out in laughter in sync, doubling over as they laughed heartily. Jun Moxy awkwardly fixed his sleeves and said resentfully, at last, everything is all right. Let's go back. You go back. The Nether 14th young master stopped laughing. His entire voice and behavior was oozing loneliness. With his hands behind his back, he looked into the faraway skies and said, from today on, I shall live here in the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. He looked far into the distance and said slowly, this young master may never step foot back into the Xian continent again for the rest of his life. Perhaps the farewell today will be the last between the both of us. What do you mean by that? Jun Moxie asked with shock. I just had a sudden feeling, that's all. Right here is where the 9 Nether first young master erected an incomparably huge mountain. The 9 Nether 14th young master pointed at the land under his feet. And he also set up this incredibly powerful seal that even after 10,000 years, the outsiders half-sages could not pass. What kind of amazing ability is that? Laughing self-mockingly, he continued. I, the 9 Nether 14th young master, have always been called the #1 expert under the heavens. Kiki, only now, did I find out that those words are nothing but the soundest slaps, constantly hitting against my face. What right do I have to take the title of the #1 expert in this world? Like a frog in a well, I never knew how unfathomably large the world was. It took me an intense battle to take down a mere half-sage. But the 9 Nether first young master only needed to make a seal, and it was able to keep them sealed up for over 10,000 years. Even until now, the seal exists, working its magic for eternity. The 9 Nether 14th young master sighed heavily and suddenly stopped talking. He looked towards the distance, his expression heavy. You're saying that you wish to stay here to comprehend the great Tao? To chase after the 9 Nether first young master's realm? Jun Moxie fell silent for a long time and asked. Exactly. The 9 Nether 14th young master took a few steps in the air and nodded. With our cultivation, if we went to the main continent and fought with those normal people, how boring would that be? Only at this place is there a trace of our 9 Nether's tribe's highest mark of achievement. The 9 Nether 14th young master looked emotionally at the land under his feet. A moment later, he raised his head and spoke seriously. As long as I stay here, I can feel the distance between me and my predecessor. This place will serve as my greatest motivation to achieve the highest strength. Other than this, going out to fight and contend against the normal people would not yield anything. You seem to have neglected one matter, Jun Moxie said with furrowed brows. To deal with that undying monster Zhang Kuang, we still need an expert like you. Now that Gu Han has already fallen, are you expecting me to deal with that freak Zhang Kuang alone? Aren't you the best at dealing with freaks? With your current cultivation, and those strange abilities at your disposal, dealing with Zhang Kuang shouldn't be anything too difficult. I don't think there'll be any problems. The 9 Nether 14th young master smiled. Why do you need to drag me into it? Forget it, since your mind is set, I will not force you. Jun Moxie lowered his head and sighed. Only, if you're ever bored and want to go out for a spin, don't forget to come to Tian Nan's Evil Monarch Manor. At that time, I will take out some good wine for you. After knowing each other for so long, we still haven't had a good drink together. I very much look forward to that day. The 9 Nether 14th young master chuckled lightly, but didn't say anything. From the looks of things, he really had no intentions of ever leaving this place. I won't force you, Jun Moxie said lightly. But after this matter, I'm prepared to lead the experts on our side past the Pillar of Heaven's mountains and thoroughly wipe out the outsider's nest. If there's anything they can't do and requires your help, please do not refuse. The 9 Nether 14th young master smiled. That is, of course, natural. At that time, even if you don't send anyone in, I will still go down myself to completely wipe those freaks out. Such a disgusting race should not exist in this world at all. That's good then. Deal. Jun Moxie laughed relaxedly. Go on then. Although the outsiders' leaders are gone, there are still many loose ends for you to take care of. The 9 Nether 14th young master turned around and stood in the air. Patches of white clouds floated past him, reflecting the calmness in his eyes. Jun Moxie smiled lightly. Hearing you say that we won't meet again definitely feels somewhat depressing. You've said before that you would have a battle with me. Why, are we not going to fight anymore? I was looking forward to that battle very much. If you didn't use that power of water, fire, lightning, wind, and clouds, even though you'd broken through, you're still not an opponent for me. Even those 2 outsiders experts would not necessarily be something you can defeat. The 9 Nether 14th young master spoke lightly. But there's no way you won't use those strange abilities, right? The conclusion is simple. There's no meaning in fighting you. Since it's a meaningless battle, it's better to not fight. Huh, what a good meaningless battle, what a good better to not fight. Jun Moxie laughed aloud, and cupped his fists together. In that case, brother 14th, Jun Moxie will be bidding my farewell. The 9 Nether 14th young master smiled lightly, waved, and his black figure suddenly dropped from the sky like a meteor. In a flash, he disappeared among the countless rocks below. Leaving directly, he actually did not leave behind a single word. Jun Moxie sighed and looked into the distance. He knew that with this farewell today, they really might never meet again in the future. Although he was happy for the 9 Nether 14th young master's desire to seek the Tao, he still felt a faint melancholy in his heart. A sword cry rang out, and the blood of yellow flame appeared in the air, drawing a long sword ray which didn't dissipate for a long time. The blood of yellow flame shuttled rapidly through the air, arriving under Jun Moxie's feet, lifting him up. Looking towards the ruins of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, he cupped his fists and muttered solemnly in his heart. Take care. With a shrill sword cry, the blood of yellow flame rose into the air and shot off through the air. After he left, a black figure appeared among the fallen rocks. Rising into the air, the figure looked towards the disappearing ray of light in the distance, and sighed. A short moment later, a light voice rang out, take care. With another flash of black, the figure dove into the cover of the boulders again, not appearing again. When Jun Moxie returned, the battle had already concluded. Even the battlefield had already been cleaned up. The million-strong army of the outsiders had been completely annihilated without a single survivor. As for the continent side, it was a glorious grand victory. But of the brave men who partook in this battle, tens of thousands of them had also been buried here. Some of them didn't even have a corpse remaining. As for the people from the 3 holy lands, all of them had sacrificed themselves in this bloody war. Even the reinforcements from the continent who arrived later suffered huge casualties, tens of thousands of people. The losses that the Xian continent had suffered in this war could not be said to be light. Large numbers of top-tier Xian cultivators had fallen in this battle, and as a whole, the strength of the continent had dropped greatly. Without tens or hundreds of years, this strength could not be recovered. A depressing mist hung over the entire battlefield, and the stench of blood filled one's nostrils with every breath. A frigid autumn wind blew through the area, signifying the arrival of autumn. Watching the exhausted eyes of the crowd after the battle, Jun Moxie fell silent for a long time. Too many heroes had had their eyes closed in this war. How many widows and orphans would there be left behind in the continent now? For the sake of protecting the Xian continent, and the peace and future of their homes, such a large sacrifice was made. In the future, could the lives of these widows and orphans go on properly? Would they be bullied by others? Would they still be treated fairly? How many men who were pillars of their families fell in this war? Would their disappearance result in the collapse of their entire family, and their eventual demise? At this moment, Jun Moxie suddenly remembered a poem that his father Jun Wuhui had once recited. The smoke and flags of war wave unfurled high in the sky, men and horses of 10,000, charge like a rolling storm, even the most indomitable may die at any time, from then, men may learn to not grief. At that moment, Jun Moxie suddenly understood the feelings that Jun Wuhui had when he composed this poem. This godly general of a general, a legendary figure of history, was undoubtedly feeling exceedingly pessimistic at that moment. There was also an extreme sense of helplessness. The smoke and flags of war wave unfurled high in the sky, men and horses of 10,000, charge like a rolling storm. This sentence seemed exceedingly grand, but how many tears and blood were hidden behind it? Apart from the people involved, who would truly understand? Of the tens of thousands of men and horses that charged like a rolling storm, how many would return safely? Even the most indomitable may die at any time, from then, men may learn to not grief. This sentence was talking about the godly general's exhaustion and abhorrence towards war. Today, after he'd won the war, Jun Moxie cast his eyes over the continent, standing before the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. From then, men may learn to not grief. From now on, there would no longer be any need for any war for seizing the heavens. Pulling the weeds out by the root, eliminating all future troubles. Jun Moxie looked down at the mist of blood rising up from the battlefield and did not say anything for a long time. Jun Wui, Dugu Zongheng, Murong Fengyun, Mei Shuiyan, and the other generals had just finished recaling the troops. They were now trying to account for the casualties and losses. Everyone's faces were filled with joy at having survived the war, but there was a deep and heavy grief hidden behind. Jun Moxie sighed lightly, waved his hand, and returned to the large tent. Following after him, Mei Shuiyan and the rest also entered the tent. How is it? What are the general numbers of our casualties? Jun Moxie asked in a hoarse voice. How many of our brothers died in this war? Although Jun Moxie needed to know the answer, he was also afraid to hear it. In both his lives, it was difficult to hear him say the word scared. But in this moment, the fearless Jun Moxie was truly scared. He was afraid of hearing the answer to this question. This is the preliminary report we've concluded with. Starting with Tian Fa, the 8 great Saint Venerables and Eagle King have all fallen. 5,000 Eagle Tribe warriors perished, without any survivors. Of the 5,000 Bear Tribe warriors, 3,000 are dead. Of the 5,000 Crane Tribe warriors, 2,000 are dead. Of the Condor Tribe, 2,000 are dead. The Ping Tribe suffered heavy losses with 4,300 casualties out of 5,000 warriors. The Tiger Tribe lost 1,500 warriors. Mei Shuyan's expression was filled with pain as she continued. Peng King, who joined the battle last, died in battle. Yun Biechen, strongest of the 8 great masters, died in battle. Blue Master Meng Hongchen and Heavenly Great Master Mo Wen Tian have also been verified to have died in battle. Apart from that, of everyone on the 3 Holy Land side, only Xiaoying is still alive. Jun Moxie sucked in a deep breath of air, feeling a wave of dizziness overcome his mind. The heftiness of their casualties had already far exceeded the expectations of anyone. The reinforcements of the Tian Fa army numbered 128,900. Every single nab was mobilized, and ultimately, 30,000 were killed. Jun Wui sighed heavily and said. The continent's reinforcements arrived late, so their losses are not as heavy. Dugu Zongheng added. However, their strength is comparatively weaker, so they were unable to contend well against the outsider soldiers. Of the 130,000 that participated in this battle, less than 100,000 will return. There's a total of 13 dead from the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer troops. The others are all heavily injured. Solitary Eagle walked in with a heavy killing aura on him. After saying that, he turned his head and wiped at the corners of his eyes with a trembling hand. Throughout this year, the group of them had already become exceptionally close brothers. Jun Moxie sighed heavily and shook his head sadly. Whoever died in this war, make sure to compensate their families properly. We will treat their families as families of men who rendered outstanding meritorious service to the continent. If they have any requests, as long as they're not too overboard, we'll try our best to fulfill them. As for their descendants, we will also groom them to the best of our ability. No matter what, we must not let these heroes in the afterlife curse us as heartless bastards who repay kindness with enmity. This is a matter of principle, and a moral bottom line that we will be maintaining in the future as well. Do not take this lightly. Everyone nodded heavily and accepted the responsibility. Our Evil Monarch Manor especially will be in charge of enforcing this point. If anyone dares to bully or humiliate the families and descendants of those heroes, then no matter who it is, or what background they have, they will be killed without any mercy. Jun Moxie declared in an icy voice, indicating that his determination would not be shaken. In that case, I will quickly spread this message to the rest of the continent. Mei Shuyan nodded. Looking at Jun Moxie's eyes, she felt an additional sense of pride. How to treat the descendants of men who contributed meritorious service had always been a huge problem in the continent. Too many families who'd lost their pillars of support after a war were bullied and abused by others. They were mistreated, or even sold off as slaves. For those young ladies with beautiful figures, their fates were even worse. The moment this commandment that Jun Moxie had set was spread out, it would have an enormous effect. We will not let our heroes shed a single tear, after having shed their blood. Jun Moxie reiterated strongly. After a moment, he continued in a light voice. Naturally, there must still be a distinction between justice and reward. If there are any unjust or criminal conduct that are found to be committed by the family of those heroes, we cannot condone those crimes either. The word hero is undoubtedly a mark of honor. However, it cannot be wielded for all kinds of benefits forever. There needs to be some limit to it as well. Dugu Zongheng and Murong Fengyun both revealed looks of praise on their faces. Jun Moxie's arrangement could be said to be extremely well thought through and benevolent. This way, not only would a lot of tragedies be prevented from happening, it would also stop people from abusing their benefits and statuses as heroes of the continent. Humans were creatures that did not do well when spoilt. The 2 old men were both well experienced in life, so how would they not understand this logic? Jun Moxie fell silent for a moment and turned to look at Mei Shuyan. How are the things for the 3 holy lands? Mei Shuyan understood what he meant as well. Nodding lightly, she said, no one's touched that area yet. Everything's remained the same way as before the final battle. I know what you're thinking about. Earlier, I'd already sent some people to keep watch there. Jun Moxie stood up with a grim face. Everybody, let's go and take a look. The group stood up and followed him. There were several hundred tents where the experts from the three holy lands had lived in when they were alive. They were still perched in the same manner, as if nothing had changed. The wind tugged lightly against the tents, causing the sides of the tent to flutter softly. The empty tents had been placed in three clearly defined sections. Like the positions that the actual three holy lands had occupied in life, the three sets of different colored tents had been placed in the same manner. This small camp was actually the last vestiges that remained of the mighty three holy lands that once dominated the continent. Jun Moxie looked silently at the camp for a long time, before sighing sadly. We've all been fighting tooth and nail, tearing at each other's throats. And for what? Mo Wudao, may you three palace lords and your followers of the holy lands enjoy eternal peace and happiness in the other world. I hope you never need to scheme and plot against anyone anymore. When Mei Xuan, who was at the side, heard those words, she could not help but to feel a sour feeling rising in her chest. Back then, the three holy lands had been founded for an extremely pure and straightforward purpose. It was simply to repel the external threats and protect the mainland. For thousands of years, they committed to immerse themselves in this wild and barren land. What kind of lofty and honorable disposition of mind was that? But schemes and ambition had ultimately ruined this 10,000 years legacy of glory and honor. At the same time, Tian Fa had been forced to its knees for the last 1,000 years. If the leaders of the three holy lands could be just a little more accepting and magnanimous. Mei Xuan shook her head self-mockingly. Because this was basically an important matter. The differences between humans and Xian beasts were unquestionably in two different extremes. The group walked into the main tent, only to see 2 rows of stone stools placed neatly on the side. A moment of silence surged out, as if those Holy Land experts were still sitting there as before. A stack of paper bags were placed neatly on the table in the middle. The topmost one had 2 words written on it in blood, Gu Han. Jun Moxie sighed lightly, walked up, and opened the paper bag. Inside, there was a jade pendant and a piece of paper. There were a few sentences written on the paper in blood: the vicissitudes of 2 lifetimes, the glory of 10,000 ages, gone in 1 instant, repaid only with death. As for that jade pendant, nothing was mentioned about its origins, or who it should be passed to. But Jun Moxie knew very clearly that this jade pendant was the final piece of memento that Gu Han had left for Xiaoying. The jade was clear and smooth, and shone from time to time with a warm and peaceful light. It felt warm to the touch, but somehow, it also contained a trace of warm ice chi. Warm in winter, and cool in summer. Without question, this was an incredibly rare precious jade. Jun Moxie closed the paper bag carefully, and passed the jade pendant to Mei Xuan. Please pass this piece of jade to Xiaoying later on. Tell her that it's something that Gu Han left for her. Mei Xuan looked doubtfully at him, but still nodded gently before taking the jade pendant. Mei Xuan's doubt was naturally because she couldn't understand why Jun Moxie didn't choose to do this himself. But what she didn't know was that Jun Moxie was feeling extremely conflicted right now. He didn't know how to face Xiaoying at all. If he saw her, should he tell her that Gu Han was her biological father? The paper bag below Gu Han's was similarly written with blood. On it were the words, Mo Wudao. Apart from a single piece of paper, there was nothing else inside the paper bag. Do not say that there's no path beyond the clear skies, live carefreely when you can. Xiao Yao, your elder brother is coming. This palace lord of the elusive world of immortals, did not mention even half a word about the war for seizing the heavens, or about glory and honor. He'd only left behind this one sentence. Xiao Yao naturally referred to Mo Xiao Yao, Mo Wudao's younger brother. Seeing this, Jun Moxie could not help but to feel a tremor in his heart. From this sentence, it was not difficult to see just how deep the relationship the brothers Mo Wudao and Mo Xiao Yao had. It was hard to blame Mo Wudao for harboring such deep hatred against him. After looking through everything, most of the 3 Holy Lands experts had left behind similar kinds of words. There were no regrets for dying in the war for seizing the heavens. As everyone continued to look, their faces became exceedingly heavy. The last paper bag was Ling Tong's. This demon pupil saint only left behind 3 words, it doesn't matter. He'd truly left in a carefree manner. After they'd packed up the elusive world of immortals as tents, it was the supreme golden cities next. Most of their last words were the same, except for the palace lord of the supreme golden city. He'd written, if everything could go back to the beginning. If only everything could go back to the beginning. Jun Moxie and Mei Xuan looked at those words, unable to say a single word. If only one could really start life over. How many people would try to fix the regrets they had in life and create their own idea of a perfect life? If everything could return to the beginning. It was easy to say that, but this was the one thing that was impossible in this world. By the time they'd finished packing up the three Holy Lands tent, when the three of them walked out from the last tent, the sky had already begun to grow dark. Countless people stood around the area, or sat, without saying anything. It was a silent night. Dawn of the next day, Jun Moxie woke up early and walked through the battlefield. Stopping at the very center of the battlefield, he looked upwards. After a period of silence, he raised his hand slowly and said in a soft voice, "Power of Earth, let's erect an undying plaque in memory of our heroes who'd sacrificed themselves here." As his words left his mouth, the ground around him began to rise up slowly. Higher and higher, it continued rising for an entire morning until a mountain had grown out of the ground. This mountain was several thousand xiang tall and several hundred li wide. At the very top, the mountain peak began to expand outwards, forming into a figure of a gigantic flying eagle. The eyes of the eagle were golden, and its claws were steel. Its feathers were sharp and metallic, and it seemed as if it were surveying the vast lands and rivers below it. This gigantic eagle was modeled after a completely restored eagle king. Only, it was thousands of times larger. Jun Moxie waved his hand, and the power of gold surged out, instantly covering the gigantic statue with gold. This cast of gold was completely devoid of impurities. It was 100% pure gold. The gigantic golden eagle reflected the glow of the setting sun, casting a brilliant golden light for tens of thousands of xiang, as if it would swallow the heavens and earth. The moment this gigantic statue was revealed to the world, Mei Xuan, Big Bear, and everyone from Tian felt their eyes well up with tears. Unable to hold back their emotions, a loud howl of grief rose up from the Tian camp. Jun Moxie waved his hand again, and a huge piece of abnormally flat and smooth stone wall appeared several hundred xiang high in the air. With a loud clank, the blood of yellow flame shot into the air, drawing a brilliant sword ray behind it as it arrived before the stone wall. Bursts of sharp sword chi burst out, and stone fell from the sky like rain. As the sword proceeded slowly, everyone could see verses of a poem being revealed on the stone wall. Since time immemorial, all things return eventually to emptiness. Who can live life to its fullest? Even the strongest heroes weep under the vast sky. The hidden scrolls of history can only sigh in lamentation for the fallen. Called a brother once, cherished for a lifetime. A legend that lasts for 1,000 years, telling of 1,000 emotions. There are no regrets for blood shed for a just cause. Cradle to grave, together with my lord. This life, sworn as brothers. Trudging on together, even through mountains of daggers and seas of flames. Eagle of the vast sky, forever proud. Transformed into the blue dome of heaven for 10,000 antiquities. Tian Fa's Eagle Tribe's Eagle King, Sky Crusher, sacrificed himself here to protect the interests of the common people and safeguard the future of the continent. His heroic spirit shall live forever, watching over the continent from here. The blood of yellow flame rose into the sky, streaking a circle around the stone cliff. Mei Xuan and Big Bear looked silently at the gigantic statue, unable to tear their eyes away. Little Eagle, are you lonely on that side? Are you bored? Will you be thinking of us? I'm sure you will. We miss you so much as well. After a long period of silence, Big Bear suddenly started howling in a heart-rending manner. Snot and tears ran down his face, and he sat on the ground, unable to breathe. Ninth brother. Ninth brother, ah. Your fourth elder brother misses you, elder brother misses you, ah, you need to come back, quickly come back, ah. Hearing Big Bear letting out his emotions like this, Mei Xuan, Long Crane, and the others, also could not stop themselves as they began to cry aloud as well. The autumn wind swept through the camp, carrying Big Bear's heartbroken cries far away. The entire world seemed to be filled with the howls of grief at that moment. When everything was over, the 100,000 people all began to move together, digging graves under that newly erected gigantic mountain. They were preparing to lay the fallen warriors to rest. Many of those graves only had a name, without any bodies in them. Because nothing of them was left behind, the others could only grab a bunch of soil and put it in their graves. Grave after grave was erected, densely covering the area and stretching out for as far as the eye could see. The early autumn wind swirled through the newly built graveyard, sounding especially cold and fierce, as if those warriors were still embroiled within an intense battle. Numerous paper bags which carried names that used to be either familiar or unfamiliar to the crowd were placed into the graves. As the soil was being moved, everyone's movements were careful and gentle, as if they were afraid of awakening the slumbering heroic souls. Jun Moxie visited each grave personally, walking silently without saying a single word. His eyes were staring far off, as if he were looking at another world, bidding farewell to the departed souls. Number 1 expert of the Holy Lands, the grave of Gu Han. Gu Han, a peak saint monarch, single-handedly slayed 3,000 enemy outsider saint emperors, ultimately perishing alongside countless powerful enemies. Gu Han contributed outstanding meritorious services to the war, and is the number 1 expert of the continent. Palace Lord of the elusive world of immortals, Mo Wudao's grave. Palace Lord of the supreme golden city, Shiruochen's grave. Saint Venerable of Heaven Saint Palace, Cheng Yinxiao's grave. Saint Venerable of Heaven Saint Palace, Chu Wuhui's grave. There were countless heroes who, when they were alive, were all powerful characters that many people looked up to. Many of them were already legendary characters when they were alive. But now, they were just buried here inconspicuously. All the glory of the past was dissipated with the wind. The world was silent as they watched this scene. The mountains were silent as they stood watch over this place. Jun Moxie sighed repeatedly and finally unable to withhold his emotions, he left another line of words on a mountain, tens of zhang above the graves. This is the resting place of 100,000 heroic souls. These heroes are the pillars that hold the Xian continent together. Here is the true pillar of Heaven's Mountain. This pillar of Heaven's Mountain is built with the fresh blood and soul of 100,000 heroes, indestructible for 10,000 ages. The crowd stood in silence and watched the area for a long time. Everyone's eyes were wet. Today's battle shall be recorded into the history books. Jun Moxie's hair flew wildly behind his head. His expression was solemn as he continued. The sacrifices and the bravery of our continent's heroes needs to be spread for tens of thousands of years. He didn't specifically instruct anyone to proceed with this task, but behind him, Duge Zonghan, Murong Fengyun, and the Xian cultivators of the various countries of the continent, immediately took this as an important mission to carry out. As long as the Evil Monarch uttered a request, no one would dare to not fulfill it for him. The Grand Army stayed there for a full 10 days. On the morning of the 11th day, all the troops were gathered before the graveyard again, under the lead of Jun Moxie and Mei Shuyan. With Jun Moxie and Mei Shuyan taking the lead, a total of more than 200,000 people stood as straight as pencils, their faces solemn as they looked silently at the graves. Then, in an orderly manner, the entire army bowed deeply 3 times. The autumn wind suddenly grew stronger, and colder. Countless leaves flew from the distance, swirling in the air. The flags of the allied army flew noisily in the air. It was finally time for the victorious army to return. Right now, this was the final respect that the army was going to pay to the fallen heroes as they bid their farewell. The entire army of 200,000 people was completely silent. After a long time, the army flags were hoisted up again, and the first group of the army departed first. Even after having walked a long distance away, many people kept looking back continuously with endless sighs. Finally, the Allied army began to leave for the continent. By afternoon, most of the Allied army had already left. The battlefield was already feeling somewhat empty. The last batch of soldiers from Tian Xiang had already left. And right now, only the armies of Tian Fa and the Evil Monarch Manor were left. In the last 10 days, Big Bear had been sitting mutely on the ground, gazing at the Eagle King statue like an idiot. No one knew what he was thinking in his head. In just those few days, that previously robust body now looked several rounds thinner. Jun Moxie fell silent for a long time, then finally turned to look at everyone. Right now, those who'd reached the level of Saint Emperor and above, please step forward. With a loud sound, a large number of people stepped out from the crowd. Just by looking at them and estimating roughly, there were at least several thousand. Jun Moxie looked at them, his face showing a hint of ruthlessness. Gritting his teeth, he said, I called you all out here, to give you only one mission. This mission is difficult, but it must be done. If it cannot be done, you can all bury yourselves here with those brothers over there. Jun Moxie's tone was strangely fierce, and even Mei Shuyan was hearing Jun Moxie speak like this for the first time. Everyone's eyes shone as they looked at Jun Moxie. From Jun Moxie's tone, they could tell that he must have a grand mission that he wished to entrust them with. 5,000 people, form up into 5 different troops. Solitary Eagle, Feng Wanyun, Chu Chihuan, Big Bear, and Long Crane, will each lead one troop to kill our way into the outsiders' territory. Comb through every corner and utterly wipe out the outsiders. thoroughly weed out the root of the trouble, and leave none alive. Yes. All the Saint Emperors chorused together. Jun Xie looked south of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains and said in a deep voice, "There are no more strong experts on the outsider side. This upcoming battle is just to remove all future troubles and thoroughly exterminate the threat. I will be in Tian Fa, waiting for your good news. I trust that you all will not disappoint me." Yes. All the experts chorused once again. Some color had once again returned to Big Bear's eyes, and he was the one who chorused the loudest. The fire in his eyes burned fiercely. Right now, this Bear King desperately needed a round of grand slaughtering to give vent to the pain in his heart. Little ninth brother, fourth elder brother is going to use all the lives of those outsiders to give you the grandest send-off. I am going to take revenge for you. Jun Moxy and the rest simply followed behind the Tian Fa army all the way back. Along the way, both Mei Shuyan and Jun Moxy were somewhat quiet. Right now, the only power that had the ability to stand alongside the Evil Monarch Manor and Tian Fa, the three holy lands, had disappeared. However, neither of them felt any semblance of joy in their heart. In contrast, their hearts were filled with a myriad of complicated feelings. They even felt rather sad at this result. There was a frustration of not knowing what to do next. Like a pair of zombies, they trudged behind the army listlessly. There was naturally no need to be in a rush for the return journey. In addition, they were traveling with a huge army that numbered over 100,000. After walking like that for over a dozen days, they finally saw some signs of civilization. After staying at the Pillar of Heaven's mountains for so long, when they saw the sight of civilization again, everyone could not help but feel a bout of emotion surge through their hearts. Everyone had returned from a bitter struggle with death, and to return now like this was an incredible experience that was difficult to understand. Moxie, have you discovered that in this war for seizing the heavens, no one from the Misty Elucory Manor came to lend a hand? With the relationship between the three holy lands and Misty Elucory Manor, this is an exceptionally strange situation. Mei Shuyan looked at the towns in the distance and spoke with seriousness. Although the Misty Elucory Manor had never officially participated in the war for seizing the heavens, they'd always helped behind the scenes. This time, with the Pillar of Heaven's mountains collapsing, and with how serious the situation was, they actually didn't appear at all. This is too illogical. Not to mention, we have relations with the Miao family now. This is extremely strange. You're right. There's definitely something behind this matter. Jun Moxy nodded and expressed his agreement. Why didn't the Misty Elucory Manor come to help? Could it be because Zhang Kuang had already returned to the Misty Elucory Manor, and the other 7 large families are occupied with saving themselves? When he thought of Zhang Kuang again, Jun Moxy felt a headache nagging at his temples. That fellow's strange state is simply too hard to handle. He cannot be killed, and even something like the flame of primal chaos couldn't burn him. What would it take to destroy him completely? Besides, so much time had already passed because of the war. If Zhang Kuang wanted to devour humans to aid his growth, there was no telling how many people he'd devoured already. An incomplete Zhang Kuang was already so difficult to deal with. After devouring the essence blood of humans, how much stronger would he have become? At such a time, Gu Han was dead, and the Nether 14th young master had also suddenly gone crazy, insisting on remaining at the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. Wouldn't that mean that only I am left to fight Zhang Kuang? With the 3 of us joining hands, we couldn't even kill that perverse fellow. By myself, what can I do? Proceeding further, the army could already see the nearest villages. But for some reason, they suddenly stopped. Then, someone from the front rushed down on a horse, seemingly extremely urgently. They'd either discovered something or met with something unexpected. Jun Moxy and Mei Shuyan exchanged a glance, somewhat confused. After not having making contact with the outside world for a long time, discovering the dwelling place of other people was undoubtedly a happy thing. But it wasn't anything to be surprised by. For the entire army to stop like this, there must be a big incident in front. But what could possibly halt an army comprised of over 100,000 venerable level experts of Tian Fa warriors and the Evil Monarch Manor's troops? It couldn't be a robbery attempt by some bandits, right? If there was really someone blocking the road to rob them, it would be too funny. Perhaps the world had gone crazy these few days. Which blind person was so brave as to block the strongest army in the current world? Even the Nether 14th young master could not block this army with just his own strength. Perhaps if the Nether first young master came back to the Xian continent, he would be able to do that. In a short time, the rider had already arrived before them. Manor Lord, there's a strange situation with the village in front. The entire village of over 100 commoners, are confirmed to be all dead. Their deaths are all exactly in the same fashion, all of them have been turned into dry corpses. The rider's forehead was slick with sweat. Clearly, the incident at the front caused him to feel a great amount of fear. Dried corpses? Jun Moxy furrowed his brows. The first thought that came into his mind was none other than Zhang Kuang. The Zhang Kuang who'd lost his physical body was far beneath Nether 14th young master in strength. Compared to Gu Han, he was even lacking a bit. But that strange regenerative ability and the power to siphon life from living creatures was extremely horrifying. If it was really. With that thought, Jun Moxie's shoulders shook and he rose into the sky. Hearing that something was off, Mei Shuyan also followed closely behind him. Like a pair of shooting stars, they flew towards the little village. But with a single look, the both of them instantly exploded with rage. There were only a mere 20-30 small families in this village. But right now, there wasn't a single living aura in here anymore. Bodies were splayed all over in their respective courtyards, or on the streets of the village. Landing on the ground, Jun Moxy flipped one of the corpses over. As he did so, his pupils shrunk. This body was completely dried out, as though there wasn't a single drop of liquid in it. Based on what Jun Moxy had learnt before in his previous life on Earth, a human's body consisted of over 70% water. But this corpse before him had shrunk to a mere 1/3 of its original size, looking like a mummy. This was a completely dried out corpse. When he checked the other corpses, it was the same situation. Whether it was the elderly, the children, or the young. Everyone had died in the same way. Although their facial muscles had already dried out, their faces could be observed as being very peaceful. It was as if they hadn't seen anything and had just fallen asleep. What cruelty! Even the little children were not spared. Mei Shuyan looked at the corpse of a little girl in front of her and said with gritted teeth. From the decomposition rate of the body and the marks on the body, this should have happened about half a month ago, or longer. Due to the lack of moisture in the bodies, there are already signs of corrosion by the winds. But fortunately, because the water had been completely drained out, their bodies were able to be preserved until we came. Jun Moxy stood straight and said with a heavy expression. There's no question about it, it must be him. Only Zhang Kuang is capable of such a thing. And only he is as crazy as this. These people's blood and life essence had been completely sucked dry, and there didn't seem to be any other wounds from the outside. Thinking back to how the Nether 14th young master had described Zhang Kuang feeding on wild beasts' corpses before, Jun Moxy did not even need to consider before arriving at his conclusion. Zhang Kuang. Him. How could it, isn't he? Mei Shuyan widened her eyes, unable to believe this. It's that same Zhan Luanhui whom we've pushed into the volcano before. Jun Moxy sucked in a deep breath and sighed with a troubled look. He was already difficult to deal with because of his indestructible body. Now, he'd even feasted on so much blood and flesh. There's no doubt that it'll be even more difficult to deal with him. We have to deal with him even if it's difficult to deal with him. No matter what price must be paid, this kind of evil demon cannot be allowed to live in this world and harm people. Mei Shuyan gritted her teeth hatefully. We must destroy that fellow thoroughly and return peace to this land. That is natural. Jun Moxy smiled and waved his hands, instructing a few men to bury the bodies. The Grand Army proceeded in a solemn mood. Along the way, numerous reports continuously flowed in. Along the way, they passed through more than 50 villages, but every single one of them was like a death camp. Whether it was man or beast, everybody had been turned into pieces of dried corpses. Counting so far, the number of corpses they'd collected had already reached over 7,000. And this was just the number of humans. If the animals were counted in, it would be close to 20,000. The fire in Jun Moxy's eyes also grew more and more dangerous. Zhang Kuang, to actually go on a frenzy like this, have you lost your mind? If you only feed on Xian cultivators, then although it is still cruel, it's still considered understandable. After all, their existence is a threat to you. But now, you are killing commoners who are completely innocent and helpless to fight back. There was clearly only one reason for Zhang Kuang's actions. That was, he was trying to absorb large amounts of life force to restore and improve his body. Such vile acts cannot be condoned. Zhang Kuang, even death is not enough to absolve your crimes. The Grand Army gradually drew near to Tian city. This place was considered to be quite packed normally, but now, it had become the site of another large-scale massacre. Over 5,000 commoners had been killed in terrible ways. Jun Moxie and the others had been growing more and more furious as they walked. When they reached this place, the accumulated anger had already reached a point of explosion. Fortunately, when they moved further forward, there were no more of these tragic scenes. Jun Moxie had been spreading his spiritual sense out all the way while they traveled. At night, he'd even moved tens of thousands of li in all directions, searching for Zhang Kuang's tracks. However, nothing could be found at all. Such a situation caused him to grow increasingly frustrated. The earlier they could kill that monster, the more helpful it would be to the common people. Any delays would result in a tragedy no less than the outsiders. Only a few dozen days had passed since that huge battle with Zhang Kuang. But over 30,000 people had already fallen into harm. This kind of cruelty and horrifying slaughtering was completely unprecedented. After nearly a month-long journey, the main army finally returned to the Tian camp. Duga Xiaoyi, Guan Chinua, and the rest had waited until their eyes were red. Finally seeing Jun Moxie and the others return, they ran out excitedly to receive them. But when they saw the unprecedentedly ugly look on Jun Moxie's face, they could not help but to find it be startled. The outsiders had been completely wiped out, and the 3 holy lands were destroyed in the war. What else was there that could cause their husband to feel so troubled? When they heard Mei Shuyan talk about the dried corpses all along the road to here, everyone gasped and widened their eyes. Although these girls' cultivations were considered rather high, their battle strength was very weak. When they heard about those terrifying events, they could not help but to grow afraid. The incredibly frustrated Jun Moxie directly began to give out commands, sending avian Xian beasts to cover the skies and report back the moment they receive any news. All the countries were also informed about the matter of Zhang Kuang. From here on, the only thing left to do was to wait patiently for news. At the same time, he seized the time to cultivate as much as possible. Because Jun Moxie could feel that to deal with Zhang Kuang this time, it would definitely take an extremely bitter fight. If he didn't make ample preparations, he would end up being the one to suffer. After hearing about this matter, Miao Xiaomiao became extremely troubled. She was afraid that Zhang Kuang would run into the Misty Elucory Manor and create chaos. From what Jun Moxie had described, Zhang Kuang's current strength was something that no one in the entire Misty Elucory Manor could handle. Although Jun Moxie also had the same worries in his heart, he still tried to comfort Miao Xiaomiao. No matter how twisted and evil Zhang Kuang was, he would definitely try to think on behalf of his descendants and family. As such, fighting all out against the Misty Elucory Manor would not be his most ideal choice of action. Miao Xiaomiao relaxed a little more after hearing this, but she was still somewhat worried. Although young Master Jun sounded sure when he comforted Miao Xiaomiao, his own emotions had grown even heavier. He'd even determined in his heart that the reason the Misty Elucory Manor hadn't sent anyone to take part in the war for seizing the heavens was related to Zhang Kuang. The silence that the Misty Elucory Manor was maintaining now, definitely pointed to the fact that something major had happened there. Otherwise, whether it was for their friendship with the 3 holy lands, or for the sake of their relationship with the Alliance, the Misty Elucory Manor would definitely have taken part in the war. However, Jun Moxie always had a burning doubt in his mind. The others may not be aware of this, but he knew. Although the Misty Elucory Manor didn't have anyone that could handle Zhang Kuang, the Miao family still had a super expert with them, the only remaining personal disciple of the 9 Nether first young master, and Zhang Kuang's teacher, Miao Qingqing. Miao Qingqing was definitely a super expert that was countless times more powerful than Zhang Kuang, and was the only true sage expert in the current world. Even if he was restricted by all kinds of reasons, there shouldn't be any way that he would be able to condone Zhang Kuang's actions, right? But if that was true, how would the inactivity of the Misty Elucory Manor be explained? The days passed slowly, but there was no news at all. On this day, Xiao Ying, who had yet to walk out from her grief, suddenly came to look for Jun Moxie. Ever since they returned from the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, Xiao Ying had been mired in silence and solitude. She hardly spoke a single word for days. As a daughter of the pugilistic world, although she was not going to the extremes of washing her face with tears every day, her gloomy silence still caused others to feel an extremely heavy feeling when they looked at her. "You're looking for me? What's going on?" Jun Moxie had been staying for long periods of time inside the Hongjun Pagoda, quietly cultivating in preparation to charge for the 8th level of the Hongjun Pagoda. When he heard that Xiao Ying had come to look for him, he immediately ended his training and came out. "Gu Han," Jun Moxie's voice sounded somewhat stagnated, and he only reacted half a second later. "Miss Chiao, why did you ask this all of a sudden?" I hope that I can hear the truth from Lord Jun because I know that there must be something behind this. Xiao Ying's voice was low and heavy, but it was clear. When you went to the Holy Lands camp back then, your original intention was undoubtedly to recruit me to help with the battle. You should have wanted to make use of my all-seeing eye ability, and when the enemy's supremacy enduring heavens appeared, I would be of help to you. Isn't that so? Jun Moxie nodded helplessly. That is correct. But after that, for the entire battle, I didn't make a single move at all. It wasn't that there weren't any opportunities to make a move. Instead, it was Sister Shui Yan who'd been stopping me intentionally. She didn't let me go up to the front lines, and my all-seeing eye was completely useless in this battle. I, the secret weapon of the Holy Lands, had been unable to do anything at all. Xiaoying continued with narrowed eyes, my guess is that you changed your mind. Therefore, you asked Venerable Mei to stop me from going to the front lines to deal with the enemy. The reason you'd left me at the back was to protect me and ensure my safety. Right? That is also correct. Jun Moxie nodded honestly. But why did you change your mind? I simply cannot think of anyone, or anything that could change your mind. Xiaoying looked at Jun Moxie and continued. The only explanation I could come up with was that my master. Back then, when my master Gu Han sought you for a private word, he must have said something to you, something that was acknowledged by you, causing you to change your mind. Jun Moxie was momentarily stumped. To think that Xiaoying would actually have managed to think this far. However, this question was really not easy to answer. From the looks of things, it would be wrong no matter what he answered. Xiaoying took out the jade pendant and sat it gently on her palm. Stroking it lightly, she shook her head, so, I wish to know, what did my master say to you? I trust that master must have made some preparations for my future. I want to know what arrangements he'd made for me. I know that I shouldn't ask Manor Lord so boldly like this, and I know that it might make things difficult for you. But I really want to know. Master is more than a teacher to me. He's a person that's as close as a father to me. Manor Lord, I beg you, please tell me. Cough cough cough. Miss Xiao, are you thirsty? Do you want a cup of water? Men, bring some tea and water over here. Jun Moxie coughed awkwardly, unable to reply for the moment. In his heart, he was cursing Gu Han furiously. F***ck, you old bastard, you left behind such a lousy situation, how am I supposed to clear it up? You could at least have told me the truth about your relationship with Xiaoying Ah. Isn't this great now, what should I tell her? A person that's as close as a father. F***ck, that old curmudgeon is your father. But judging by how fragile Xiaoying looked now, if he really told her the truth that Gu Han was really her father, she might just collapse on the spot. But if he didn't tell her, was she expected to really not recognize her ancestral line for the rest of her life, and continue to pass her days in such a clueless manner? If Manor Lord finds it difficult to broach the subject, please don't worry, I can take the news. Xiaoying gripped the jade pendant tightly and brought it to her chest as she looked at Jun Moxie and said with determination. Jun Moxie looked at Xiaoying's frail frame, and he could not help but to shake his head in his heart. Can you really take the news? If you can handle it, that would naturally be great. However, the answer to your question is definitely something that you cannot handle. A person who'd always thought that she was an orphan, who was adopted and raised like an orphan. Over 1,000 years had already passed like that. If someone was to tell her now that she wasn't actually an orphan, and that she was someone who had a father and mother as well. Especially her father, he'd groomed her and taken care of her, taking on the role of a master who was as close as a real father. God knew what kind of blow this kind of news would be to her. Even worse, that father and master had already died gloriously in the war for seizing the heavens. From not having to having, and from having back to not having again. Not to mention her, Jun Moxie felt that even if it was him experiencing such a thing, he would probably go mad on the spot as well. Even if the heavens were known to make fun of people, this was simply making fun of people to an extent too extreme. But with Xiaoying staring at him so doggedly now, waiting for him to answer her, what should he say? Manor Lord Jun, please tell me honestly. Xiaoying said in a soft voice. As a disciple, I have a responsibility to fulfill the final wish of my master. Otherwise, how would I have the face to remain living? Xiaoying turned around and continued in a solemn tone. So many uncles and elder brothers whom we'd interacted with for years have already departed eternally in that battle. If not for the fact that this matter had been weighing in my heart, I would have probably already chosen to leave with them. Jun Moxie, do you know that the 3 Holy Lands had nearly 100,000 experts before this? But in just a blink of an eye, all of them are gone. Can you understand such a feeling? Before Jun Moxie could say anything, she began to laugh in a bitter way. Even for orphans who'd lost their family, they would at least still have their relatives, an adoptive family, neighbors. No matter what, there should at least be some close friends or relatives, seniors, elders, bosom friends. But for me, I'd lost everything in a single day. Everything. What does it mean to have nothing? I, Xiao Ying, right now, truly and absolutely, have nothing. Jun Moxie's shoulders shuddered. Although Xiao Ying's words were extremely bleak, it was the truth. Right now, the person who was probably the most alone and deprived of kinship was Xiao Ying. There was hardly anyone else who could be more alone and helpless as Xiao Ying right now. If Manor Lord still refuses to tell me about my master's final will, Xiao Ying's eyes filled with tears as she looked at him. There will really be no more meaning in staying alive. Cough cough, it's not that I don't want to say. It's just that I'm not sure where to start. That topic is really, Jun Moxie cleared his throat uncomfortably as a decision appeared in his heart. Sigh, if I have to be shameless. I'll just be shameless this time. Perhaps after several years or decades, when Xiao Ying's heart had settled down somewhat, he would tell her the truth. Right now, he could only let time wash away the pain in her heart, to a point where she could accept the reality. Xiao Ying balled her hands tightly into fists, until her knuckles turned white. She tried her best to control her emotions and quell the anxiety in her heart. However, her voice still trembled as she nodded. Thank you, Manor Lord Jun. Please tell me now. I promise that I will accept whatever grievous news it is. Grievous news? No, it's not any grievous news. Actually it's like this. Jun Moxie squeezed out an exceedingly embarrassed expression on his face, and he loosened his collar nervously. How should I put this? Cough cough, cough cough cough. On the eve of the final battle, Senior Gu Han had already set his heart on sacrificing himself to guard the honor of the Holy Lands. However, the only thing that he couldn't put down was you. Hence, he called me over to one side, cough cough cough. What did he say? Xiao Ying asked anxiously. Back then, Senior Gu told me, Manor Lord Jun, this old man has something that I cannot stop worrying about. So I asked him, what is it? Jun Moxie shifted his eyes guiltily and continued. Senior Gu Han shook his head and said, that last Xiao Ying is too simple and innocent, even though she has a high cultivation. There are completely no schemes in her heart, and she doesn't know how to protect herself from scheming people. This old man cannot set my heart at ease about her, and she is the only thing that is still giving me pause. And so today, I wish to officially hand that lass over to you, brat. Xiao Ying widened her eyes with shock. At that time, I told old Gu to set his mind at ease, that I, Jun Moxie, would definitely take care of Miss Xiao and make sure that you won't have to worry about anything for the rest of your life. Jun Moyo wiped away the sweat on her forehead and continued. But who would have thought that Senior Gu Han would shake his head and tell me, this kind of guarantee has no meaning at all. Brat, if you can promise this old man to take her as your wife after the war, I will really be able to set my mind at ease completely. There aren't a lot of positive things about you, but this old man knows that you truly treat your wives very well. What did extreme shamelessness look like? This was it. Such a level of shamelessness was truly mind-numbing. Xiao Ying gasped aloud again. No matter how many different scenarios she'd imagined before, she'd never expected that the last wish of her master would actually be this. Her face turned completely red in an instant, and she was practically looking for a hole to bury herself in and never come out again. She hadn't thought when she'd come with such a heavy heart to question Jun Moxie, that she would receive such a shocking and embarrassing answer from that fellow. If her master had truly said those things, then it was fully within reason that Jun Moxie had delayed speaking about this matter. Such embarrassing words. With how urgently she'd come to ask him about it, it was as if she couldn't wait to marry herself to him. What kind of situation was this? At this time, that particular shameless fellow had also not expected that the effect of his words would be so good. The situation was so tense just now, but the moment this sentence came out, all the depressing air had been washed away instantly, transformed into coyness and awkwardness. Jun Moxie sighed in his heart when he saw this. I'm indeed not speaking nonsense, Your dad truly left you to me before he died. It's such a pity that there's no such thing as a voice recorder in this world. Otherwise, if I presented the recording in a court of law, you would land in my hands. You're spouting nonsense. Xiaoying was embarrassed for a long time before she snapped with anger. How can that be nonsense? I didn't want to say it initially, it was you who forced me to tell you. Jun Moxie raised his hands innocently. This is the cold hard truth. Back then, your master was filled with guilt when he talked about you. For the sake of the war for seizing the heavens, the Holy Land sealed your youth away for 1,200 years. Senior Gu was truly racked with guilt about this matter. So at the final moment, he expelled you from the Holy Lands, and gave you to me. Young Master Jun's face had obviously been thickened to a considerable level. He sounded extremely righteous and indignant when talking about her marriage. It was as if he was saying, you forced me into this, so why are you turning around to accuse me instead? Didn't you say that you could accept the answer no matter what it is? Then the war was finally over. All this time I had found it difficult to bring this matter up. Cough cough. Jun Moxie acted as if he was embarrassed. My skin is ultimately still too thin, if you hadn't forced it out of me today, I really don't know when I would be able to bring this up with you. I'm a person who is easily embarrassed. That's how I am. Xiaoying only felt as if her heart was in a whirl. A plethora of emotions emerged within her. She found it amusing, but also disappointed, angry but also sad, all these conflicting feelings were truly indescribable. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Jun Moxie. The thickness of this fellow's skin could easily surpass the thickness of the pillar of heaven's mountain. And he still dared to pretend as if he was embarrassed and say things like, my skin is ultimately still too thin. That's the biggest lie in the world. Is there anyone else in this world who is more thick-skinned than you? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Since it's difficult to bring it up, then just keep it to yourself. May Manor Lord Jun pretend that nothing happened today. Xiaoying will find her own way, but she wouldn't need to worry Manor Lord Jun and make things difficult for you. Xiaoying said angrily, gritting her teeth as she flew away in a wind that was tinged with a light fragrance. As she left, Great Beauty Xiao's face was flushed, out of either embarrassment or anger. She muttered under her breath, he's still the same lecher from back then. But the infuriating thing was, that scoundrel had the cheek to pretend as if he were willing. As if he was the one who had suffered a great disadvantage. Humph. After this ridiculous nonsense, that suffocating depressing feeling in Xiaoying's heart also unconsciously lightened quite a bit. Hey, Miss Xiao, you can't pretend that this matter didn't happen As the saying goes, one must fulfill what they have been entrusted to do. Your master, old Gu, entrusted this matter to me before he passed, I absolutely must fulfill this Even if I have to go through fire and water. You can't just turn me into someone without morals And, I mean. Actually, from behind, Jun Moxie's anxious voice could be heard. It was obvious that young Master Jun was quite stubborn on this matter. Miss Xiao. Little Ing. Don't be in a hurry to go, let's discuss how we can fulfill old Senior Gu's last wish, in what way, what methods, or what positions. A certain person seemed really sincere and genuine in the first half of his speech, making him seem like someone with great morals and principles, but it's a pity that the later part of his words revealed his true colors. Some things that should be said, other things that shouldn't be said, and things that can be said and cannot be said were all spewed out of his mouth. Discuss your head. You despicable, shameless lecher. Who cares about what methods and what positions? Xiaoying's flustered and embarrassed voice could be heard from afar, before it gradually faded away. Obviously, Miss Xiao had already fled far away. She grumbled angrily as she fled, as if this frustration could only be quelled with her biting him to death. Fulfilling my master's last wishes is having to go through fire and water. You shameless person. Jun Moxie plopped back into his seat. Heavens, I finally managed to pass it off. That was close. Then, his thoughts began to wander as he indulged in his fantasies. Xiaoying's last sentence was, who cares about what method or positions? This sentence has deeper implications, Is she saying that it's also okay to use force as a method? And is any position fine? As he daydreamed, young Master Jun's eyes formed into crescents as a wolf-like grin appeared on his face. Actually Miss Xiaoying was speaking out of spite and didn't know what she was saying. But young Master Jun interpreted her words as such, and his endless fantasies began to fill up his entire head. Over the following days, the continent remained peaceful. It seemed as if Zhang Kuang's trace had completely vanished. And the dried-up corpses no longer occurred. Misty Elucory Manor continued to remain silent, and there was no news from them. The unexpected collapse of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains brought about the sudden crisis of an invasion by the outsiders. But it came just as quickly as it had left. In merely 2 months this bothersome headache that had kept the peak experts of the Xian continent bothered was completely eradicated. Though the Xian continent had also paid a hefty price for it. There was a large decrease in Xian cultivators. All the Xian cultivators were resting up, and hardly seen around anymore. While those who were not Xian cultivators, the common folks, were completely uninvolved in this crisis. They weren't greatly affected. As the dust settled, everything seemed to have reverted back to normal. Yet it was even harder to catch a glimpse of the evil monarch, young Master Jun, during this period of time. It was still possible to catch sight of him at night. Young Master Jun would seek the company of Guan Chinua, Duga Xiaoyi, or Miao Xiaomiao at night, sometimes individually, and sometimes, all of them together. And often tease and flirt with the ladies during mealtimes. But young Master Jun completely vanished in the day. He had been focused on his cultivation while staying inside the Hongjun Pagoda. Spending almost 16 hours a day on practicing. He wasn't the only one. Mei Xuyan was the same, accompanying Jun Moxy in the Hongjun Pagoda every day to raise her own cultivation. The two of them were the strongest in the entire Tian Fa, or even the entire Xian continent currently. If Zhang Quan reappeared again, they would definitely have to be the main forces involved in the battle. They could not afford to relax. Both of them may already be extremely powerful, but even with Jun Moxy being a half-sage, there was still a considerable disparity between them and Zhang Quan, this seasoned ultimate expert. Especially when Zhang Quan was now a strange being that could not be killed, so this unique trait had undoubtedly increased the difficulty of this battle. Aside from working doubly hard in cultivating, Jun Moxy put a huge amount of effort in refining pills. There was an endless supply of treasured ingredients piling up in the Hongjun Pagoda, all at his disposal. Young Master Jun was also getting more skilled with his pill refining with all the practice. On the other hand, Mei Xuyan was completely devoted in her cultivation of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, raising her own skills. Jun Moxy's individual cultivation was in sync with the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Even his mental fortitude could be gradually improved. When his mind, spirit and soul, skills and Hongjun Pagoda all attained the same level, they would all merge into one. And when these few aspects had completely merged together, it meant that Jun Moxy was on the verge of breaking through again, to reach the 8th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune any moment. This was the unique trait that only Jun Moxy had, that others could only be envious of. The power of the 5 elements, power of wind and cloud and power of lightning in young Master Jun's body also naturally attained a perfect equilibrium. And the only thing lacking now was the power of yin and yang. Jun Moxy was in a sophisticated state of imbalance between yin and yang. If he managed to bring the yin and yang into a state of complete equilibrium, it would immediately unlock the 8th level of the Hongjun Pagoda and officially bring him into the 8th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. But Jun Moxy could vaguely sense that this was something that mustn't be rushed into. If his own skills were inadequate and he tried to advance by force, it would be an ugly scenario. It'd really be a disaster if he accidentally ended up being stripped of everything. Thus Jun Moxy did all that he could to refine his own strength, mind, and all the powers that belonged to him, be it Xian skills or other divine skills. He did all that he could to condense, combine, and master every one of them, ultimately merging them all into one. Yet every time, at the final moment before it all merged, there would be a minor slip-up and his success would be thwarted. While young Master Jun continued to struggle arduously, Mei Xuyan wholeheartedly worked on assailing the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Her situation was completely different from that of Jun Moxy. Her own mental fortitude and skills had already greatly surpassed the realms of her current art of unlocking heaven's fortune. The current skills Mei Xuyan possessed was whatever that was left after returning back to Tian Fa from the Great Battle. While Jun Moxy ceaselessly refined pills, Mei Xuyan was naturally the first person to take them. With all these repeated boosts, her own skills had already reached the level of a 4th-level Saint Monarch. But her art of unlocking heaven's fortune was merely of a 3rd-level breakthrough. This was undoubtedly a huge and obvious flaw. Like a huge disparity existing in a person's body at the same time. Thus Mei Xuyan must put greater efforts in the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, raising her own cultivation as quickly as possible. With her powerful skills of a 4th-level Saint Monarch, it would be extremely easy for her to suffer a devil's bite if her mental fortitude was inadequate. And she was not like Jun Moxy, and didn't have the help of the Hongjun Pagoda to control these powers. She would need to attain the 5th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune in order to wield these powers properly. As Jun Moxie had the Hongjun Pagoda, it could perfectly make up for whatever he was lacking in. However, this also resulted in a majority of the powers Jun Moxie could absorb to be sapped away. Thus, though Jun Moxie may have already reached the peak of the 7th level of the art of unlocking Heaven's fortune, he was unable to wield about 50% of the skills. And this was completely different from Mei Xuan. In summary, both of them were spending all their time cultivating, hoping to allow themselves to utilize their greatest abilities as quickly as possible. The spiritual qi in the Hongjun Pagoda came surging in like tsunamis, gushing into their bodies in a mad frenzy. Then, it automatically absorbed large amounts of energy from the external world to replenish inside the Hongjun Pagoda. Hongjun Pagoda's actions had resulted in a giant funnel to appear in the skies of Tian Fa forest that spanned for 1,000 li, narrowing as it descended. All the spiritual qi of the entire continent came gathering over just like this. With such dedicated cultivation, naturally they made great progress. However, Great Beauty Mei was bothered by something else. The arduous and tough practice wasn't a big deal. What Mei Xuan found unbearable was that, due to the matter with Zhang Quan, Jun Moxie would head out every day to check if there were any updates. But whenever this scoundrel headed out, his lower half got the better of him. And this scoundrel was still harping on the matter with her uncooperation back then. He would harass her before he headed out, making her entire face turn red and flushed before leaving. She had more or less gotten used to it by now and could just leave things as is, had he stopped there. But the more unacceptable thing was that every time when he did naughty things with Guan Chinua or Xiao, he would purposely leave a small opening in the Hongjun Pagoda, allowing her to hear all those weird noises distinctly. Naturally, a virgin maiden like Mei Xuan would be extremely embarrassed and awkward about hearing those weird sounds. Yet she had to endure it silently, unable to confront the culprit on this. Mei Xuan could even imagine the despicable, shameless look of a certain baddie if she were to criticize him for it. Huh? You were the one eavesdropping on this young master's private matters and you are the reasonable one? If that scoundrel really questioned her back with this, she could forget about keeping her face anymore. And if that fellow used it as a chance to push things, how she wished that she could tie him up and give him a good beating. But now, she could no longer win against him. Even if she could, she wouldn't bear to really hit him. Looks like she really needs to find a chance to work together with all the other sisters, otherwise this baddie will really get too brazen. But the first woman to lose her cool wasn't Mei Xuan. It was Miao Xiaomiao. 3 months had already passed. But there was still nothing from the Misty Elucory Manor. Miao Dao and Miao Jian didn't visit, and there was no news from them. Something was off. The Misty Elucory Manor was in an awkward position due to the hostility between Jun Moxie and the 3 Holy Lands, and it was difficult for them to intervene, so they didn't assist in the war for seizing the heavens. It may be a poor reason, but it was still passable. But now, the outsiders had been wiped out, and the 3 Holy Lands have also fallen. There was no longer any issue about their position. For the Misty Elucory Manor to not make any move when their princess, Miao Xiaomiao of the Miao family was staying outside for such a long period before being properly wedded. This was a little ridiculous, or rather to say, it was still unusual. Miao Xiaomiao wasn't the only one who was about to lose her cool. Even Jun Moxie was too. He had always been cautious of the devious ways of Zhang Quan and did not put his attention on the Misty Elucory Manor. But thinking back, he couldn't help but feel a pang of shock. It couldn't be that something major had really happened in the Misty Elucory Manor, could it? Recalling the sudden disappearance of Zhang Quan, and the fact that he was the ancestor of the Zhan family of the Misty Elucory Manor, young Master Jun really couldn't remain seated any longer. Thus, he made the decision to go into the Misty Elucory Manor to see what the situation was. If Zhang Quan was wreaking havoc, perhaps he could borrow Miao Qingqing's strength to thoroughly annihilate him. That would be the most ideal situation. Even if it couldn't be achieved, if the battle unfolded in Misty Elucory Manor, it had nothing to do with the Xian continent. The classic, you can die on your own, way of doing things. It's just that this expedition had set the entire Evil Monarch Manor abuzz. Duga Xiaoyi, Han Yanmeng, and the rest insisted on accompanying him. Even the more composed Guan Chinua also seemed keen. While those few younger girls outrightly pinned their vengeful stares on a certain someone. Up till now, only Guan Chinua, Duga Xiaoyi, and Miao Xiaomiao had gotten a taste of assurance. All the others were still left hanging, not having the smallest chance of coming close to it. Now that things have finally settled down, Jun Moxie was heading out again. How could it be accepted? Young Master Jun had a hard time dealing with this female army for a few days, finally pacifying them with countless promises and treats. Jun Moxie had truly experienced the side effects of having several partners. It was truly a huge headache when a bunch of women made noise at the same time. It's not that easy to enjoy having several partners. Finally, he managed to pacify his own women, but there were still many more people who needed to be appeased. Ever since Old Master Jun had moved into Tian Fa Forest, his days had undoubtedly been carefree and relaxed. Occasionally playing chess, drinking tea, fishing, practicing. If there was nothing to do, he'd pick up a book to read, finding his own entertainment. He was getting stronger in his health, but if there were any regrets, it was none other that he was going to get another grandson, but there's no hope of a great-grandson yet. Can't that brat Moxie work harder? Not getting any single girl pregnant after such a long time. It's truly an insult to the Jun family. Old Master Jun was definitely not being boastful or arrogant. Old Master Jun himself had 3 sons. His first son, Jun Wuhui, had 3 sons by the age of 30. Third Master Jun Wui may have started later, but even Han Yenyao was pregnant now, so he was ahead of young Master Jun. Thus young Master Jun truly was a disgrace. Jun Wui and Han Yenyao were deeply in love, spending the majority of their efforts in the charity business they had established together. As the saying goes, the man sings and the woman follows. They showed their love to each other practically every day. Furthermore, as her belly grew bigger, the day Han Yenyao gave birth drew nearer, Jun Wui served her with utmost care every day, awaiting the birth of his son. Aside from this, it seemed that the Jun family really hadn't had a new son in a long time. Only young Master Jun's mother, Dongfang Wenxin, was a little silent during this period of time. Often remaining in her room alone, silently going into a daze. Sometimes, even Jun Moxie would be rejected when he asked to meet her. Under the nourishment of young Master Jun's divine medicine, Dongfang Wenxin showed no signs of aging and was looking younger by the day. Her appearance was that of a woman in her late 20s. Yet the nourishment from medicine could only nourish the physical body, but not the regrets of the heart. Jun Moxie could distinctly sense the perplexed feelings and longing in his mother's heart. The crisis of the outsiders had been completely eradicated. The Jun family now stood on the peak position of this continent, and it was impossible to be pulled down. Her precious son was publicly recognized as the #1 in the world. Those few daughter-in-laws were all gorgeous, gentle, and extremely filial. The only regret she has now was that she couldn't see her son's wedding, hadn't carried her grandson, and there was still more external concern, Zhan Quang. But it was only a matter of time for these problems to be resolved. Dongfang Wenxin was really confident in her own son. Thus, right now, Dongfang Wenxin seemed to feel as if there was no meaning to her existence anymore. With this thought, she couldn't help but remember her husband who had died young, and her 2 other sons who had died tragic deaths. This was ultimately a pain in her heart that would remain forever. A pain that could never be relieved. For eternity. Right now, Dongfang Wenxin was sitting silently in her room, staring in a daze at the painting she had drawn of her husband, not moving her gaze away for 1 second. Her eyes were completely filled with miserable reminiscence. Wu Hui. Did you know? Moxie has really grown up already, he has many wives and concubines. The Jun family is no longer in any danger, and we are practically ruling the world. And, you had never thought of wanting to rule, only hoping that everyone is healthy and happy. The current Jun family is strong enough to last for generations, you can rest in peace now. There is no longer anything that I'm worried about in this world, Moxie can handle everything, so I can also rest assured. We have been separated by life and death for more than 10 years. Soon. The day you and I shall be reunited is coming soon. Dongfang Wenxin mumbled to herself, as tears slowly filled her eyes, it's coming really soon, you must wait for me, when Moxie gets married and I get a look at our grandson, I'll immediately go and accompany you. I haven't gone over all this time, you must be blaming me. I believe you will definitely also wish to see our son establish his own family, and how our grandson looks. I've been enduring through it all, so that I can bring this good news over, soon, very soon, Dongfang Wenxin smiled bleakly. I hope you can forgive me, and, you've never blamed anyone and wouldn't blame me. But you must have been anxious from waiting. Just at this moment, a soft knocking sound rang out. Mother, are you inside? Jun Moxie was here. I'm here. Moxie, give me a moment. Dongfang Wenxin wiped her eyes in a panic, keeping that painting away. She checked her reflection in the mirror, ensuring that there's nothing amiss about her, before she went to open the door. Jun Moxie sharply detected an extreme feeling of grief the moment he stepped into the room. He couldn't help but sigh internally. Moxie, why did you wrap up so early today? Dongfang Wenxin looked at her son, her face completely normal, a faint smile gracing her face. Dongfang Wenxin's mood would only get better when she saw her son every day. I will need to head out these couple of days to settle some minor affairs. I came over to inform you, so that you wouldn't worry. Oh. You're heading out again? Dongfang Wenxin wrinkled her brow. Is it dangerous? But she realized how foolish she sounded when she asked this. Even if there was danger, why would her son answer her honestly? With Jun Moxie's status, how could it be a small matter if it was something that required him to tend to personally? This son had always reported only the good news and held back unpleasant ones. I already said that it was to resolve something small. How could it be dangerous? For the most part, it's just that I wanted to go out for a bit to clear my mind. As expected, Jun Moxie only explained it very vaguely. Even if it was really dangerous, will you tell? Dongfang Wenxin rolled her eyes. But you've come at a good time, I was also looking for you to discuss something. What's the matter? Jun Moxie asked. Moxie, you're no longer small. You're a grown boy now, and you have so many good ladies following you. Dongfang Wenxin said slowly. It's not suitable to continue like this, without giving them proper statuses, it's better to have them settled earlier. Take that Miao lass for example, she has given everything to you. The least you should do is give her a name. And Xuan, why are you delaying it? And Kur, Manor. Dongfang Wenxin ignored Jun Moxie's jaw that was dropping, bringing up every single girl. Then, in a decisive tone, she said, let's see, when you have the time, let's hold the wedding. Hold the wedding? Jun Moxie laughed bitterly. His wedding wasn't a simple affair. And it was not something that entirely concerned himself. The wedding of the Evil Monarch was the greatest affair of the entire continent. When that time comes, even if he wished to be more low profile, he wouldn't be able to. Mother, let's wait a while longer for this matter. Actually, the matter I am going to settle this time just so happens to involve Xiamiao's family. Jun Moxie said. The Misty Elucory Manor hasn't sent any news for such a long time, so something may have really happened. I'm going out this time to take a look at what exactly happened over there. Jun Moxie explained it verbally, but he could vaguely sense something amiss. Dongfang Wenxin naturally would be anxious about this matter, but she seemed a little impatient to be bringing it up so suddenly today. Everyone was already living together, it can't be that they're going to slip and run away. Wedding or not, wasn't it merely a ceremony? Even old Master Jun isn't anxious about this, merely urging me to get round to doing that, so why is mother this anxious? I'm anxious to carry my grandson. Not only me, even your grandfather is also anxious. Dongfang Wenxin said, seemingly displeased. If you continue to drag things out, I really don't know when I can hug my grandson. Now, all those sisters of mine in the past are already carrying their grandsons. Some of them have grandsons who are looking for wives already. While you have no news at all. Let's not even talk about those distant relatives, take your third uncle for example, the both of them had. What does this have to do with third uncle? The two of them are so chummy and flaunt their sweetness. I'm not capable of doing that. There's no reason why you need to be so anxious about wanting to carry a grandson. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. Besides, how can those sisters of yours compare to you? They're all old hags now. Which one of them can compare to you, who looks like a young maiden right now? Jun Moxie said with a mischievous smile. Mother, if the both of us go on the streets, it'd be a wonder if they don't mistake you as my younger sister. If I said we were mother and son, there would definitely be no one who would believe it. So what? Even if others see me as youthful, what use is there? Mother's heart is already old. Dongfang Wenxin let out a long sigh. One admiring look from your father surpasses everything. Without your father, then, it is meaningless even if I'm the most beautiful woman in the world. A woman looks beautiful for the person who loves her. A woman's beauty only blooms for one person in her entire life, that moment of dazzle marks eternity. Dongfang Wenxin said. Without that person, even the most beautiful, gorgeous women will merely turn into a skeleton sooner or later. That's all. There's no exception. Jun Moxie sighed, at a loss for words. He had done his greatest to avoid mentioning his father, Jun Wuhui, before his mother all this time. To refrain from bringing up his mother's sad memories. But he hadn't imagined that Dongfang Wenxin still could not help but remember it. Or rather to say, she had never been able to move on. For his sake, for everyone's sake, she had merely concealed and hid it away. At the same time, Jun Moxie figured out why Dongfang Wenxin was feeling so down today. And why she was hurrying him to hold his wedding and have children. It must be because she no longer had any lingering attachments to this world. She only wished to accomplish the final wish in her heart, so she could bring good news to his father in the Nether world. Holding hands, turning old together. If he left for the Nether world first, she shall follow after. Dongfang Wenxin felt that she had let Jun Wuhui down greatly by being late to join him for over a decade. Right now, the Jun family was complete, and their son had already grown up. Everything was fulfilled. Jun Moxie suddenly realized, his wedding and him having children was the only lingering wish Dongfang Wenxin had right now. If this wish were fulfilled, then she had no more attachments, and it was the time for her to let go and leave. Mother, the matter about reviving that I spoke to you before. It is no empty talk. Prior to this, I was inadequate and cannot do anything about it. But right now, things are almost ready. Jun Moxie gritted his teeth and finally uttered this sentence. With the mastering of his cultivation, Jun Moxie also understood more about immortality. Which also made him realize how difficult reviving someone was. But if he didn't do this, he could not dissipate his mother's wish to die. So no matter how difficult, Jun Moxie would try his best. There was a chance as long as he was willing to try. If he didn't, the chance remained at 0. But if he did, the chance would no longer be 0. If it were someone who had just passed on not long ago, using the soul summoning techniques, with some heaven-defying divine medication, one could really bring one back to life. It's just that there was a comparable price to be paid for this. No matter which world, souls were under the same management. The Nether worlds, the hierarchy of hell, would absolutely forbid the soul of a deceased person to return back into the world easily. Jun Moxie was undoubtedly powerful, but he had yet to reach the level of communicating with yin and yang. This naturally didn't give him the qualifications to make the hierarchies in hell bow down to him. With Jun Moxie's knowledge, and perhaps, only with the level of the 9 Nether first young master would he be able to bring a soul out. But there was no meaning in being able to bring the deceased soul out. Because the soul didn't have a body. Which meant that there was no physical body that could contain the soul. So there was nowhere to start talking about reviving. Jun Wuhui had already passed on for over 10 years. Not mentioning whether he had already reincarnated, even if his soul remained, his original body was already long gone. Even if the extreme method of forcefully taking over another person's body was used, the soul himself must be capable of pulling off this act. This was something that could not be accomplished with a fluke or external help. And not all bodies can be forcefully taken over. A person who was still well and alive had his own body as his strongest protection. For his body was the perfect container for his soul. Even the most powerful soul, as long as it was not a cultivator and didn't have any means of forcefully taking over, could do absolutely nothing about it. Even a cultivator would only be able to do it after amassing a certain level of power. No matter how capable Jun Moxie was, he couldn't do anything about it, even if he wished to. Back in the Dongfang residence, when he brought up reviving, firstly, he said it to comfort Dongfang family. Secondly, Jun Moxie had just come into contact with cultivation and was filled with inflated confidence gained from reading fantasy novels in his previous life. Thus, it was extremely easy for him to describe the process of revival. Furthermore, with the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, the #1 skill in the world, he felt that he definitely could do it. But now, thinking back, he realized how impetuous it was of him to have said all that back then. Even if he really had that capability, and those conditions, Jun Wuhui had already been dead for over 10 years. Who knew if his soul was still around? Would he have dispersed with the wind? Or reincarnated? But aside from this, there was no better solution. Only dragging it out in this matter. For as long as he could. Dragging it on endlessly. Even if his mother lived in hope and illusions, it would still be better than her being depressed. A hopeless hope was still a form of hope. If even a hope like this was gone, how would Dongfang Wenxin continue living? Dongfang Wenxin shook her head as she chuckled bitterly from hearing Jun Moxie's words. Moxie, mother is no longer a child. I understand your efforts. Mother knows that you're doing your best to stall for time. You're hoping that with time, I will stop wishing for death, and forget all of that. But you don't know that a man like your father, is one that no one will ever be able to forget. And move on from. Jun Moxie's heart jolted, raising his head to look at Dongfang Wenxin. He only left his heart turn cold. When you said that you could revive your father back then, I may have only half believed in it, but right now, I no longer do. Your father has died for over 10 years, and even his body is gone. How would you revive him? How are you going to start? Dongfang Wenqin chuckled. Even back then, when I said I believed you that you would be able to revive your father. You might as well say that. I was believing in your filial piety. In the future, it's better not to bring up anything about reviving. Dongfang Wenqin suddenly laughed bleakly. Back then, how many iron-blooded men in the Jun family followed your father, staining the battlefield with their blood? Your second uncle, and your 2 brothers. Don't tell me you're going to revive every single one of them. She looked at Jun Moxie lovingly, stretching her hands to gently stroke his cheeks as she said softly. In the huge battle this time, Tian Fa suffered extreme losses. No matter whom, any one of them who died in this battle was a good man. They have someone back home who is crying bitterly, day after death, hoping to die, just like me. Don't tell me you're going to revive all of them. If you can't, if you can only revive your father alone, even if it can really be done. Did you think, with your father's personality, he would be able to continue living? There was a genuine look of pride in Dongfang Wenqin's eyes. Even if he could be revived, Jun Wuhui would definitely not accept the fact that only he could be revived. That lofty, unyielding white general would absolutely not live without a purpose. Jun Moxie stumbled backwards, perspiring furiously. Dongfang Wenqin's words had struck right in Jun Moxie's vitals. How to answer? There was no way to answer. Hearing his mother's determined speech, Jun Moxie was stunned. In fact, although young Master Jun knew the difficulties of this matter a long time ago, he thought of his mother's situation. If his father cannot be revived, his mother would definitely have no will to live on. Thus, even though he knew he shouldn't, he still wished to give it a try. With all the miracles the art of unlocking Heaven's Fortune and Hongjun Pagoda have brought to him, it may not be entirely hopeless. Especially with the emergence of Zhang Kuang using the 9 illusory quicksand to mold a body. Jun Moxie had developed a plausible plan. When he defeated Zhang Kuang, he would try to see if he could get that 9 illusory quicksand and use it as the foundation to sculpt a body for Jun Wuhui, exactly the same as his when he was alive. This method was undoubtedly tough, but it was not entirely impossible. But Dongfang Wenqin's words right now completely erased the final hope in his heart. Dongfang Wenqin's words were not wrong. She was the person who understood Jun Wuhui the most. With the unyielding and loyal character of the white general Jun Wuhui, how could he accept that only he lived? With so many brothers that had died for him and so many years that had passed. Yet only you, Jun Wuhui, get to revive just like that. Jun Moxie sighed. Who didn't have a family of old and young to take care of? Moxie, this matter doesn't need to be discussed anymore. Go on, just see to your own matters. Dongfang Wenqin sat silently, gazing at Jun Moxie's face with a gentle smile. Be extra careful when you're out there. Jun Moxie nodded his head. He completely understood the motherly love from his mother. When you return, let me host your wedding. Dongfang Wenqin beamed, a radiant look of happiness across her face. You mustn't delay it anymore. Mother has been waiting for that day for such a long and torturous time. Jun Moxie felt an indescribable sourness surging in his heart, barely holding back his tears. There's one more matter. It's regarding those people at Tian Guanlin. I sent people over to fetch them back, but they refuse to move. I've already sent men to deliver some necessities, and deliver warnings to the various countries to not take any reckless action, no matter what. Is mother satisfied with this arrangement? Jun Moxie said carefully. Those uncles of yours have deep bonds with your father. They will not leave, they're also just waiting for that day, that's all. Dongfang Wenqin smiled bleakly. Leave them be. What you've done is already good enough, good enough. As he walked out of Dongfang Wenqin's room, Jun Moxie suddenly felt as if the matters of the world was just that intangible and vague. That afternoon, Jun Moxie brought Mei Shuyan, Miao Xiaomiao, and Xiaoying out of the Evil Monarch Manor. They traveled light and headed straight to the entrance to the Misty Elucory Manor. Miao Xiaomiao was definitely needed to find the entrance into the Misty Elucory Manor. While Mei Shuyan was the biggest aid for Jun Moxie. As for Xiaoying, she was brought out so she could clear her mind. After all, Xiaoying was the most pitiful amongst all the women at the Evil Monarch Manor. Xiaoying had witnessed the disastrous battle between the two races previously, and definitely suffered some sort of mental trauma from it. Jun Moxie was someone who had transmigrated from the modern world into the past. Thus he had some form of understanding on the ways of psychology. He understood that the pain in Xiao Ying's heart needed to be resolved as quickly as possible. If it festered, it'd be too late. Xiao Ying's cultivation was originally at the realm of the Saint Venerable, and after moving to the Evil Monarch Manor, Jun Moxie had ceaselessly supplied her with numerous medicines to boost it further. Now, it had already reached the level of a 4th level Saint Venerable, and was one step away from the realm of a Saint Monarch. Meanwhile, Miao Xiaomiao had already made swift progress during this period of time. She was originally a 3rd level Venerable, but now, she was already a 3rd level Saint Emperor. To leap across over 10 levels in such a short period of time, even she felt as if she were dreaming. An advancement speed like this was one that no one could ever dream of. To think that, there's this method of cultivation in this world. Whoosh! And I'm already a Saint Emperor. Unbelievable. Women, ah. It's really most practical to find a good husband, ah. Of course, if this husband was one that she loved and loved her dearly, it'd be the most perfect. These 4 people and their impressive cultivation allowed them to travel rapidly. They wouldn't be as fast even if they traveled by horse. The 4 of them traveled as fast as the wind, at shocking speed. Some passers-by occasionally caught sight of them, 3 ethereal goddess-like women and a handsome lad coming from afar, but before they could get a good look, they had already gone past them, and vanished without a trace. In merely 4 days, they had already arrived at that forest that linked the 2 dimensions. It was the place Chao Guofeng and the other Saint Emperors brought Jun Moxie into. Jun Moxie suddenly felt a wave of déjà vu as he looked at the smooth stone walls. Miao Xiaomiao, aware that she was the professional in the group, walked up to the stone wall, pressing her palms against it. She channeled her energy as a small crystalline ball of light appeared on her hands. That light was gentle and bright, as if it was permeating through the stone walls. As the ball of light grew bigger, a layer of ripples slowly formed in the surrounding air, as if a small pebble was tossed onto the surface of a still lake. The ripples grew bigger and bigger, as it slowly spread out. A faint door seemed to be appearing vaguely. Beads of perspiration began to appear on Miao Xiaomiao's forehead, as a look of shock filled her eyes. It had never been this difficult in the past, ah. Why is it so difficult this time? It didn't take long for her to activate the door back when she was still a venerable. Now with such great improvement in her cultivation, it should be even easier. But why was it like this? While she was filled with confusion, there was a sudden hong. Miao Xiaomiao groaned as her petite frame was sent flying out from the great impact. Jun Moxie reacted quickly and caught her in his arms and channeled his chi into her immediately, preventing Miao Xiaomiao from sustaining any injuries. That faint door flickered and vanished suddenly. What happened? Mei Xuan and Xiaoying ran over to join them quickly. They did not know the matter about the door to the Misty Illusory Manor, and had thought that Miao Xiaomiao wasn't skilled enough, or used the wrong technique, which resulted in the door being unable to be opened. Jun Moxie had also encountered this door before. When Chao Guofeng and the rest brought young Master Jun into the Misty Illusory Manor, they went through this same door, and it didn't take much effort either. Miao Xiaomiao's current cultivation had surpassed them greatly. Jun Moxie may not have figured out why this had happened, but he already had a bad feeling about it. A faint trail of blood appeared on the corner of Miao Xiaomiao's lips. But with Jun Moxie's chi channeling into her, though the impact was great, it was not a major issue. Yet her expression was extremely solemn. The door to Misty Illusory Manor cannot be opened anymore. The Misty Illusory Manor cannot be accessed anymore. The trio was stunned. In the past, I was merely a venerable, but I could use this door to sneak out secretly. You only need to know the technique to open this door, it's not difficult. But this time, I'm already a Saint Emperor, but I cannot open it even with all my might. Something must have happened inside the Misty Illusory Manor, Miao Xiaomiao said. The entrance and exits of the Misty Illusory Manor are all the same. My guess is that, if it cannot be opened from the outside, they also won't be able to open it from the inside. A look of worry filled Miao Xiaomiao's face. In other words, no one can enter or exit the Misty Illusory Manor right now. Which means that it is completely separated from the Xian continent. The trio was stunned into silence. They had also realized the reason why there was no news coming from the Misty Illusory Manor for such a long time. So it turned out that for some reason, the Misty Illusory Manor had been completely separated from the Xian continent. Which meant that they could not enter the Xian continent even if they wished to. What should we do now? Miao Xiaomiao looked at Jun Moxie helplessly, a look of panic and anxiety in her eyes. It seemed like only Jun Moxie can solve this problem now. Jun Moxie was also at a loss about what to do. Young Master Jun may be confident of his divine ways, but he didn't have the slightest inkling when it came to such matters. How could he come up with any good ideas? How many portals connect the Misty illusory manor to the Xian continent in total? Jun Moxie asked. It seems like there's a total of 6. This is one of them. There's one more on the grasslands to the north of Xiang city. The others are located on the edges of the continent. Miao Xiaomiao explained. Because our appearance can be very sudden and scare people, we chose to locate them in less populated areas. Which means, if we wish to try entering from the other portals, we probably will have to go on a tour of the entire continent. Miao Xiaomiao rubbed her sleeves and answered meekly. More or less. That's what it means. Jun Moxie stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Sis, do you know how big the continent is? Mei Shuiyan and Xiaoying were also amused. Even if Jun Moxie were to use the yin-yang escape art and travel at maximum speed, it would take him at least 2 months to complete one round around the continent. And this was an estimated timing that could only be achieved by not eating or drinking the entire time. Only moving constantly. Then, lass. The sudden lockdown of this portal, do you think it's man-made or caused by natural reasons? Jun Moxie rubbed his head, feeling his scalp prickle as he obtained this information. It definitely is caused by someone. Miao Xiaomiao said confidently. The Misty illusory manor has existed for tens of thousands of years. Since when has any natural disaster caused it to be sealed off? How could there be such a thing? If it's done by someone, then we can still figure out a way to try again. Jun Moxie sighed helplessly. We can only try our luck. No matter how stringent a lockdown caused by someone is, there will definitely be a flaw somewhere. We can only try our luck and see if there's any door that isn't sealed completely shut. But there are no big hopes on this. Jun Moxie said. If it's caused by someone, then it must have been Zhang Kuang. And only something as divine as the 9 illusory quicksand would be able to cause the doors to the Misty illusory manor shut off completely. Zhang Kuang has always done things in a ruthless manner, so he will definitely not leave many gaps. So you shouldn't get your hopes too high. The hopeful look that had just appeared on Miao Xiaomiao's face instantly dulled. Let's just head over to Tian Xiang to take a look. It's not too far from here, Jun Moxie said. But this time, we don't have to travel in such a hurry anymore. Let's enjoy the scenery as we move. If we reach north of Tian Xiang and the portal cannot be opened, then it's meaningless to try and head to the other portals. We shall just wait over there. The 3 girls instantly agreed. And thus, the group of 4 headed over to Tian Xiang. This was the road Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan took when bringing Dongfang Wenxin back. It was this place where they encountered the supreme assassin, Chu Chihuan. Back then, it was freezing cold as snow fluttered down from the sky. But now, the autumn winds were blowing as golden leaves flew in the air. Many of the forests turned a brilliant shade of vermilion. The scenery was ethereal. On this entire journey, the 4 of them had many matters on their minds. But with such spectacular scenery, their moods gradually lifted. They traveled along, taking occasional breaks. Yet they still remained faster than regular people by several folds. Within a few days, they could already see Tian Xiang city from afar. As Jun Moxie looked at this majestic city, he was suddenly filled with a plethora of emotions. He just watched from afar, standing still for a while. Mei Shuiyan and the rest seemed to be able to sense what he was feeling, joining him for a while, standing silently. After a long while, Jun Moxie finally let out a sigh and said, "Let's enter the city and take a look at Tang Yuan. We'll just pass through." Without alerting anyone, the 4 of them entered Tian Xiang just like that. Young Master Jun's old hometown, Tian Xiang city. Although the place hadn't changed, there was a difference in their minds. The 3 ladies were extremely curious and interested about this hometown of the Evil Monarch. Miao Xiaomiao really wished to understand the hometown of her lover, while Xiaoying was developing an interest in the birthplace of the Evil Monarch. And though Mei Shuiyan had spent some time in Tian Xiang city, she had spent most of her time in the Jun residence due to all the busy matters and had never taken a good look at this Tian Xiang city. Then, they moved away quickly. Now that she finally had the time, it was a good chance to take a good look around. Young Master Jun also suffered for the first time. The suffering of shopping with women. Even with Jun Moxie's tough body, after walking around with these women for an entire day of shopping, both his legs were aching. Young Master Jun was ***ing incessantly internally. But this sightseeing had allowed Xiaoying to feel much more relieved from the depressing thoughts in her mind, and Miao Xiaomiao's anxiety and worries also faded away as she shopped about. Being tired out like this was worth it. Women were truly powerful when they started shopping. Even the powerful young Master Jun Moxie was completely drained while they remained unaffected. Ultimately, it was Great Beauty May who pitted a certain someone who was turning pale with trembling legs. She decisively convinced the other two girls to end the day's shopping. It was night time. The four of them discreetly made their way to the #1 secret base of Tian Xiang, Aristocratic Hall. The security of the Aristocratic Hall was top-notch across the entire continent. But the four of them were peak experts, with a Saint Emperor cultivation at minimum. This sort of top-level security was no form of hindrance whatsoever. The four of them silently slipped past the defenses set up by Hai Chenfeng and Song Shang, heading right into Tang Yuan's study room. No one discovered their presence the entire time. But it couldn't be helped. Getting ordinary experts to defend against the peak experts of the world, was the equivalent of a computer noob trying to guard against a top-notch hacker. They were of completely different tiers. The four of them arrived in Tang Yuan's study and had yet to think of how they were going to enter when the aroma of meat wafted from within. On one of the shelves, there was a huge basin of unfinished meat. And it was covered by a piece of cloth. It looked like Tang Yuan intended to continue eating it. The four of them exchanged glances, feeling amused. Miao Xiaomiao and Xiaoying may not know Tang Yuan very well, while Mei Shuyan was rather familiar with Tang Yuan. Jun Moxie didn't have many friends, he acknowledged, and Tang Yuan was one of the rare few. Thus, she naturally knew of Tang Yuan's habits. Looks like even though Tang Yuan has successfully lost weight, he still places food as his top priority. Thinking about eating anytime, anywhere. It's just that it's a little uncouth to be eating meat in the study room. Though it seemed like Tang Yuan had never bothered about being cultured. And young Master Jun was the same way. Just at this moment, footsteps suddenly rang out from the door. From the sound of it, it seemed to be two people who were heading over. Jun Moxie gave a look and the four of them quickly concealed themselves behind the shelves silently. Even a Xian cultivator may not be able to discover their presence. Tang Yuan's study was properly arranged from before. It was more like a small meeting hall. The four of them didn't find it squeezy to hide behind the large bookshelves. And the shelves were all filled up. And many were rare pieces, or even extant fragments of books. As if the owner of this place was extremely cultured and educated. But who knew if Tang Yuan had looked at any of these books? I still do not understand, why did you come and find me for? Tang Yuan's voice rang out, a tinge of arrogance in his tone. Clearly, the person coming in with him wasn't worthy of his respect. In fact, there were really not many people in the world who were capable of making the god of fortune Tang Yuan view them as important. I had come to Lord Tang to seek asylum. I have no other intentions, please reflect upon this. The voice that rang out was unexpected. It seemed to be that of an official. He sounded stiff, but he didn't sound as passionate as Jun Moxie imagined. Jun Moxie couldn't help but feel surprised. This fellow came to Tang Yuan for help, but he is still so stiff. Just from this voice alone it's obvious that this fellow probably was not one who was good at bootlicking. Let's see how Tang Yuan is going to handle this. You said that you want to seek shelter under me. Your words are rather interesting. But I wonder what is your purpose in seeking shelter under a businessman, when you are the head of the capital's yamen? I really can't figure it out, The chair squeaked nosily as Tang Yuan sat into his personal chair comfortably, swaying back and forth. Lord Tang is not someone in the government, nor the political scene, but right now, Lord Tang is the most powerful person in the entire continent. That person's voice sounded a little helpless, but there was a tinge of decisiveness too. The entire continent knows that you can offend all the rulers, but do not offend the god of fortune. Because offending the emperor means death. Perhaps one may escape with high Xian cultivation. But anyone who offends the god of wealth is destined to live a life worse than death. I'm not the only person who says this. This is a fact that everyone knows of. Jun Moxie was getting more curious. This person's voice doesn't sound like someone who was capable of being a shameless bootlicker, but someone like this, to come seeking shelter under Tang Yuan of his own accord. What's his reason for doing so? And one more thing, from Tang Yuan's words, he was also an important official of Tian Xiang's yamen. This made the entire matter more bizarre. Oh. Tang Yuan lifted an eyelid. Go on, I love hearing such comments, say a few more, let me feel good. Then, a certain fatty laughed. The happiest thing in this world is none other than sitting comfortably in a chair to hear someone throw flattery at you. This is the life of an immortal. Ah. Gulp. The person opposite Tang Yuan swallowed his saliva as his breathing got heavy. Clearly, he was angered by Tang Yuan's remark. This sort of enjoyable, carefree life of sitting comfortably in a chair while others throw flattery at you, when have I not wished to have it? But right now, this daddy is helping someone else experience it. You are feeling good, but I'm suffering here. With a cracking sound from the chair, Tang Yuan straightened his body as his voice turned serious. Tai Huili, I also know that you are an upright official. This is something Tian Xiang City can vouch for. And you have a good reputation in Tian Xiang City. Especially amongst the common folks. The real reason why I entertained you personally was because you are really upright and incorruptible. Only people like this are worthy of my genuine respect. So this person was Tai Huili. This Tai Huili was one of the generals under Murong Fengyun and was a good man. Due to some reasons, he left the army and became a high-ranking official. However, as Murong Fengyun retired, he also lost his backing, falling in his government position. He ultimately landed an insignificant small official in the capital. To think that he would come seeking help from Tang Yuan. But Tang Yuan's remark of him was sincere. This person was not someone who would seek power through flattery. To do something like this today was extremely out of the blue. Tai Huili let out a long sigh, feeling more depressed after hearing Tang Yuan's praise. He remained silent, at a loss for words. Tai Huili, I admire someone like you. So I am extremely infuriated that you come seeking for me. Is it that Tian Xiang no longer has any upstanding officials anymore? They all have to go through connections to become an official now? Tang Yuan questioned angrily. I am a businessman, and one who is completely unscrupulous. I only know how to earn money. You and I are on different paths. It is best that we don't cross. But why did you do this today? Lord Tang is right, you and I are on different paths. If there was any other way, why would I use such a poor method to go begging a filthy businessman that reeks of the smell of money? But today, I have to beg you, no matter what. I have to beg you, this filthy businessman that I've always found disdainful. Tai Huili's voice was filled with bitterness. Speak your reason. Tang Yuan said indifferently. I'm really disappointed that you have come to me today. If your reason is not good enough, then I will be even more disappointed in you. Then I will make you disappear from Tian Xiang City completely. Lord Tang is the god of fortune in this world, and the representative of the evil monarch in the mainland. You naturally have the qualifications to speak like this. As long as the evil monarch exists in this world, as long as Lord Jun rules this world, Lord Tang's position is unshakable. Even the emperors of the countries of this world have to treat you with respect and be careful with you, Tai Huili said bitterly. And because of this same reason, I wish to become a person under Lord Tang. What kind of reason is that? Tang Yuan's voice was filled with rage. Third young Master Jun and I were brothers from youth, and it is the same way now. From the start, it was just a friendship between the two of us. What does it have to do with outsiders like you? So what if he is now the evil monarch? Even when he was contending with the three holy lands, the entire continent didn't think well of his chances. I stuck by his side. I'd never cared about his status or his abilities. I only value him as a person. Jun Moxie, as a person. Even if Jun Moxie is no longer the evil monarch, even if he's a mere beggar, or a cripple, he will still be my, Tang Yuan's, brother. This is something that will never change. And this is something that has nothing to do with the politics of you officials. I will strongly reiterate one thing. I, Tang Yuan, am only a merchant. Whether it is Tian Xiang City, the Xian continent, or any other place, there are no factions that belong to me. This is especially the case for courts which are filled with schemes and strife. The reputation of the evil monarch is also not something that you people can use like a tiger's skin to drape over yourselves. Not only is this a taboo for the third young master, it is also a taboo for me, Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan snorted angrily. Tai Huili didn't seem to mind those words as he spoke in a calm tone. Lord Tang is already standing at the peak of the world, so you can naturally set yourself apart from the affairs of the world and be completely unrestrained like this. But countless common people are still coiled among the mortal dust. Men are helpless and acting in spite of themselves as they live in this world. As a general for half my life, I have seen the families of many brothers who died in battle, being bullied by society with no one to turn to. Abandoning a bright future in the army, I returned to Tian Xiang, hoping only to do some good for those brothers and heroic soldiers who died fighting under me. Tang Yuan cocked his head and looked at him as he snorted in a ridiculing tone. It sounds touching, but your current actions are clearly one where you are putting profit before conscience, being blinded by greed. Disregarding the costs, you're trying to cast your lot under a merchant signboard. Do you still remember your original intentions? How would I not remember? I've never forgotten for even one moment. Tai Huili roared agitatedly. Ever since I returned to Tian Xiang, it was old Master Murong who personally made arrangements for me. He helped with the official registrar, made me an imperial censor, and after numerous setbacks and twists, I reached the position of a circuit intendant. But after old Master Murong retired, I quickly dropped 3 ranks, finally become the senior supervising official of the capital. Compared to those high-ranking officials in the palace courts, this position of mine is not high at all. However, this position is the one I truly wished for the most. The senior supervising official of the capital is responsible for overseeing the daily affairs of the common people. It belongs to the Ministry of Justice and can be said to hold a position of power. But what I value the most about this position is that the common people can bring all their grievances to me. And among these people, many of them are the descendants of those soldiers and brothers who'd fought under me or their widows. Tai Huili laughed bitterly. Lord Tang had been born to a rich family and was clad in silk and gold from birth, enjoying delicacies every day. You would naturally not understand the difficulties of those underprivileged people who'd lost their fathers and husbands in war. But no matter how difficult life was for them, they still lived on with determination. The words live on may seem easy to say, but it is an extremely difficult task to do. Especially those girls who have some beauty, their looks which were supposed to be a blessing from the heavens. But it would instead become the very thing that became the tragedy for their entire family. Just because a child from the family looks pretty, it would be a reason for the family to be destroyed. Isn't this an extremely tragic and laughable joke? However, such tragedies are happening every day, constantly. The more Tai Huili spoke, the more agitated he became. Towards the end, he directly stood up and a heroic aura that had once accompanied him on the battlefield years ago once again surged from him. Tang Yuan listened quietly, not interrupting him. Ever since I took on the position of the supervising official, I've placed especially great importance on this issue. However, after I'd been in the job for a while, I finally understood that things were nowhere as simple as I'd imagined. Back then, I'd naively thought that as long as I was in that position, I would be able to fully protect the families of those brothers of mine. But who would have thought that those people whom I could protect are those who are of insignificant status? In other words, I can only protect people who others allow me to protect. If somebody in power wants to stop me from protecting them, I cannot do anything. Those who dared to do those kinds of heinous crimes are mostly rich young masters of privileged families with great power. No matter which one of these families, none of them are entities that a mere official like me can offend. If I forced things and sought my own humiliation by confronting them, those prideful bastards would instead start an even more crazy revenge. The most abominable thing is that they would not carry out their revenge against me. Instead, they would target those innocent victims whom I was trying to protect in a harsher manner. And as for me, I can only watch powerlessly. Tai Huili's voice rose with rage. Countless times, the victims of such bullying came to look for me, hoping that I could help them. I've indeed become a person with authority, but I realize that the results of me wielding my authority to help them only caused their plight to worsen. I've escalated the cases to the imperial courts countless times, and even looked for the Minister of Justice. But all my efforts were akin to dropping a pebble into an ocean, having completely no effect. Without the imperial court to back me up, my position is nothing but a false reputation. I can't even deal with the son of a mere grain merchant. In the eyes of the aristocratic families and the rich merchants, my efforts are nothing but a joke. In fact, they've already taken me as a subject of ridicule now. Some of those bastards had even began to specially target the families of those soldiers who died in battle just to amuse themselves by looking at how I will react. These people will simply watch by the side with some wine in their hands as they observe how I run into walls at every corner. Tai Huili beat his chest with grief. I didn't lay a hand on the commoners, but the commoners are dying because of me. I, Tai Huili, am a person who doesn't know my limits and am seeking my own humiliation. I'm just an object of amusement to them and that is fine. Some humans are born to be played with by other people. We're either played by ourselves, or played by our superiors, or even the world. However, what does this have to do with the innocent families of those brothers of mine? He grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. Those soldiers and brothers had shed their blood and sweat for years to protect their home and country. When they were killed in battle, the country only gave a mere 50 silvers to their families. Their widowed wives and children were then bullied and humiliated by the very people whom they died to protect. Even if they tried to quietly endure the sufferings and suppression, it was completely no use. Those bastards are only content when they see these destitute people bow and bend under the oppression, scraping under their feet for mercy to the point of sending their daughters to their doorsteps. Those who refused to bend and accept this hand that fate had ruthlessly dealt to them eventually all disappeared soundlessly from this world. God. Is there such a thing as God in this world? Could it be that the aristocrats of Tian Xiang are really all so inhumane? Don't they know any gratitude? Tai Huili's voice broke and grew hoarse. Tang Yuan was also completely speechless. To think that a simple question from him would actually uncover such a serious matter. Lord Tang, you'd once lived the life of a debauchee as well and visited your fair share of brothels. Tai Huili's breathing grew rough as he lamented bitterly, but do you know how many of those girls that hundreds and thousands of men abused in those brothels that you'd once visited were daughters of men who'd bled and died to protect Tian Xiang? How many of them were girls that had been sold to the brothels after the aristocrats had their fill of fun with them? Many of those girls had come from good families. They were the daughters of loyal subjects, knowing nothing but purity and innocence. They were precious daughters who were doted on and loved by their fathers. Tai Huili panted from the effort to voice the tragic emotions in his heart. Looking firmly at Tang Yuan, he roared, God of fortune, Tang Yuan. You are lofty and exalted, setting yourself apart from the affairs of the world. But are you able to hear the aggrieved souls of those soldiers in the underworld crying so loudly? I can hear them. Tai Huili hammered his chest again. Every night when I lie on my pillow, I will dream of my departed brothers, begging me to take care of their family. But I can't do it. I am helpless to do it. I have sinned. I have sinned, ah. Tang Yuan drew in a breath of air, his lips trembling with shock. Standing up, he said. Lord Tai, this Tang had been disrespectful with my words just now. Please, sit. Sit down, and let's talk slowly. Jun Moxie listened from the side, his face as sullen as a stale pool of water. Killing intent leaked from his body. Those things that Tai Huili had said were undoubtedly the cold, hard truth. The top families of Tian Xiang who wielded the highest authority perhaps would not stoop so low to do these kinds of things. However, some of those middle-ranking families indeed had this kind of perverse pastime. In the last several hundred years of Tian Xiang's history, the various influential families in the country had formed extremely wide connections. Even if a single small family was provoked, if the matter was not handled cleanly, all their backings would quickly come forward to retaliate. As long as the offended party was not snuffed out quickly enough with a single stroke, they would have countless opportunities to strike back. This heavenly web of connections was completely airtight. However, how could there be heavenly webs in the mortal world? As time passed, this web had become harder and harder to unravel, and the connections between the aristocrats grew ever more intricate. At the same time, their actions became more and more lawless, resulting in the lives of the commoners becoming harder and harder to the point where many people would not be able to continue living. In the end, the country would also devolve into a criminal state. Tai Huili sat down, his emotions still incredibly agitated. He'd already completely forgotten about the matter that he'd come to ask from Tang Yuan and had instead completely vented his emotions. His eyes red and bloodshot, he sighed. Just like this, the people of the capital even began to hail me as a just and incorruptible official who's willing to serve the people. But in actuality, I'm just a useless person who cannot do anything for them. However, the people still become increasingly reliant on me, and my reputation as an official actually became better. But who is there to know that every time someone praises me like this, my face would burn with so much shame? I would wish for nothing more than to take a rope and hang myself. What is the use of having an honest judge like me? I clearly cannot do anything, and I cannot even protect the families of brothers and have to watch by the side as they get humiliated repeatedly. Apart from drinking myself unconscious every night, what else can I do? Tai Huili sat on the chair, his arms hanging helplessly by his side. Slowly, he raised his hands and covered his face. All of a sudden, tears poured endlessly from his eyes, and he howled painfully. Just like that, an iron-blooded warrior like Tai Huili began to cry. And, I can understand your feelings. But you come to me to say that you want to subordinate yourself to me, how is that useful to this matter? Or perhaps, you want me to help you in other ways? In that case, you can go ahead and name it. Tang Yuan clapped his hand and Hai Chenfeng, who had been guarding the door outside, came in. Tang Yuan nodded at him, and Hai Chenfeng quickly left. I just want to be your subordinate. That is all. Tai Huili said bitterly. Lord Tang, perhaps you don't know what it means to be a person under you. This request of mine today is not something that was asked on a whim. It's something that I'd considered for a long time. In these few years, I'd come to understand a certain fact. Even if one has a genuine heart to help the commoners, it's still impossible if one doesn't have any strong backing. Tai Huili laughed bitterly and shook his head. I've also found out that the so-called just judge is something that is impossibly difficult to be. They are restricted at every turn because they don't have any solid backing to depend upon. I need a strong backing. And you are that strong backing. A powerful backing that no one can or would dare to shake. Tai Huili bit his lips until they bled as he continued. That is the reason I've come to look for you today. Tang Yuan stood up and paced a few steps in the room, not saying anything. Although he knew that what Tai Huili had said was the truth, he still sent Hai Chenfeng to investigate the situation. Right now, he was considering whether he should agree to Tai Huili's request. Once he gave his support, it would mean that he would be entering a complex political world. That would undoubtedly create a huge stir in the world. What he would face was a battle of principles, and a nearly endless number of enemies. Although Tang Yuan didn't care about this level of trouble, and even without borrowing Jun Moxie's influence, just his abilities as the god of fortune was enough to handle anything that could happen, Tang Yuan also needed to keep in mind something. If he agreed to this matter, it would mean that he was stating his opinion in the affairs of the secular world. While it may purely be his own stand on the matter, some people would take it to also be the stance of his brother Jun Moxie. Such an implication was a little. Tai Huili's eyes followed Tang Yuan's steps closely, and his expression grew more and more solemn. Apart from me, who else have you approached about this matter? Tang Yuan asked. In the entire country, there are only two people who have enough power to do this. One of them is naturally you, and the other is Lord Li Yuan. Tai Huili answered honestly. Before I looked for you, I considered that since you were not someone involved in the government, your position is more unique, so I visited Lord Li first. What did Li Yuan say? Tang Yuan asked with a deep voice. Lord Li said that in the entire Tian Xiang, or rather, in the whole of the Xian continent, the only person who has enough power and influence to this and truly give me the support I need is you. The god of fortune, Tang Yuan. Tai Huili laughed and said with a bitter smile, Lord Li said at that time, I agree with what you are trying to do, and if it were me, I can help you too. But there is a possibility of an unforeseen consequence in every matter. If something big happens, someone definitely needs to come and clean the situation up. My position is a little too sensitive since my influence as the Prime Minister is too much. I'll put it in another way for you. If I create too large a storm, the Evil Monarch may not bail me out. But if it were Tang Yuan instead, even if that fatty poked a hole in the sky, the Evil Monarch would cover that hole up for him. After saying this, he paused for a moment and looked up. Truthfully, you don't need to do anything in this matter. You don't even need to say anything. As long as you acknowledge this cooperation between us, I will be able to go all out and serve the common people, without anyone daring to obstruct me. All the problems will be resolved, simple as that. For this reason, Lord Li told me to look for you. *CK his granny. Is this daddy the kind of person who cannot solve my own problems? Tang Yuan suddenly flew into a rage. Li Yuan, that bastard, he'd been playing the fox since he was 5 years old. Is he planning to be a schemer until the day he dies? Although he was cursing vehemently in his mouth, Tang Yuan still knew that what Li Yuan had said was the truth. No matter what kind of waves he wanted to create in this world, Tang Yuan would not have anything to fear. The fatty's connections now might be considerably powerful, but the main reason he was powerful was because he had Jun Moxie as his backing. As long as he had the ability, even if he managed to truly pierce a hole through the sky, Jun Moxie would definitely not stand by the side and would come to bail him out. Compared to him, Li Yuan's position was vastly different. His relationship with Jun Moxie was far from the fatty's level to the point of being completely incomparable. That was what Lord Li said. Those were his exact words. Tai Huili sighed, having finally finished all he'd come to say. This is a hornet's nest we're talking about, although I do have the power to go and poke that nest, it is still troublesome, very troublesome. Tang Yuan rubbed his temples with annoyance. Behind the shelf, Mei Shuyan looked at Jun Moxie, her eyes full of a questioning look. She was clearly curious as to why Jun Moxie was not going out. Jun Moxie raised his brows slightly, but he did not say anything. Right now, young Master Jun was intending to watch to see how Fatty Tang was going to deal with this matter. With the fatty's personality, Jun Moxie was quite certain that his decision would not be far from what he expected. This fellow was undoubtedly a classic fearless dude. As long as Hai Chenfeng's investigation showed that Tai Huili had been telling the truth, Jun Moxie could predict that Tang Yuan would definitely give his full support. Money could make the devil work, and move even the gods. If the god of fortune was willing to give his support, then even without young Master Jun's assistance, he would definitely be able to complete this matter, no matter how troublesome it is. Since even Li Yuran said those words, it means that he also supports this matter. Tang Yuan furrowed his brows and said, I trust that as long as I give my support, Li Yuran would definitely also give his assistance behind the scenes. At the appropriate time, he would begin a grand cleansing of the city. At the same time, doing this would also accomplish a certain objective of his. Li Yuran is using me as his knife. The good reputation and all the benefits will end up going to him, that dastardly thing. As he said that, Tang Yuan gritted his teeth hatefully. *CK, the next time he's drunk, this daddy will definitely settle him with a knife. He thinks that he's the only fellow with a good brain in this world. When Tang Yuan said those words, Jun Moxie, who was hiding behind the bookshelf, could not help but to widen his eyes with shock. *CK, when did this fatty's brain become so good? This kind of wit and this kind of logical thinking doesn't seem like something that Tang Yuan can do. What Tang Yuan said was right. Since Li Yuran had already stated his attitude, he definitely had some actions to follow up with that. As long as Tang Yuan made his move, Li Yuran would immediately make his move as well. He would borrow the name of the god of fortune, and the evil monarch to proceed with some plans that he'd always been hesitant to do. The words, make use of, seemed somewhat heavy, but borrowing, was the most commonly used method of Li Yuran. And this situation was something that he definitely had to borrow. A whooshing sound rang out, and Hai Chenfeng arrived smoothly. Looking at Tang Yuan, he nodded. This nod meant that everything that Tai Huili had said was the truth. Pa! Tang Yuan slammed a fist onto the table, and his eyes grew dangerous. Tai Huili looked at him in a stupefied manner, unsure what this big boss was suddenly going crazy about. He was clearly still perfectly fine a moment ago. But what he didn't know was that if Tang Yuan hadn't displayed this anger, the unfortunate one would be him. Tang Yuan gritted his teeth and looked at him. Tai Huili, tell me honestly. How determined are you about this matter? Tai Huili's face instantly lit up with joy. As long as Lord Tang is willing to support me, I will definitely see this matter to the end. Even if I die and go to hell doing it, there will be no regrets. Good. Tang Yuan smacked his palm on the table and nodded heavily. Then, you have my support on this matter. We're doing this. This fellow was speaking like a gangster. Although he was about to embark on an important matter that would affect the entire country, he announced it in a way as if he had decided to lead his band of bandits to rob a rich convoy. Tai Huili was so choked with joy that he nearly fainted. However, his eyes were shining with a gleam so bright that it could cut. He knew full well what those words from Tang Yuan's mouth meant. That single sentence meant the dropping of countless heads in Tian's Xiang. Right now, apart from the Evil Monarch Manor, Duanmu family, Silver City, Xikong family, and a few other large families that were still intact after the war, Tang Yuan held the most influence in the entire continent. In every way, he was a person that had as much money and manpower as he needed. Ever since Jun Moxie left the capital, all the underground triad forces also ended up in Tang Yuan's hands. Right now, the aristocratic hall truly had great influence in both the lawful and unlawful factions of the city. They had the absolute power to sweep through the capital. It was a mercy that Tang Yuan didn't have any ambitions towards governance. Song Xiang and Hai Chenfeng also ensured that their power was completely safeguarded. There were no conflicts with the imperial family, and it would instead serve as the sharpest weapon in Tian Xiang. This kind of strange situation could also be considered unprecedented in history. Tomorrow, I will officially give the word to Li Yuran that you, Tai Huili, are a subordinate of mine. Go ahead and perform your duties. There's no need to care about anyone at all. Tang Yuan instructed decisively. Even if your investigation leads you to Li Yuran's Li family, go ahead and prosecute them. You have me to back you up. From now on, you no longer need to fear anyone. If anything happens, you can just let me know. Tang Yuan snorted. Qin Feng, ah. A figure flashed, and Hai Qin Feng appeared in the room. Go and tell Song Xiang and tell him to choose some elite men. They will be following Lord Tai in his business. That fellow only knows how to hug his wine jugs all day long. It's time for him to go out and stretch his old bones. Otherwise, he'll become as fat as I was in the past, Tang Yuan sniggered. Also, let our connections in the city know, regardless if they are lawful or unlawful forces, that they must support Lord Tai in all his business. If there are any obstructions, sweep them aside. There's no need to fear anyone. Anyone that blocks us, no matter who they may be, can be killed with no mercy. I understand. Or, why don't we let that fellow Song Xiang be in charge of protecting you instead, and I will follow this guy to handle this matter. I'm afraid that drunkard will end up creating more troubles after drinking too much, Hai Qin Feng proposed tentatively. Mainly, he just felt extremely suffocated staying beside this fatty all day long. How was it more exciting than going out and stirring up the world? That won't do. Tang Yuan rejected it directly. The more someone doesn't want to follow me, the more I want to make that person follow me. That person should just give up on the thought of leaving me, he chuckled twice and smiled. Third young master specifically instructed before, that you are to be my personal bodyguard. Hai Qin Feng wrung his hands helplessly, completely losing all hope. How did this fatty become more and more clever? Go. Tai Huili, do whatever you need to do. Tang Yuan raised his hand arrogantly. As long as this daddy is still in Tian Xiang, those young F***ers can go and F***ck themselves. Tai Huili beamed with joy and thanked him repeatedly as he was led away by Hai Qin Feng. Before he left, Tang Yuan still shouted after him. Since you're going to make a move, you need to do something big. All the old and new debts shall be accounted for together. No family will be let off, not even if it's Li Yuran's Li family. Investigate ruthlessly. How can there not be a price to pay for making use of this daddy? When Tai Huili left, his forehead was filled with cold sweat. This god of fortune was truly somewhat petty. Tang Yuan sat alone in the study room and chuckled in a silly manner as he mumbled to himself. Li Yuran, you sneaky scheming bastard. You won't let this daddy stay away, so this daddy will also not let you have a good time. At this time, another voice rang out. How are you not having a good time like this? You're helping him out a great deal. AI, you damned fatty, this young master still thought that you'd become smarter. But from the looks of it, you're still as irredeemably dumb as before. When he heard this voice, Tang Yuan jumped up with shock and shouted joyfully. Third young master. You're really back. Behind him, a white-robed young man stood. If it was not Jun Moxie, who could it be? But Tang Yuan's happiness only lasted for a few seconds when his smile froze into a dumbfounded expression as he stared at the three peerless beauties beside Jun Moxie. A line of crystalline-looking drool rolled out from his mouth, dripping onto the ground. After a long time, he sighed. F***ck, to think that there are actually such beauties in the world. And they're actually my good brother's wife. Jun Moxie punched him in the stomach and scolded him laughingly. Are these wives of this young master people whom you can ogle at? Be careful not to have your fat torn off your body by them. If they really want to do something, this young master is also helpless to save you. What nonsense, how is there any fat on my body now? Tang Yuan rolled his eyes and said. Right, third young master, what did you say just now? About me not being clever. You still don't admit it? Don't you know that dealing with those useless young masters of the Li family is exactly the thing that Li Yuran wants you to do the most? Jun Moxie laughed. You really think that Li Yuran isn't interested in getting rid of those disgraceful members of his family? He's also just not too enthusiastic about doing that kind of thing himself, given that he's also part of the family. Now, you'd helped him out so much. I dare to guarantee that if you take care of those bastards for him, he will treat you to a drink on the same night and drink until you both are drunk. Tang Yuan was stupefied. F***ck. How did I fall for the scheme of that bastard? Why not just let a few of them go? Let them off. Would your conscience be able to take that? Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows. What's the point of keeping that kind of people? You might as well weed them out together. Take it as you doing a large favor for Li Yuran. Order the most expensive drink on that day and bankrupt him. Tang Yuan nodded repeatedly as he heard young Master Jun's advice. Also, about the matter that Tai Huili brought up, it's an important issue that will affect future generations. You need to take it seriously. Do not treat it as a small matter. If anyone asks, just tell them that all this is done under my instruction, Jun Moxie said with a calm expression. There's no need to worry about bringing me trouble. Those scum should have been eradicated long ago. There's no need to worry about matters that we don't know about. But since we know about it now, we have a duty to rid the world of those evils. Don't be soft-hearted, and don't be merciful. That's great. Tang Yuan clapped his hands happily. The so-called ridding the world of evil was something that would definitely involve the interests of the rich and influential relatives of royalty. Once those people were involved, it would definitely bring up the attention of the royal family. If the Emperor Yang Huinong and the Crown Prince Yang Emo came to plead with him, Tang Yuan still needed to give them some face. After all, the pride of the royal family could not be trampled upon so blatantly. And for people he knew personally, it was even harder to not give them some leeway. But Tang Yuan and Jun Moxie were the same kind of people. Either they didn't do something, or they would do it cleanly and see it through to the end. Failing to see a matter through completely would be like having a fish bone stuck in their throats. And so, Tang Yuan's only concern had only been this. Now, with a single word from Jun Moxie, the most headache-inducing problem was solved. At that time, if the emperor asked him, he only needed to shrug his shoulders and smile, I'm helpless about this as well. It was Jun Moxie who asked me to do it. Why not go and look for Jun Moxie and discuss it with him? It's guaranteed that anyone who came to ask him would not dare to let out a single fart anymore. Those who still remained stubborn would simply be looking for their own death. Would anyone in the entire continent dare to block something that the evil monarch wanted to do? Those who tried were definitely too tired of living. Before the news of such a person reached Jun Moxie's ears, that person would have already been killed by people who wanted to suck up to Jun Moxie. This was precisely the meaning of, if I don't make a sound upon the dawn of spring, which insect dares to chirp first? Jun Moxie and the girls remained in Xiang city for 3 days. In these 3 days, the entire Xiang city was completely turned over. When Li Yuran received the message by Tang Yuan, he almost couldn't believe that such a coincidental thing could happen in this world. Jun Moxie just so happened to be here and had even specially made a trip for this matter. Following that, he immediately hurried into the palace to report to the Emperor Yang Huinong. Following that, numerous exceedingly strict royal decrees were released. Not just Xiang city, but the entire country of Xiang was swept into a storm. Especially for the incident a few days ago where 2 aristocrats' carriages collided in the streets and harmed several commoners, Tang Yuan directly stirred the matter up and used those aristocrats as an example. Under everyone's eyes, the offenders were stripped naked and hung outside the city. As for those accomplices who committed evil deeds using the names of others, they were directly abandoned. Like what Jun Moxie said, F***ck their grannies. Fatty Tang directly copied his words and eliminated their 9 generations. In just these 3 days, nearly 10,000 heads dropped. And this campaign was still continuing, growing ever more intense. Those aristocrats who enjoyed bullying the commoners, those corrupt high-level officials and large families who completely disregarded the lives of commoners, they were all down on their luck. When they were bullying the commoners for their own amusement or abusing their power and wealth, they probably would have never thought that their actions would actually directly lead to the destruction of their family line. Who said that there was no justice in the world? Jun Moxie once said at the execution grounds where heads were being lobbed off everywhere, good begets good, and evil is repaid with evil. It's not that the consequences are not being dealt, it's just that the time had not come. But now that I'm here, the time has also come. Evil spirits, demons, and monsters, execute them all. The entire process could be said to be unexpectedly smooth. No matter who came to beg for mercy, they were labeled as accomplices by Tang Yuan and doubly investigated instead. Truthfully, all these officials would more or less have some **T stains on there, but no one was completely clean. If they were really investigated seriously, all of them would be heading for the gallows. Looking at the number of officials being led out in ropes and chains, even Tang Yuan was shocked. This god of fortune mumbled to himself, F***ck, I just realized something. If all the officials in Xiang from county level onwards were lined up and sent blindfolded to the execution grounds, there would probably only be a small handful of innocent ones out of 10,000 people killed. But if we killed them one by one, there would be a small half of them slipping out of the net. Jun Moxie also felt deeply agreeable to this sentence. In response, he instructed the enforcement officers to be even stricter and more rigid. Just when Tian Xiang was being flipped upside down, Jun Moxie, Mei Shuian, and the others bade their farewell to Tang Yuan and came out. When they left, the fatty's eyes were filled with tears, and he actually nearly cried. In a few breaths of time, Jun Moxie and the rest came to the Lover's Mound. Looking at the huge stone plague, Jun Moxie sighed heavily. He seemed to have returned to that night where snow fell from the sky like flowers. Murong Xiuxiu's death, and Yi Guhan following after her. I shall give up on the heavens, but not on my beloved, Jun Moxie mumbled softly. Yi Guhan, Murong Xiuxiu, may you husband and wife pair, have true peace. May you be together now in the Yellow Springs. Ling Meng is doing very well in the Evil Monarch Manor, so you can set your minds at ease. The pine and cypress trees swayed lightly in the wind, emitting soft rustling sounds. Jun Moxie bent his back and bowed deeply. This bow was for Yi Guhan and also for Murong Xiuxiu. Yi Guhan may not have had a particularly high cultivation, but his dedicated love was enough to move even the heavens. Just that kind of love that he displayed was enough to deserve a bow from anyone in this world. There were people coming all the time to the Lover's Mound, and the people who came to pay their respects were also many. This place had already become one of the major landmarks of Tianxiang City. Because this Lover's Mound had been personally erected by the Evil Monarch. And it was created in the span of a single night. This was undoubtedly a miracle. Many people constantly stole glances at the group of 3 girls and 1 man. Their bearings were simply too outstanding, and they didn't seem like normal mortals. Just their lofty auras were enough to prevent others from having nefarious thoughts against them. There were some that felt that Jun Moxie looked somewhat familiar. However, they didn't dare to go up and talk to him. They could only furrow their brows tightly and look at him secretly. Because this person and the person that they were thinking of. It was until a long time after Jun Moxie left that someone suddenly screamed, "Evil Monarch." That young man just now was the Evil Monarch, Jun Moxie. In an instant, the crowd erupted with noise. Everyone was filled with shock. To think that the publicly acknowledged #1 character of the world, had actually come to Tianxiang City and had been standing right in front of their eyes. The news that the Evil Monarch had appeared in Tianxiang was quickly spread out. And in light of this news, the grand cleansing of the city also grew fiercer by several degrees. No longer would anyone suspect that someone had impersonated the Evil Monarch. In a short time, the frail resistance from some of the factions directly collapsed. When Tang Yuan set the matters in motion and Tai Huili went to carry it out in full force, Li Yuran had also taken the chance to do a grand flushing of the imperial court. At the peak of Tai Huili's cleansing mission, he borrowed the momentum and set the results in one swift stroke. At this point, all the voices of opposition in Tianxiang had completely disappeared. The parasites had also disappeared by about 80%. The remaining ones had all become like cicadas in the winter, not daring to raise their heads or make a single sound. The entire Tianxiang had begun to step onto the path of a completely strong base. While the bloody purging was at its peak, Jun Moxie arrived at the prairies north of Tianxiang. Here was the other entrance to the Misty illusory manor. Miao Xiaomiao tried the method to open the entrance, but it didn't work either. No matter how much energy she channeled in, there were no effects at all. The rebound energy once again appeared, and fortunately this time, Miao Xiaomiao had already prepared herself for it and was not harmed by it. Their efforts went ultimately unrewarded, and the 4 could only look at the vast expanse of prairie with blank expressions. Unable to come up with a solution, they decided to stay there for the night. Tomorrow, they would try some different methods and see if they could open the passage to enter the Misty illusory manor. But at midnight, a heavy pressure suddenly descended. Apart from having higher cultivation than the masses, the 4 also had superior senses. The moment the anomaly appeared, they all awoke together. Looking up together, they saw that the sky was filled with dark clouds. Countless more dark clouds were congregating towards them, causing the patch of dark clouds above them to become thicker and heavier. Towards the end, the entire sky had become completely black. The clouds were so dense that it seemed as if one could tear off a patch of cloud with a stretch of the hand. In the center of the mass of dark clouds, there was a lone gigantic eye. It was like the eye of a storm, and the clouds swirled around it, flickering with purple lightning. Such a powerful heavenly pressure was completely unprecedented. Just the lone eye in the sky had already covered an area of several hundred li. Even a Saint Monarch level heavenly tribulation or a half-sage level heavenly tribulation was not worth a mention before this mighty aura. Following that, the clouds trembled and a stroke of purple lightning the size of a house fell down. This was just the first bolt of lightning from this lightning tribulation, but it was already so exaggerated. The moment the terrifying bolt of lightning struck the ground, it would definitely have a horrifying effect, breaking the ground apart. But for some reason, the bolt of lightning completely disappeared in the instant that it struck down. When Jun Moxie and the others saw the tribulation lightning disappear, they clearly felt a powerful tremor surge through the earth. However, there were no sounds at all. What was going on? If there was a peerless expert undergoing a lightning tribulation right now, where was this peerless expert? But if there weren't anyone undergoing a lightning tribulation, then where did this terrifying phenomenon come from? The situation right now was too strange, too logic-defying, and too incomprehensible. But regardless of how confused Jun Moxie and the others were, the heavenly lightning would not care. With the first bolt of lightning landing, the sounds of thunder continuously rang out. The number of lightning bolts striking down from the sky became more and more dense. From the start, there were 1 or 2 bolts, then it increased to 5, 10, 50, hundreds. And the power of every stroke of lightning was exceptionally potent, with their thickness reaching from the size of a house to nearly as wide as a football field. Furthermore, this thickness was still increasing rapidly. The area that it covered also spread out continuously. The intensity of the lightning bolts was also growing fiercer and more powerful. The entire Xian continent seemed to be shaking under the might of this sudden apocalyptic lightning tribulation. The walls of the small towns within several thousand li from here were also shaking slightly. Terrified screams of terror rang out across the entire continent because of this sudden danger. Jun Moxie's face became exceedingly heavy as he looked at this crazed lightning tribulation. All the purple lightning bolts seemed to have struck into space, and didn't directly land on the earth. But even so, the whole patch of land seemed as if it was unable to withstand the pressure. There seems to be someone undergoing a heavenly tribulation. Mei Xuan said with shock. What kind of peerless existence is that, to be able to draw such a terrifying lightning tribulation? Our Xian continent isn't facing this lightning tribulation directly, but it's already being affected by the energy ripples to the point it cannot endure anymore. If that's the case, what about the actual person that is undergoing the tribulation? Oh no, not good. The Xian continent might not be able to endure much longer. Jun Moxie sighed heavily and shook his head. It's not a simple matter for such a level of lightning tribulation to appear. Even the lightning tribulation of a sage should not be like this. There can only be one explanation for this. Miao Qingqing has come out. He should be inside the Misty illusory manor right now and fighting against Zhang Quan. Apart from Miao Qingqing, there is no one else who can attract this level of lightning tribulation. Even the 9 Nether 14th young master is far from being able to do this. Miao Qingqing, the founder of the Misty illusory manor. It's him. Mei Xuan gasped aloud. Miao Xiaomiao stepped forward and asked loudly, Moxie, what are you saying? Although Miao Xiaomiao is a descendant of the Miao family, she was a junior, and a woman. So she never got to know about the existence of the old ancestor Miao Qingqing. When she heard Jun Moxie saying that her first-generation ancestor was still alive, she could not help but to feel an indescribable sense of emotion in her heart. Yes, it's him. And it can only be him. Apart from him, no one else can create such a huge commotion. Jun Moxie looked solemnly at the lightning in the sky. There were no hints of fear in his eyes, only an endless fervency. Only by going through the baptism of this shocking power can one truly move unhindered in this world. One day, I also want to reach this level, I also want to experience this tribulation, and I also want to transcend past it. I want to let the vast starry space, the thick earth, and the vast sky, tremble under my feet. As another bolt of lightning fell down, Jun Moxie could clearly sense that the energy in the air had become unprecedentedly charged. It was as if billions of nuclear bombs were about to go off at the same time. Not good. Jun Moxie widened his eyes and with a grab of his hand, he threw Qiao Ying, Mei Xuyan, and Miao Xiaomiao into the Hongjun pagoda. He also did not hesitate to burrow in after them. In the same instant that he jumped in, a violent sound of explosion filled the entire area. The entire patch of heaven and earth had exploded. This explosion was destined to be recorded into the history books. Around 3,000 li of prairie north of Tian Xiang, completely disappeared in this violent booming sound. A gigantic lake appeared in the place of the prairie, the depths of its waters unfathomable. On the Xian continent, there were a total of 6 uninhabited places, all turned into bottomless deep lakes. It was a stroke of fortune that the 2 entrances of the Misty illusory manor had been set in these uninhabited areas back then. What had disappeared was not just this 3,000 li of prairie. Even adding the other 5 areas, this was not worth a mention at all. Because the Misty Elucory Manor had collapsed. The area that the Misty Elucory Manor once occupied had thoroughly crumbled along with that explosion. From today onwards, there would no longer be a Misty Elucory Manor in this world. The sudden explosion had completely vaporized the tens of millions of people that had been living in the Misty Elucory Manor. Even so, the lightning tribulation in the sky did not show any signs of ceasing despite the destruction of the Misty Elucory Manor. It still continued striking down ruthlessly, growing ever more intense and fearsome. Another anomaly appeared not far away from this newly created lake. 2 figures appeared at the same time, roaring savagely. Both of them looked to be in incomparably wretched states. These 2 were Miao Qingcheng and Zhan Kuang, the master and disciple pair. Miao Qingcheng waved his sleeves and tens of figures appeared out of the air. With a light push, these people were thrown out several hundred li away, landing tumbling and splashing into the lake. Quick, run! Leave this place and save the final line of our Misty Elucory Manor. Miao Qingcheng roared as purple lightning appeared above his head again. The heavenly tribulation had arrived once again. And this time, it had appeared in the physical space. As Jun Moxie had anticipated, the only person who could draw such a powerful lightning tribulation was Miao Qingcheng. Miao Qingcheng snorted as his body swelled up, becoming several tens of zhang tall. With a fierce roar, he smashed a fist out towards the bolt of lightning. With a loud boom, Miao Qingcheng remained unmovable, while the tyrannical bolt of lightning was sent right back crookedly into the clouds. With the strength of a single person, he'd forced a tribulation lightning back. This kind of power was completely unprecedented. Miao Qingcheng was clearly infuriated to the extreme. No matter what, he would never have imagined that his youngest disciple would actually be rotten to this level. To actually go as far as to seal the Misty Elucory Manor from the outside world and raise conditions to slaughter the other 7 great families. As he watched the 7 great families being killed and butchered, Miao Qingcheng finally could not endure the fury and he charged out, intending to put an end to the evildoer and set things back to what it should be. From Miao Qingcheng's memory, no matter how strong Zhan Kuang had become, he would not be able to last more than a few moves against himself. As long as he could settle everything in a short time, the lightning tribulation he would attract would not be too big, and the damage wouldn't be too great. But unexpectedly, the current Zhan Kuang was unimaginably difficult to deal with. As he'd thought, Miao Qingcheng could defeat Zhan Kuang within a few swift moves. But Zhan Kuang's indestructible body caused the battle to be drawn out for far longer than expected. As the battle dragged on, the most terrifying lightning tribulation was attracted to them. Under the siege of the terrifying, the only people that still remained from the Misty Elucory Manor were those less than 30 people that Miao Qingcheng had swept up with his sleeves at the last moment. Even towards the last moment, Miao Qingcheng had not managed to see the identities of those people that he'd saved. Zhan Kuang. You deserve death. Miao Qingcheng looked up at the endless expanse of lightning tribulation and howled with rage. That howl of his actually exceeded the pressure from the entire sky of lightning tribulation clouds and reverberated through the entire continent. Zhan Kuang floated lightly on the other side. After having consumed countless blood essence, he'd already reverted to his strongest fighting strength long ago. He'd also regained his original looks. From the time that the storm in the Misty Elucory Manor began and Miao Qingcheng had been forced to come out to deal with him, this Zhan Kuang who'd reached the peak of his power had still been killed several hundred times by Miao Qingcheng. His strength was not even comparable to a small finger on Miao Qingcheng's hand. However, no matter how powerful Miao Qingcheng was, he could not destroy him fully no matter what. The 9 illusory quicksand was truly a wonderful treasure. Perhaps being unkillable was the true meaning of invincibility. Master. This is the last time that I, Zhan Kuang, am calling you my master. Some fear remained in Zhan Kuang's eyes which slowly faded into calmness, and then into madness. As though he'd lost his mind completely, he yelled, "You have made me who I am, and are a benefactor of mine. But now, you also destroyed my Zhan family with your own hands. You are now a mortal enemy of my Zhan family." Zhan Kuang howled bitterly to the sky. Those are descendants spanning back 8,000 years. 8,000 years of build-up. Miao Qingcheng widened his eyes with rage. If not for your evil deeds, would the Misty Elucory Manor be destroyed in a single night? Was the Zhan family the only thing that was wiped out in the destruction of the Misty Elucory Manor? Zhan Kuang, your thoughts are becoming more and more incorrigibly evil. Today, I must make sure to cleanse the household and not let you escape. Zhan Kuang snorted coldly and laughed. Was I the one who caused the destruction of the Misty Elucory Manor? If you hadn't come out, why would the lightning tribulation appear? If you hadn't come out, the most that would have happened is that my Zhan family would become the leader of the Misty Illusory Manor, while the other 7 great families would be supporting characters. But the Misty Illusory Manor would still be the same Misty Illusory Manor. How would it end up in this state of complete destruction? Miao Qingqing. Your strength may be unrivaled in this world, and even if this disciple ran with all my might, I have no hopes of ever catching up. But with this 9 illusory quicksand body now, I am indestructible. Do you think you can kill me? The lightning tribulation had appeared because of you. But can you endure it forever? He even stopped calling him master completely, and directly addressed him by name. Miao Qingqing was so angry that his eyes turned red. Although his strength was high enough to contend against the heavens, he couldn't do anything to this undying freak. He was completely helpless to cleanse his household. The purple lightning tribulation in the sky had been brewing for a long time, and with a sudden crack, over 10,000 bolts of lightning came shrieking down. The lightning tribulation was finally going to show its true might. Miao Qingqing's heart turned cold as he looked up. Could it be that this lightning tribulation was truly not content with destroying the Misty Illusory Manor and would also seek to destroy the entire continent? Is it that only with my death will it relent? But, if I die here, who else can control that freak? Just as Miao Qingqing was hesitating, a white shadow flashed and flew above him, rising up to meet the 10,000 bolts of purple lightning. This person was none other than Jun Moxy. Miao Qingqing raised his brows and cried out urgently. Careful, don't touch. But before he could finish his words, Jun Moxy had already come into contact with the lightning tribulation. Miao Qingqing closed his eyes, knowing full well the fate of this youth. Even he would need to use all his strength to brace this strike, so who else in this world could withstand it? But unexpectedly, he didn't hear the sound of the thunder after a long time. When he opened his eyes again, the clouds had sent out a further 10 million bolts of purple tribulation lightning towards the white-robed youth above him. What was going on? Could it be that the earlier 10,000 bolts of lightning hadn't hurt him at all? How is this possible? Under Miao Qingqing's astonished gaze, Jun Moxy roared loudly, and with a wave of his hands, the densely packed rain of lightning disappeared without a trace. At this time, Jun Moxy was fully concentrated on revolving the Hongjun Pagoda to absorb the tribulation lightning bolts. The power of this lightning tribulation was so great that it was difficult to imagine. It was nearly 1,000 times more than all that he collected in the past, possibly more. Furthermore, the sky was still sending out even more lightning bolts in a continuous stream. Under the limitless might of this storm, even Zhang Kuang did not dare to make a single move despite him having an undying body. If he made a rash move and the lightning switched its target to him, it would be a really unfortunate death. After a long time, this everlasting storm finally came to an end. In a short time, the clouds fully disappeared without a trace, revealing a clear and sunny sky. Jun Moxy could also feel that the power of lightning in his Hongjun Pagoda had also reached an almost full level. Miao Qingqing's lightning tribulation was truly formidable. Even the Hongjun Pagoda was nearly stuffed to the limit. The insatiable Hongjun Pagoda, which normally swallowed heaven-earth spiritual chi endlessly, was completely full for the first time. Fortunately, the lightning tribulation had already concluded. Otherwise, young Master Jun would be in deep trouble. Old Miao, what the hell is going on? What's the current situation with the Misty Illusory Manor? Jun Moxy floated down and asked. This matter. It's difficult to explain. That rogue disciple of mine started a revolt, and I was forced to interfere. This matter was more difficult to handle than I expected, and in the end, the Misty Illusory Manor is destroyed. Visit on our novel full. Miao Qingqing's expression was calm, but his eyes were filled with endless sorrow. He was already a peak existence that exceeded the confines of the sage realm. But this kind of change still caused him to be unable to control his emotions. With the Misty Illusory Manor destroyed, Miao Qingqing felt that his connections with his master, the 9 Nether First Young Master, and his 3 senior brothers had been cut off. The Pillar of Heaven's mountains had collapsed, and the 3 Holy Lands with their 10,000 years of legacy had also been destroyed. Now, even the Misty Illusory Manor was gone. In this world, there were no longer any remnant traces of the 9 Nether First Young Master left. Could it be that everything would end just like this? As it turned out, the first thing that Zhang Kuang had done after slaughtering countless commoners and devouring their blood and flesh to recover his strength, was to forcefully tear apart the space and return to the Misty Illusory Manor. Then, in a short time, he used the unique qualities of the 9 illusory quicksand to completely seal the entrance of the Misty Illusory Manor. After that, he led the Zhan family to rise up aggressively. The appearance of the ancestor and the return of the king, what kind of shocking and dramatic scene was that? What kind of glorious matter was it? After celebrating for a full day and night, Zhan Kuang jumped out and made his move. For some reason, after merging with the 9 illusory quicksand and obtaining the undying body, Zhan Kuang's temperament had become more and more fiery. This time, he directly declared to the other 7 great families in a brazen manner, the Misty illusory manor will now be ruled by me. My word is the law here, and any who defies it will be executed. He wanted to use the methods of a tyrant to forcefully subjugate the entire Misty illusory manor and place the Zhan family as the sole hegemon. Zhan Kuang's forceful return naturally roused the fear and panic of the other families. But after panicking for a bit, everyone calmed down and banded together. The other 7 great families united under one flag and chose to resist his rule. They all knew that if the Zhan family really became the rulers of the Misty illusory manor, everyone's life in the future would become unbearably bleak. Just from the way Zhan Kuang and the Zhan family were strutting so haughtily around now, it was not difficult to imagine how they would be treated in the future if they let them become the rulers. Zhan Kuang blew up with rage and used extreme methods to subdue the crowd. Under the eyes of everyone, he caught all 17 Saint Venerable experts from various large families and fed on them, devouring their blood and flesh. But this move only incurred more rage from the masses. He became a public enemy in everyone's eyes, hated by all. Following that, several hundred more Saint Emperor experts perished in the hands of Zhan Kuang. Left with no options, the Manor Lord Miao Jingyun disregarded all customs and rushed to the secret chamber and reported the matter to Miao Qingqing. But even then, Zhan Kuang refused to relent, chasing them all the way. Miao Dao and Miao Jian also ended up dying to protect Miao Jingyun. Barely escaping with his life, Miao Jingyun finally made it into the secret chamber. When he reported the matter, Miao Qingqing instantly flew into a great rage. Knowing that the matter was serious, he cast aside his worries about the heavenly tribulation and rushed out to destroy Zhan Kuang and restore peace. When Miao Qingqing came out, Zhan Kuang nearly lost his senses. The reason he dared to behave so brazenly was because he thought that his power was unrivaled in the entire Misty illusory manor, or even in the entire world. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his master was still well and alive. Miao Qingqing was his master, so as the disciple, how would Zhan Kuang not know how powerful Miao Qingqing was? So in the first moment that Miao Qingqing came out, Zhan Kuang instantly became more honest. But with Miao Qingqing stepping out, the heavenly tribulation also descended. This discovery gave Zhan Kuang some hope. The experience of living for thousands of years had given him some powerful insights. So this undying old fart was hiding for so many years because he was afraid of the heavenly tribulation. Zhan Kuang felt that he'd seen through Miao Qingqing's weakness, and his arrogance came back. However, he'd still underestimated Miao Qingqing. With the first attack from Miao Qingqing, he'd directly been slapped into a cloud of mist. Then, with another hand, he casually deflected a bolt of lightning. After that, he returned to his hiding place and waited until the heavenly tribulation passed. But after that first wave of heavenly tribulation, Miao Qingqing discovered to his shock that Zhan Kuang had appeared again, completely unharmed. And so, Miao Qingqing fought off the heavenly tribulation and chased Zhan Kuang again, killing him a total of 260 times. However, Zhan Kuang was still alive and kicking. This kind of strange situation was unlike anything that Miao Qingqing had seen before. When did that dastardly disciple of his cultivate an undying body? Because of how long the whole thing dragged on for, the heavenly tribulation grew stronger and stronger until it reached a terrifying level. Even the Misty illusory manor was unable to bear the pressure and finally collapsed. Truthfully, if Jun Moxie hadn't resolved the lightning tribulation for Miao Qingqing, the next one to suffer because of this lightning tribulation would be the Xian continent. As long as Miao Qingqing didn't die, the lightning tribulation would not stop. And the Xian continent would be reduced to dust as collateral. With the collapse of the Misty illusory manor, 10,000 years of legacy was gone with it. Miao Qingqing was incredibly bereft with grief. But Zhan Kuang also did not feel any better. His life's wish had only been to protect the Zhan family and raise them to become the owners of the Misty illusory manor. This time, he'd leapt out like this full of confidence, but the whole thing had ended with his entire family being buried. Directly because of him, the entire Misty illusory manor was destroyed. The pain in his heart was difficult to describe. And so, the master-disciple pair stared at each other with red eyes. The two who had been master and disciple 10,000 years ago had now become irreconcilable enemies. Miao Qingqing's cultivation naturally surpassed Zhan Kuang, and he did not mind a battle of endurance at all. But Jun Quan was also fearless because of his undying body. Yes, my strength is indeed insufficient to fight with you. But no matter how we fight, you cannot kill me. If I don't exhaust you to death in 1 day, or 3 days, I don't believe that I can't exhaust you to death in 3 years, 300 years, or 3,000 years. None of them were willing to retreat or hide, and they were determined to stay here and resolve this grudge. In this time, Jun Moxy also finally understood the whole sequence of events. An indescribable sense of rage and grief also rose in his heart. He thought back to how he'd made use of Chao Guofeng and the others to bring him into the Misty illusory manor. Those people had been extremely caring of him from the start to the end and really treated him as a disciple and successor. They had even gone as far as to disregard their own lives to ensure his safety. Whenever Jun Moxy thought of that, he would feel somewhat guilty. Originally, he'd wanted to reveal the truth this time on his trip to the Misty illusory manor. After that, he would apologize to them and escort them to go with him to the Evil Monarch manor to spend their life in leisure. But who would have thought that because of this explosion, their life and death would suddenly become unknown? Saying that their life and death was uncertain was already a nice way of putting it. With such a powerful explosion, even Saint Venerables and Saint Monarchs would not be able to survive. With Chao Guofeng and the others' strength, how could they escape? The 20-something people that were brought out by Miao Qingqing not only did not listen to him and escape, they even charged over with rage. Their homeland had already been destroyed, and the people close to them had all died. What meaning was there in living on alone? They had no more desires in life. If they could die together with the evil culprit that caused them to lose everything, they would be more than willing. Jun Moxy swept his eyes over them, and a chill ran down his back. Could it be that these are the only people who are left of the Misty illusory manor? Miao Qingqing looked over and sighed heavily, his face filled with a deep helplessness. Seeing this, Jun Moxy felt as if his heart had been dropped into an icebox. Of the people he wanted to see, or cared about, there was only Miao Jingyan left. Not to mention Chao Guofeng and the others, even Miao Xiaomiao's parents and relatives were not here. This news was a huge blow to even Jun Moxy. Jun Moxy had never seen himself as a good person, and he only cared about relatives and friends whom he acknowledged. Of the few people whom he cared about, nearly none of them were among this group of survivors. Slowly raising his head, he looked at Jun Quan. Jun Quan. UF** King Bastard. Crazy son of AB** TCH. There are millions of lives in the Misty illusory manor, ah. And you buried all of them with a single thought. How can a bastard like you still have the face to live in this world? Pooey. Can this daddy be blamed for this thing? It was Miao Qingqing, that old fool, who started this, insisting on chasing me, ultimately drawing that crazy lightning tribulation. With the destruction of the Misty illusory manor, was my Zhan family spared? Do you think that this daddy is not in grief too? Jun Quan roared with anger. What kind of **t is your Zhan family worth? Jun Moxy snorted and cursed. Fortunately, he'd had a clear enough mind to close the Hongjun pagoda when the incident happened. Right now, Miao Xiaomiao and the others who were inside, still didn't know what had happened outside. If Miao Xiaomiao knew that her own clansmen had all been killed in an instant, with her character, she would probably collapse on the spot. Even if Jun Moxy was there to comfort her, it wouldn't be very useful. Turning from a well-loved princess of a great family to an orphan without any parents or relatives in the blink of an eye, this kind of sudden change was incredibly huge. Sounds of pained cries rang out as the surviving 28 experts, including 5 Saint Monarchs and 25 Saint Venerables, ran howling towards Jun Quan. Even Miao Qingqing's shouts of warning could not stop them. Their hearts had already broken along with that explosion. However, their spirits were still burning intensely. Apart from death and apart from expending their best effort, they had no other desires. Jun Moxy was just about to rush up when Miao Qingqing held him back. Jun Moxy looked questioningly at Miao Qingqing, but Miao Qingqing simply shook his head with a pained expression. Their heart is already dead. For these people, there is no longer any meaning in living on. Because they were worried that we might stop them, they already extinguished their own life force when they charged over. They only wish to use their lives to pull that bastard to the grave with them. Jun Moxy's body shook, and he stood rooted to the ground. The matter had already reached such a point, just let them go. This can also be considered as granting them their last little wish. Miao Qingqing raised his head to the sky and sighed heavily. Tears rolled silently down his old face. Perhaps, this kind of death is what they truly need right now. Although they won't be able to kill their enemy, they still gave it their all. Jun Moxie stood there dumbly as he watched the numerous figures blasting into nothingness beside Zhang Quan. His heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. Following that, a loud explosion rang out, and Zhang Quan's body suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke. At the same time, Miao Jingyan's body was thrown out like a kite with its string cut. His body then began to disintegrate in midair. Seeing this, Jun Moxie shook and he suddenly let out a throat-rending roar. Extreme rage filled Jun Moxie's mind, actually caused his body to turn rigid. The indescribable anger gushed into his head like a tidal wave. Following that, the Hongjun Pagoda's inner space shook, and the hidden door in the void was blasted open. All of a sudden, a ray of 5-colored light materialized and escaped the Hongjun Pagoda, appearing in the real world. The light grew taller and thicker, finally becoming even larger than a mountain. Miao Qingcheng and Zhang Quan were both filled with rage as well as they rose into the sky and were about to begin exchanging blows again. But at that moment, their attention was drawn to the anomaly. As the most experienced two people in this world, they quickly discovered the strangeness of the pillar of light. Together, their faces turned exceedingly ugly. Because, the sky that had just cleared had suddenly turned pitch black again. This inky black night completely broke all the rules of the universe, descending in an instant. No, this black was even deeper than the darkest nights. But this extreme darkness only lasted for a mere instant. In the next moment, stars appeared and filled the sky. All the stars shone together and beams of starlight suddenly flowed down from the sky. From the faraway universe, countless beams of colorful lights rained down. And their target was none other than Jun Moxie's body, which was wrapped in a strange state. He was undoubtedly the progenitor of this scene. Miao Bujian and Zhang Quan, these two old fellows, stared at him with their mouths and eyes wide open. Those beams of starlight that contained countless different energies, were funneling into Jun Moxie's body at an extremely exaggerated rate, then disappearing completely from sight. Such an unbelievable scene persisted for a long time. Heavens! What did we just witness? Such a huge amount of stellar energy was absorbed into a single human's body, and he didn't explode and die. How is that possible? If it were them, could they handle that terrifying amount of energy? The possibilities of that were not just small, it was completely non-existent. Yet, that person had been able to hold on all the way. Just what kind of a powerful and perfect fleshly body does he have? Jun Moxie, who was completely dizzy with anger, realized that his sudden rage had actually materialized like a beacon, carrying all his unwillingness, fury, and pain to draw in huge amounts of energy into the Hongjun Pagoda. With a loud boom, the first layer of the Hongjun Pagoda lit up. Closely following that, the second layer turned completely black. It was the flame of primal chaos burning fiercely inside. The third layer, fourth layer, power of the 5 elements, all began to light up one by one, emitting a resplendent splendor. At this time, Mei Shuian and the others who were inside the Hongjun Pagoda, were still unclear of the situation outside. Xiaoying was standing beside the exquisite lotus pond with her eyes staring wide open. All of a sudden, they turned around and observed the strange transformations. Miao Xiaomiao's little mouth also fell open as she looked at the miraculous sights. Only great beauty Mei Shuian was slightly more composed. After all, she was the only person who understood this strange space. She'd even trained here before and was more used to its magical abilities. But even so, she was still exceedingly shocked. The brilliant lights on the first 4 levels shone brightly, mixing together and culminating into a dazzling rainbow energy that blasted upwards towards the 5th level. On the 5th level, a glaring purple light flashed suddenly growing exceedingly bright. The primal chaos purple chi had completely been roused, and it was growing with rapid speed. Following that, the 6th level's power of wind and cloud, surged out and blanketed the area. A powerful gale appeared and took the lead, bringing the colorful energy upwards towards the 7th level. At this point, the unstoppable momentum from before finally showed signs of slowing down. The shocking strength that had appeared because of Jun Moxie's anger was also beginning to run dry. But all of a sudden, countless sparkly purplish energy began to appear. This energy fought to rush into the Hongjun Pagoda, flooding into the 7th level. They also merged perfectly with the energy from the previous 6 levels, joining hands to charge for the 7th level. The entire Hongjun Pagoda shuddered heavily, and all the lightning energy on the 7th level exploded. An even more violent energy merged together with the combined power of all the energy from the bottom levels, then began to charge at the 8th level. An all-out charge to break through the barrier. With the support of such a huge amount of external energy, the 8th level's barrier loosened. In the next moment, a blinding light shot out from the 8th level. Mei Xuan and the others felt a loud explosion in their minds, as if a tsunami had crashed over their hearts. Grunting heavily, they fainted one after the other. Even Mei Xuan, whose cultivation had reached infinitely close to the half-sage realm, was no exception. The entire Hongjun Pagoda fell abnormally silent at that moment. Inside Jun Moxie's Dantian, the small world that had already taken shape because of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, suddenly shook heavily. The darkness in the sky began to change, as if it were moving. With a loud bang, the 5 elements, together with wind and lightning, suddenly appeared. In an instant, the small world expanded tens of millions of times, continuously stretching out. Powerful gales swept noisily through the air, and white clouds rode across the sky at high speed. The first beams of starlight pushed their way in and disappeared, dissipating the sole bit of light. In the next moment, countless blinking stars appeared abruptly in the vast sky, moving together into all kinds of shapes and constellations before disappearing again. Because this time, a blinding red sun was hanging high in the sky. Daylight broke through the clouds, and the stars naturally retreated. On the ground, mountains rose up continuously, and rivers and lakes appeared. The sky went dark again, and all things in this world flashed, one by one, changing, transforming, until finally, a gigantic Jun Moxie appeared, propping up the sky with his head, and planting his feet on the ground. This giant was millions of zhang tall, and with a great push, he lifted the entire sky higher. All the way into an even wider space. Finally, this small world grew peaceful like a normal world. The sky was blue, and the earth was firm. The mountains stood tall and straight, and the rivers cut their own curvy paths on the ground. This was a thoroughly perfected world. Apart from the absence of plants, beasts, birds, men, and other living things, this world was no different from any other worlds that were suitable for human habitation. At the same time, Jun Moxie also felt this transformation in him. In the instant that the 8th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune's bottleneck was broken through, a strange feeling appeared in his heart. All the energy in his body seemed as if they no longer belonged to him, but he could also feel that all the energy of this world now completely obeyed his will, unconditionally. When the bountiful energy that was in his body rushed into the little world inside his Dantian, he only felt a brief moment of pause when the energy filled his body again, this time containing an indescribable power of heaven and earth. Compared to this enormous power, Jun Moxie suddenly felt as if his half-sage level of cultivation was no more than just a single drop of water in a huge ocean. Originally, Jun Moxie thought that there would be no way that he could endure such a huge surge of power. Having one's soul and body destroyed in an explosion caused by an overload of energy in cultivation may seem like something extremely funny, but it seemed like this might end up being the way that he would go. But somehow, his meridians actually resembled an all-encompassing and indescribably deep lake at this moment. No matter how much energy was poured through them, they were able to digest it with ease. There wasn't even the slightest bit of discomfort throughout the entire process. Furthermore, Jun Moxie even felt that his meridians were not even filled. They were still far from hitting their limits. It seemed as if it would be able to absorb even 1,000 times this amount of energy with ease. This was a completely incomprehensible sensation. However, young Master Jun trusted his senses. At that moment, Jun Moxie suddenly comprehended something. This energy was the energy that he'd obtained by cultivating the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Whenever he broke through each level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, the heaven-earth spiritual chi that each level obtained was tens of thousands of times greater than his own. The Hongjun Pagoda only left him the bare minimum amount of strength for his self-preservation. The remaining energy was all taken away. For him to cultivate step by step all the way to the 8th level, the amount of energy he'd accumulated had already reached a terrifying level that no one could imagine. The Hongjun Pagoda was clearly storing all this energy, waiting for a crucial time like this. In the instant that he broke through, he'd thoroughly completed the last stage of creation, perfecting the framework for his world. Jun Moxie felt himself walking step by step through the starry sky. Before him, the Hongjun Pagoda lit up resplendently, waiting silently for his arrival. Jun Moxie stepped into the first level of the Hongjun Pagoda and continued slowly upwards, step by step. The 2nd level, 3rd level, 7th level. At the center of the 7th level, countless strands of light suddenly appeared, gathering with incredible speed and materializing into a stunningly bright staircase beneath his feet. Jun Moxie was surprised to discover that he actually didn't feel any shock at the appearance of this flight of stairs. With a calm expression, he stepped onto it and went up. 1 step, 2 steps, on the 8th step, he arrived before a door. Truthfully, there weren't any so-called doors in front of him. But Jun Moxie could sense that there were 2 huge doors right in front of him, and they were swinging open slowly. The 2 illusory doors finally opened completely, and Jun Moxie raised his head, peering inside. Casting his eyes over it, the insides of that room seemed completely empty. But Jun Moxie seemed to already know something, and he walked in steadily. When he reached the center, he stopped. All of a sudden, countless images appeared on the walls around him. If anyone else were standing here, they would undoubtedly feel exceedingly weirded out. Because, there was nothing at all. Not to mention any images. They would only find themselves in an empty hole. But Jun Moxie knew that something was there. Because he could see them clearly. They were not illusions. The images seemed to be depicting the struggles and growth of a person through life, from a young age till adulthood. All the life forms in these images were in weird shapes and forms, and from the looks of it, they did not fit the traditional descriptions of humans. Jun Moxie didn't know what these life forms were, nor the race which they belonged to. But the moment the images appeared, he knew instantly that the person in the images was undoubtedly the first owner of the Hongjun Pagoda. Unprecedented by anyone, was the first person to create his own heaven and earth. When he finished viewing all the images, they disappeared, and another set of images appeared. This should be the experiences of the second-generation owner of the Hongjun Pagoda. Jun Moxie nodded silently. So this was how it is. It turns out that there isn't only one of those so-called heaven and earth. As for the universe, it's also not the only one. Jun Moxie's head spun quickly. What we thought of as heaven and earth is no more than a simple game. When it came to the 5th-generation owner of the Hongjun Pagoda, Jun Moxie finally saw some semblance of normal human life forms. This person was handsome and dressed in grand, overflowing robes. His life's experiences were exceedingly exciting. In the end, this person also succeeded in establishing his own heaven and earth, and the universe. The last image was of a young man standing in the air, overlooking the world which he'd created. My name is Xiang, and I've experienced a life of mystic and magic. As such, this world shall be called the Xian world. Jun Moxie could see that within this Xian world, there was a planet. This planet was completely similar to the Xian continent that he was in right now. So it turns out that this Xian continent is only a small portion of the Xian world. Jun Moxie laughed carefreely. I'm actually just a person that's living within a world that someone else had created. He was just sighing with emotion when the images changed again. Yet another strangely shaped human appeared. The 6th-generation owner of the Hongjun Pagoda had appeared. Viewing all the way to the 8th-generation owner, Jun Moxie finally saw a familiar face. This was a rough and brutish-looking giant, and he'd also created his own world. Right after he completed his creation, Jun Moxie suddenly felt his eyes grow wet. The Yangtze River, the Yellow River. These were indelible marks and images that had been branded into the deepest parts of his soul long ago. This giant's name was Pangu. 1. Pangu is the first living being and the creator of all in some versions of Chinese mythology. After he finished viewing through Pangu's life, Jun Moxie finally saw himself. He saw how he died and reduced to a mere soul body, traversing through countless space and arriving at Xian continent. Jun Moxie sighed heavily, not realizing that he'd actually traveled this far. Jun Moxie, the 9th-generation owner of the Hongjun Pagoda. But, why didn't he see Hongjun at all? That first-generation owner he saw should be Hongjun, right? The question had just appeared in Jun Moxie's heart when he immediately received his answer. This answer had simply risen out of his heart automatically. Although Hongjun had once held this pagoda, he'd already achieved the Grand Tao when he obtained the pagoda. Thus, he'd never cultivated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. The Hongjun Pagoda was originally known as the Heaven Opening Pagoda. After obtaining the pagoda, he didn't cultivate the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Leaving his imprint on the pagoda, it became known as the Hongjun Pagoda. After this, it was time to review Jun Moxie's glorious journey. As he watched his life through the lenses of a third person, Jun Moxie couldn't help but to reveal a trace of a faint smile on his face. The final images were the Misty illusory Manor's collapse, and him appearing in the pagoda. The images disappeared. Jun Moxie only realized that he'd remained in that same position for an unknown length of time. Furthermore, he'd been standing there with his eyes shut the entire time. His eyes had been closed, but he'd managed to see so many things. Jun Moxie laughed bitterly. But when he opened his eyes, he jumped with shock. There were suddenly 8 figures standing around him. Jun Moxie widened his eyes and looked at them, and his mouth opened slightly with shock. These 8 people were the previous 8th-generation owners of the Hongjun Pagoda. Congratulations, little junior brother, on your successful establishment of a new world. The 8 of them said together with smiles on their faces. Although all of them were speaking in different languages which he had never heard before, Jun Moxie was surprisingly able to understand them. Junior brother? Are you referring to me? Jun Moxie asked dumbly. Since there are seniors and a junior brother, then who is the master? Little junior brother will come to know who the master is in time. The 8 of them laughed and said. Junior brother, you only took less than 2 years to establish your own world and even train the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to the 8th level. Such a speed of advancement truly leaves us in the dust. Junior brother's talent and luck is great, and your future accomplishments will surely far surpass us of the older generation. You should be the most ideal candidate to inherit master's inheritance in the future. This brother will be congratulating you in advance. Those words might seem slightly exaggerated, but they were undoubtedly the truth. Jun Moxie thought back to his experiences and nodded internally. These 8 people before him might have successfully established a piece of the world themselves, but they had indeed spent a somewhat longer time doing it. The person who spent the most time doing so had actually taken over 10,000 years. Even the fastest one had used 99 years, just short of a century. But he had used only less than 2 years to reach the 8th level of the Hongjun Pagoda. Although it was still some time away from truly establishing a world, he was still the fastest one to complete building the perfect foundations. This was a fact that could not be contested. Jun Moxie did not stand on ceremony and nodded. This junior only had a bit more luck. I still hope for the various senior brothers' help in the future. The 8 people laughed heartily. This brat's character is truly wild enough to still display such character in front of us. Still, all of them here were powerful beings who managed to establish a world. There was no way they didn't have some character. Jun Moxie already understood that these 8 figures here were nothing but a trace of spirit projection left behind to talk with him. As for their true bodies, they were all at different places of unimaginable distance away. Our meeting today shall conclude like this. May we meet again in the future. Junior brother, please take care. One day, all of us will meet again at Master's Heaven Ascension Palace. The 8 figures clasped their fists and smiled. Heaven Ascension Palace? What kind of place is that? Jun Moxie asked curiously. The 8 figures laughed loudly and chorused, named Heaven Ascension, Desire Heaven Ascension, Heart of Heaven Ascension, Will Heaven Ascension. With that, the 8 figures disappeared. Jun Moxie mumbled to himself in a confused manner, unable to understand the meaning of those words. All of a sudden, his head spun and numerous words appeared in his mind. This was the directives for the 8th level of the Hongjun Pagoda. 9 nines returns to 1, wind and lightning join in strength. Holding the universe in the heart, creation of heaven and earth. Yin and yang await orders, 6 daos in servitude. Achievements and virtue throughout time, me being heaven and earth. 9 transformations of the soul, grow and multiply without end. A flash of inspiration sparked in Jun Moxie's heart, and he instantly comprehended. The universe, heaven and earth, primordial chaos, all of these were like the clouds and wind, omnipresent. Just like that, he walked out. He knew that right now, he was already different from the past. The art of unlocking heaven's fortune had reached the 8th level, but Jun Moxie did not receive any new powers. Because, there were no longer any powers in this world that were worthy of him. Right now, he could already control the entirety of the natural powers of heaven and earth. There were no exceptions. Jun Moxie slowly opened his eyes. Miao Qingcheng and Zhang Kuang who had been standing before him had already disappeared long ago. Jun Moxie smiled lightly, not anxious at all. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, a picture of the entire continent appeared in his mind. In an instant, he discovered that Miao Qingcheng and Zhang Kuang were both at the area around the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, continuing their deadly battle. Jun Moxie snorted lightly and with a move of his body, he instantly crossed over the thousands of mountains and rivers, arriving at the place where the two were fighting. When he arrived, Miao Qingcheng also happened to have once again smashed Zhang Kuang to smithereens with a punch. In the time that Jun Moxie had been meditating, 3 years had already passed in this world. In the beginning, Miao Qingcheng was still watching over him. But when he saw that he was not moving, and a layer of strange energy was wrapping around him to a point where even his powerful spiritual sense was not able to penetrate, he knew that nothing in this world would be able to hurt him. Setting his mind at ease, he dedicated all his efforts to deal with Zhang Kuang. In these 3 years, Zhang Kuang had been killed countless times by Miao Qingqing. The master and disciple pair had not rested since the moment they began fighting. In any case, these two old monsters were existences that would be completely fine even if they didn't sleep, eat, or drink. Although Zhang Kuang had an undying body, he was still forced by Miao Qingqing into an exceptionally miserable state. Even if he couldn't truly die, it was not a good feeling to be beaten up continuously. After Miao Qingqing escaped from the dangers of the lightning tribulation, his strength had grown even more. However, he who had been in the dominating position, was also exceptionally miserable. Having to face a cockroach that could not be destroyed no matter what, it would be strange if he didn't feel miserable. Other than the misery of not being able to completely destroy this cockroach, there was another thing that caused him to be unable to relax. Because the moment he relaxed, this Zhang Kuang would run off to frenziedly feed on blood and flesh to increase his strength. If his strength managed to rise to a certain level, then in combination with that undying body of his, the one to be in trouble would be Miao Qingqing. How could Miao Qingqing allow this to happen? So for the last 3 years, the two had practically never stopped fighting. The two who'd already prepared themselves for a long battle of endurance were already feeling a huge sense of dread and exhaustion. At the start, for the first year or so, Zhang Kuang still served as a means for Miao Qingqing to polish his fighting techniques. But now, even that had gone. Miao Qingqing was simply too powerful, to an inconceivable level. Zhang Kuang wondered that even if he swallowed all the life forms on the Xian continent, he might not be able to triumph over his master. Right now, Zhang Kuang only had a single wish. That was, to end this grand battle of endurance. Whether it ended with his own death or Miao Qingqing's death, everything was fine. But the problem lay exactly in this. The miraculous power of the 9 illusory quicksand was so shocking that even if Zhang Kuang wanted to commit suicide, it was impossible to succeed. Truthfully, Zhang Kuang had already tried to kill himself several times. But each time, his body simply repaired itself, not allowing him to die. It turned out that having an undying body was also a very unfortunate thing. Miao Qingqing was depressed, but Zhang Kuang was even more miserable. At this time, Jun Moxie appeared. Young Master Jun had come back with a powerful momentum. A small ripple appeared in the air, and Jun Moxie appeared in the air above where the two were fighting. Looking down expressionlessly at Zhang Kuang, he suddenly felt that this opponent who once gave him endless headaches was actually so weak that he wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow from him. Jun Moxie. You broke through. Miao Qingqing asked with surprise. That's right, old Miao. It had been hard on you these past few days. Jun Moxie said with a smile. From here on, you can leave this fellow to me. Miao Qingqing chuckled bitterly and looked at him. A few days. The two of us have already been fighting unceasingly for 3 years ever since you went into meditation. 3 years, Jun Moxie pursed his lips with shock. He'd thought that 3 days at most had passed. To think that it had already been 3 years. This, is 2F** King Long, isn't it? Jun Moxie, so what if it's 3 years? Zhang Kuang looked at Jun Moxie and sneered. You'd advanced quite rapidly, but with your cultivation, not to mention 3 years, even with 300 years, you will not be a match for me. Whether that is true or not, we'll know after trying. Jun Moxie snorted coldly and descended from the sky. Zhang Kuang only felt his eyes blur, and Jun Moxie's fist had already arrived before his face. Moving hurriedly to dodge, his body flashed. But with a loud bang, Jun Moxie's knee already landed heavily against his dantian. Zhang Kuang groaned dully and his body was blasted off backwards like a cannon. Jun Moxie's figure flashed after him, planting a foot firmly against his chin. With a sound crack, Zhang Kuang's body flipped in the air. With a simple turn, Jun Moxie's storm-like attacks rained down on him. Zhang Kuang twisted and turned, but he could not catch up with his opponent's speed. When he raised his guard to protect his top, his back would be kicked. In a short time, he was beaten to a terrible state. But all of a sudden, he remembered. Why should I need to dodge? Why do I need to block? My body is indestructible anyway. So what if he's fast? With that thought, he suddenly disregarded all defense and began to counterattack. Jun Moxie snorted coldly and suddenly, a slap rang out loudly across Zhang Kuang's face, directly turning half his face into mist. Do you think that I can't kill you? I'm just collecting some interest from you right now. You wish to die, but how can that be such a simple matter? Jun Moxie ruthlessly raised his leg and kicked Jun Quan, launching his body into the sky again. Rising upwards after him, Jun Moxie roared maniacally. Jun Quan, today, I will let you understand what it means to wish for death. Jun Quan's half-shattered face reformed quickly, and he sneered. Jun Moxie, as long as you have the ability, this seat would not mind tasting death. However, if you can't kill me, I'll instead let everybody in your Evil Monarch Manor come and taste on my behalf, what death feels like. Jun Moxie smiled lightly with an evil glint in his eyes. Oh, you will definitely be able to taste it. With a stretch of his hand, a palm shot out, suddenly turning into a deep purple color. In midair, the palm materialized into a jade purple color. The moment the palm touched Jun Quan's shoulder, it turned into a violet light. When the violet light flashed, Jun Quan felt a tremor in his soul as a death aura of annihilation passed into his mind. This deep purple color seemed to be his natural counter, triggering an instinct to escape. However, it was too late. With a cold laugh, Jun Quan's arm was sliced clean off by the violet light. Before it had the time to transform into mist, Jun Moxie grabbed the arm and activated the power of the 8th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. A pu sound rang out, and Jun Quan, who was several zhang away, suddenly screamed miserably. He only felt as if a portion of his soul had been forcibly severed. The arm no longer turned into mist, and instead transformed into a pile of glistening sand. The 9 illusory quicksand. Miao Qingqing cried out hoarsely. Jun Moxie had actually managed to turn the already congealed 9 illusory quicksand in Jun Quan's body back into the 9 illusory quicksand. Not bad, so this is the 9 illusory quicksand. Jun Moxie opened his palm and looked calmly at the 9 illusory quicksand, carefully sensing the mystical spatial and regenerative powers in it. Sighing lightly, he could not help but praise in his heart. As expected of a heavenly treasure. Jun Moxie raised his head and looked silently at the screaming Jun Quan in the distance. Jun Quan, for all the sins that you've committed. Today will be the day you account for them. His hands did not move, but the 9 illusory quicksand in them disappeared without a trace. Pinched between his fingers was a wisp of grayish-black mist that was struggling unceasingly. Jun Quan's body shook heavily. This was not from pain, because Jun Quan's current body was incapable of feeling any pain. It was from fear. A fear that came from the deepest recess of his soul. The grayish-black mist in Jun Moxie's hand was a portion of his soul. By destroying that arm and reverting the 9 illusory quicksand back to its original state, Jun Moxie had also managed to separate the piece of soul that resided in that part of the arm. Whenever he exerted some strength on his finger, the piece of soul in his hand would squirm in pain. In addition, Jun Quan's body would also shake fiercely. Jun Quan's eyes turned red and he roared. Give it back to me. Howling fiercely, he charged forward. With a cold snort, Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. Give it back to you. A sudden blaze filled his eyes and he raised his head. Then, who will give the millions of lives back to those people who died because of you? With a sudden stretch of his left hand, he grabbed Jun Quan. His hand expanded in midair, becoming the size of a small mountain. Compared to his palm, Jun Quan was like a tiny mosquito. Clenching his fists ruthlessly, Jun Moxie activated the 8th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. A shrill howl suddenly rang out, breaking through the sky. Miao Qingqing watched from the side, unable to believe his eyes. The powers that Jun Moxie had displayed thus far had already exceeded his imaginations. He'd fought Jun Quan for 3 years, but Jun Moxie only required a single palm to settle the matter. A violet light flashed in his hand, and the 9 illusory quicksand dropped onto his palm before being promptly kept into the Hongjun Pagoda. The only thing remaining in his palm now, was Jun Quan's soul. Not even a tiny shred of his soul had managed to escape. Jun Moxie held him with his right hand, and in his left hand, a ball of flame of primal chaos appeared, roaring fearsomely. Jun Quan, you no longer have an indestructible body. I wonder how many times, your soul can withstand the refinement of the flame of primal chaos. As soon as the ball of black flames drew near, Jun Quan's soul began to screech aloud with alarm. The face that had formed from the grayish mist was filled with fear. Miao Qingqing couldn't bear to watch and turned his eyes away. Jun Moxie smiled cruelly and started to burn, bit by bit. In the end, Jun Quan's soul was burned to nothingness. Old Miao, where will you go now? Jun Moxie asked lightly. Miao Qingqing was suddenly stumped. The world was so big, but he actually had nowhere to go. Sighing heavily, he shook his head. Where else can I go? As those words came out, a bleak aura suddenly filled the air. Why not come with me to the Evil Monarch Manor and stay there temporarily? Jun Moxy asked. That's fine as well. Miao Qingqing sighed and agreed. Two shadows flashed and disappeared towards Tian Fa forest. Another year passed, and Jun Moxy finally trained the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to the peak of the 8th level. In this same year, the allied troops also returned from the land of the outsiders. With everything in place, Jun Moxy decided to conduct his grand wedding ceremony that year. Mei Xuan, Guan Chinua, Dugu Xiaoi, Miao Xiaomiao, Xiao Ying, Kur, Han Yanmeng, Ling Meng, and Qian Sun, these 9 great beauties, would be married with him together on the same day. The evil monarch's wedding was undoubtedly the most important matter in the world. Once the news was spread out, the entire Xian continent was stirred up. Countless esteemed guests began to flood towards Tiannan. The evil monarch manor. Dongfang Wenxin's eyes flickered with tears as she busied herself with all the preparations. The entire Tian Fa forest also became active. This was their elder sister's wedding. None of them could afford to lose face. On the night before the grand wedding, when everything was settled, and after sending his beautiful wives into the nuptial chamber, Jun Moxie's banquet began. The entirety of Tiannan was filled with esteemed guests, and the banquet contained a full 100,000 tables. Practically all of the continent's best chefs were gathered here, including the imperial chefs of the various palaces and the head chefs of the large aristocratic families. That night, Dongfang Wenxin sat smilingly in the kitchen, arranging the dishes. Across her, there was a portrait of Jun Wuhui. Young, handsome, and heroic. Dongfang Wenxin looked deeply at Jun Wuhui's portrait, her face as silent as the night. It was as if, at that moment, the couple were enjoying a drink on their son's wedding night. Dongfang Wenxin seemed to even be able to see Jun Wuhui sitting in front of her. A look of pride hung on that strong and chiseled face of his. He was smiling warmly at her, talking and laughing with her in a gentle voice. Dongfang Wenxin smiled with bliss as she laid the table, specially selecting the dishes that he liked to eat the most. Her face was filled with happiness, as she poured cup after cup of wine for him. Wu Hui, meeting you, I have no regrets. Knowing you, I have no regrets. Loving you, I have no regrets. Marrying you, I have no regrets. I miss you, so much. Dongfang Wenxin smiled lonely as tears fell silently from her eyes. This kind of night was so warm, how nice would it be if such nights could last forever? If there's a next life, Wu Hui, please wait for me. There will definitely be a next life. On the morning of the wedding, Jun Moxy got up from Mei Xuyan's bed feeling thoroughly comfortable. And, the wish that he'd had for a long time, was finally thoroughly fulfilled last night. He was about to stretch his waist when he felt something strange. Because, perhaps due to the changes with the art of unlocking heaven's fortune and the Hongjun Pagoda, something had changed. He seemed to have broken through. Jun Moxy was completely surprised. With a flash, he entered the Hongjun Pagoda, going all the way directly to the 9th level without any hindrances. The 9th level did not come with any new comprehension or directives. There was only an empty space. When he looked into himself, he realized that the little world in his dantian had completely finished taking shape. There were previously no trees, grass, or flowers. But now, they covered the entire place. Everywhere was filled with the smell of life. With a single thought, countless humans appeared. People were born, slowly growing up year by year till adulthood. With a wave of his finger towards the forest, countless birds and beasts were born. Jun Moxy fell silent for some time, not understanding what was happening. Only when he saw the mist in the air, did he know that this was the energy of yin and yang. After last night's time of harmony, Jun Moxy's yin-yang energy had thoroughly stabilized. When his yin-yang energy was stabilized, he naturally obtained the ability of creating life. Jun Moxy laughed lightly and returned to the real world. Hugging Mei Xuyan's jade-like slender waist, his heart was filled with fulfillment. Mei Xuyan yawned lightly and turned around, falling asleep again. Last night was simply too rough. Jun Moxy completely had not expected that with Mei Xuyan's strength, her ability to endure was actually not superior to Dugu Xiaoi or the others. Last night was so vigorous that she continuously begged for mercy. In the end, she could not even move a finger. Young Master Jun had once proposed to let Mei Shuiyan return to her original form for him to smack her cute bottom for fun. However, this proposition was flatly rejected by the great beauty. Furthermore, she'd even snapped, determinedly announcing that they would never sleep together again if he mentioned this matter again. And so, the great evil monarch Lord Jun could only rub his nose helplessly and agree. Looked like this kind of scene could only be something that remained in his dreams. It was impossible to realize in real life. Another year passed, and another piece of good news appeared. Guan Chinua was the first to announce her pregnancy. Following closely behind, as if young Master Jun had suddenly gained some sort of power, Mei Shuiyan, Dugu Xiaoyi, and Miao Xiaomiao also reported their good news. To the small Jun family, this was an incomparably huge joyous matter. Grandpa Jun was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth from smiling. His laughter rang out all around the Jun residence daily, and Dongfang Wenxin became even more busy, weaving clothes for her future grandchildren. Although the evil monarch Manor had countless maids who were capable of these kinds of tasks, Dongfang Wenxin insisted on doing all of it personally. 9 months later, several new lives were introduced to the evil monarch Manor, increasing the joyous mood. Another 3 months passed, and one morning, Dongfang Wenxin's room was found to be tightly shut for a long time. The maids were running about in a frenzy to report to Jun Moxy. Jun Moxy sighed heavily and lowered his head. He'd already prepared himself for this matter a long time ago. But when it really came, he still felt a heart-wrenching pain in his chest. Inside the room, Dongfang Wenxin was hugging Jun Wuhui's portrait closely to her chest as she laid on the bed. Her breathing had already completely stopped. By severing her own heart veins, she'd left the world in a calm and painless manner. "Mother, you are truly hard-hearted," Jun Moxie's tears fell like the rain. He already knew that if his mother wanted to reunite with his father in the next life, she must definitely die first. Otherwise, with the difference of one lifetime between them, it would be impossible for them to meet in any lifetimes. This day had finally arrived. Jun Moxie raised his head and sighed heavily as he collected his mother's soul. Then, spreading out his spiritual sense throughout the entire continent, and searching through all the areas where Jun Wuhui had warred before, as well as the items he left behind, he went and collected everything. Then, with a speed akin to lightning, he disappeared. In the next moment, he'd arrived at the Netherworld. Jun Wuhui had already been dead for 15 years, and even his soul was not whole. But to Jun Moxie, this was not a difficult matter. As long as his soul was not destroyed, even if he had already reincarnated to another life, he would be able to do something about it. After much great efforts, he finally found a piece of his soul. Jun Moxie treated it with great care and placed it together with his mother's soul inside the Hongjun Pagoda, using the primal chaos purple chi to protect them. He would wait for the soul to completely recuperate before finding an opportune time to send the two into the wheels of reincarnation. Although doing this would erase their memories of their previous lives, the two's feelings for each other were able to touch even the heavens. There would naturally be a way in the future for them to meet, being so drawn to each other by fate. The 3 holy lands had already thoroughly disappeared, and the Misty illusory manor was destroyed. Of the 5 great powers that used to rule the lands, only Tian Fa Forest remained, and even it had been merged into the Evil Monarch Manor. However, the existence of the Evil Monarch Manor had a terrible effect on the balance of the continent. Because as long as any of them went to the outside world, they would have enough power to lord over the entire secular world. Such a superpower faction should not exist in this world. Jun Moxie also finally understood what Gu Han had meant by his words back then. One day, Tian Fa would certainly change. And heroes might become villains. As for him, there was no way he could remain here forever. That day, after thoroughly consulting with Mei Shuiyan and the rest, and obtaining everyone's views, Jun Moxie moved the entire Tian Fa forest into his own created world. That world was much larger than this one, and there were huge areas that still needed able lords to govern. The Evil Monarch Manor's Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer troops also expressed their interest in moving to that world, which he allowed with a nod. Only Jun Wui and his wife were not willing to move over. Jun Wui still had too many attachments to this world. The charitable organizations that they controlled were still a huge part of their lives which they could not leave behind. Besides, the Evil Monarch Manor still required people to look after. Jun Moxie brooded over the matter for a long time before agreeing to their requests. In any case, with his abilities, going back and forth between the two worlds was something that only took a single breath of time. Besides, with Jun Wui's ability, there should be no accidents after he and the other peak experts in this world left. After he made his decision, Jun Moxy directly brought the huge group that was migrating away. Time passed, and Jun Moxy could feel his spiritual sense growing clearer and clearer. His cultivation had also deepened considerably. Slowly, he broke past the limits of the 9th level of the Hongjun Pagoda. Finally, one day, after Jun Moxy who was inside the Hongjun Pagoda broke through again, his body suddenly dissipated into light and disappeared among the vast starry universe. Perhaps, in another place, there was someone waiting for him. At the same time inside the Hongjun Pagoda, those rare spirit herbs and heavenly treasures disintegrated and disappeared into his newly created world. These would become treasures that countless people would seek for in the future. Whoever managed to obtain even one of these treasures would certainly grow into a peerless expert of his generation, creating a whole new legend. The world needed legends. This was something that Jun Moxy firmly believed in. Only those exceptional legends could be a driving force for countless youths to work towards. One day, legends would become myths, and generations of people would tell of those myths. Jun Moxy had already fully ascended through the confines of this world. One day, he suddenly felt like taking a trip, and he brought along his 9 wives to journey through the universe, crossing over countless space to admire the large colorful planets. Standing in the air, Jun Moxy's eyes blazed with emotion. This was his home. A city of bricks and stones that stretched for miles, the magnificent Long River, and the roaring Yellow River. Even though I've become a god that stands at the peak of the universe, I am still, Jun Moxy's hair flowed behind him as his aura surged upwards. A citizen of China. Farewell, my homeland. Jun Moxy mumbled in his heart. With a wave of his hand, he brought Mei Shuiyan and the rest away to continue their journey. After several years, Jun Moxy grew tired of the journeying, and the girls were also beginning to miss home. Just like that, they returned to the Xian continent. Within a few breaths of time, they were already standing on the streets of Tian Xiang City. After going through many tribulations of time, Tian Xiang City had already changed completely. Only the magnificent Lover's Mound remained of that old city. This place had already become a sacred ground for all the lovers in the world. Every couple would pay a visit to this mound as a tradition as they reaffirmed their love to their other half. Here, they could feel that their lover was their everything. I shall give up on the heavens, but not on my beloved. What deep love was that? Regardless of whether one was a man or a woman, who would not wish to experience this kind of love? Jun Moxy walked slowly through the streets. When he reached the Lover's Mound, he looked at the words, I shall give up on the heavens, but not on my beloved, and sighed with complicated feelings. The memories of the past flashed before his eyes, as if it were but a long dream, causing one to sigh repeatedly. Ling Meng went forward and paid her respects. Not far away, a young couple walked slowly towards this place. The man was handsome and tall, and he had a proud look on his face. Beside him, the girl was beautiful and sweet as a flower. Her eyes were filled with deep love as she looked at the man beside her. The young man's eyes were also filled with love as he looked at her. There were only each other in their eyes. A shock ran through Jun Moxy's body as he looked at these two, and a trace of emotion appeared in his eyes. In so many years, it was rare to see this kind of expression on his face. The couple also saw Jun Moxy and the others at this point, and they exchanged a glance. At that moment, they could not help but to feel slightly stunned. The young man before them had a unique aura which couldn't be explained, which would draw people's gaze with just a look. The girls standing around him were all peerless beauties. It was truly a wonder where he'd found so many beauties to follow him. Following that, the two knitted their brows. This person does look pretty good, but isn't this a little too frivolous? To actually have so many wives, even if he wore only one ring on each finger, he would run out of fingers if there were just 2 more wives. You can't be like this in this future. The young lady gripped his hand and said anxiously. If you become like that, I will cry. The youth laughed aloud and smiled. Exiner, what's with those words? With you here, how can my heart still contain anyone else? The girl smiled happily and her face turned red as she pinched him, you and your honeyed words, annoying. Her face was filled with contentment. The youth smiled happily and hugged her to himself. Apart from her, there was no one else in his eyes. In this life, I will use my all to give you happiness. Exiner. The girl stole a glance at Jun Moxy, and a strange feeling appeared in her heart. This person seemed very familiar, very approachable and very reliable. But the strange thing was that she'd never met him before. Why was there this kind of feeling? Even stranger was that upon seeing him with so many wives, not only did she not feel repulsed, but she even felt some sort of strange happiness and satisfaction. What was going on? Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Jun Moxie walked up with a smile. To think that we would meet such a pair of lovers made in heaven. The youth hugged the girl closer to his side and asked, "May I ask who sir is?" "A person of fate." Jun Moxie replied with a light smile. "I'm always pleased to see the world in harmony like this. You are a handsome and lovely couple, and seeing your deep love for each other is truly admirable." Laughing, he continued. "For our first meeting, I haven't prepared any good gifts, except for these 2 small jade pendants. Please accept it." His voice was solemn and serious. The couple were prepared to refuse the gift, but for some reason, they felt as a strange connection to this person before them. It was as if it was only right and natural to take the gift. In fact, it would be inappropriate if they didn't accept. The youth stretched his hand out dumbly and took the jade pieces. The moment he touched it, a warm sensation traveled up his arm. These were clearly exceptionally rare treasured jades. Of the 2 jade pendants, one was shaped as a coiled dragon, and the other as a soaring phoenix. Their make was exceedingly intricate. The girl took the phoenix jade pendant and rubbed its edges, seemingly extremely fond of it. For some reason, they did not reject the gifts, and when they held it in their hands, they did not feel anything wrong with it. It was as if these things originally belonged to them. There was actually a really comfortable feeling when they took it from this person's hands. "My name is Dongfang Wuhui, from the Dongfang family in the capital, and this, cough cough, is my fiancé, Jun Wenxin." Dongfang Wenxin clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks, good sir, for the gifts. If you have any time, shall we enjoy a cup of wine together?" "Great. I had the same thoughts as well." Jun Moxie accepted decisively. The group found a restaurant nearby and booked a large room. As he sat down, he felt exceedingly happy. When Mei Shuian heard their names, she finally understood. This pair of lovers was the reincarnation of Jun Wuhui and Dongfang Wenxin. No wonder Jun Moxie was so emotional. This pair of lovers was finally reunited, and their love was still as deep as the ocean. Wasn't this the most beautiful thing in the world? With Jun Moxie influencing their circumstances in secret, the 2 of them would definitely be able to live their lives in peace, keeping their love for countless ages, and making up for the lost love that fate had dealt upon them in their last life. The tragedy was going to be a thing of the faraway past. As they walked out of the restaurant, Jun Moxie continuously waved at them reluctantly as they parted ways. Dongfang Wuhui and Jun Wenxin also stood there for a long time, loathing to part, as they watched Jun Moxie's group slowly disappear into the distance. Their hearts were filled with deep reluctance and pain. They were merely passers-by in life, and chance acquaintances. Why would they feel this way? Both of them felt exceedingly strange in their hearts. "Wu Hui, have you noticed? Those 10 people are all peerless experts." Jun Wenxin looked stilly at the empty street and said. "However, why were they so respectful to us?" Dongfang Wuhui shook his head in a confused manner as well. "I don't know either." When they thought about it, those 10 people truly treated them extremely well. Especially towards Jun Wenxin, the 9 girls were even more attentive, only saying very nice words to her. They even seemed somewhat cautious in their speech. Neither of them was any important characters, so why did they receive such fine treatment from the other party? While they ate, the 9 girls continuously stuffed her with countless presents. Any one of those presents were priceless treasures that were difficult to find in the world. There were even some items that if revealed would definitely cause a fierce storm of blood in the world. However, those girls acted as if they were scared that she wouldn't take the gifts. "They definitely have no ill intentions towards us at least," Jun Wenxin said with certainty. Dongfang Wuhui also nodded. "I find it strange precisely because of this." Shaking his head with a suave smile, he continued. "There's no need to think that much. If we're fated, we'll meet them again. Let's hurry back home. These things cannot be seen by outsiders. Otherwise, it will bring us a lot of trouble." Jun Wenxin nodded her head, "That is natural." The 2 left the restaurant and went back. Along the way, Jun Wenxin turned her head continuously, hoping to catch a glimpse of that youth again. When the youth looked at her with those eyes, she had felt a sudden impulse to hug him close and comfort him. As they walked, the 2 could feel that the jade pendants on their body were constantly emitting a warm aura, nourishing their body. Jun Moxie and the girls revealed themselves a distance away and followed behind Dongfang Wuhui and Jun Wenxin. Only when they saw them safely enter a large gate with the words, Dongfang family, did they relax and turn around. Everyone's hearts were filled with heaviness, and a sour feeling. After some time, the group came across another couple. Their looks were not inferior to Dongfang Wuhui and Jun Wenxin from just now, and they were just as loving. Jun Moxy looked at them and smiled. These two were the main characters of the Lover's Mound, Yi Guhan and Murong Xiuxiu. Princess Ling Meng seemed to have realized something and gasped aloud. Yi Guhan and Murong Xiuxiu were finally together as well. In this life, Yi Guhan was called Han Yi, and Murong Xiuxiu was called Rong Xiuer. After a long time, after bidding farewell to Han Yi and Rong Xiuer, Jun Moxy took Ling Meng, who was nearly in tears, away. As they rounded a corner, a coarse voice rang out. Mother Ker, do you believe that this daddy will directly smash you to death with gold? You don't have the money. If you don't have the money, what are you strutting around in front of me for? What kind of big shot are you pretending to be? As they turned around, they saw a young fatty wobbling around with a waist full of flesh as he pointed at a youth with flowery robes. Why? You're not convinced. Let me tell you. This old Master Tang doesn't have anything else except gold and silver. *CK, this daddy can flatten your entire Meng family with gold alone. What kind of thing are you to be this arrogant in front of this daddy? As he listened to those vulgar words, a smile appeared on Jun Moxy's face. A sense of kinship welled up suddenly in his heart. Memories of the past once again flashed before his eyes, as the images of a fatty appeared, drinking happily with him, strutting around the streets as they cursed at people together. While he was lost in his thoughts, the fatty had already walked up beside them, cursing and spitting all the while. *CK, to actually dare to come and gamble with just a few hundred silvers. Gamble what? This daddy cannot afford to lose this face. The moment his eyes landed on Jun Moxy, his face lit up. Wah-ha, this brother, you look like a fat sheep with just a single glance, a rich man. Why don't we go and play a few rounds? Some time later, a fatty stumbled out of the gambling den with just a pair of underwear on. The fats on his body jiggled dangerously, and he looked exceptionally wretched. Even the clothes on his back and the shoes on his feet had been lost to Jun Moxy. If it wasn't that Jun Moxy was afraid of the indecency, this fatty would have even taken off his underwear and placed it on the table, all the while screaming with red eyes, this underwear is made of heavenly silk. It's worth at least 1,000 silver. As they walked, he cried out angrily after them, you, don't go. We'll continue playing after I go back and get more money. Ignoring the girls who were doubling over with laughter, Jun Moxy followed the fatty back to the Tang Manor with a fond smile on his face. This fatty's name was truly not bad, Tangguo.1. But this fellow grew disdainful of his name and changed it to Tangguo1. This was Tang Yuan's reincarnated identity. The fatty strutted arrogantly through the street in a semi-naked state, snorting proudly at whoever dared to look his way. But when he reached the gate of his house, he suddenly paused. Just when he was about to enter sneakily, a beautiful girl jumped out fiercely. Fatty Tang. Did you go and gamble again? Ah. You've even lost your clothes, are you only going to be happy after you lose me to the gambling den as well? With that, a flurry of fists and kicks rained down on his fat. The fatty hugged his head and cried out loudly, begging miserably for mercy. Jun Moxy held on to his laughter and stepped out, returning all the silver and gold notes, as well as the deed to the house to the fatty. The fatty looked up, stunned. If you dare to gamble anymore, I'll take your house away. Jun Moxy threatened fiercely. I won't dare, the fatty wiped his sweat pitifully as tears brimmed in his eyes. Jun Moxy laughed aloud and patted the fatty on the back, laughing as he said, we're leaving, take care. This pat, also carried the weight of endless wealth and fortune that would be delivered to the fatty in the future. Damned fatty, you must live well. No matter which lifetime it is, you will always be my brother. After bidding farewell to the fatty, Jun Moxy continued shopping around with the girls. When the sky turned dark, and few people were left on the streets, Ling Meng's face turned sad. Looking at her, Jun Moxy sighed and suddenly began to sing in a low voice. I don't know how it began. I don't know how it ends. They say that loving is more bitter than having no love. Why are you still so enamored with love? Were you too careless? Or were you too confused? There's no going back to the beginning when one reaches the end of love. Why then are you so insistent? If the next life is still a repeat of this lifetime. Even if loving is more bitter than having no love. If the next life is still a repeat of this lifetime, will you still be as uncaring as now? If the next life is still a repeat of this lifetime, the girls mumbled in a daze. All of them looking up together towards Jun Moxie. If the next life is still a repeat of this lifetime, will you still be as uncaring as now? Jun Moxie nodded silently. What a good, if the next life is still a repeat of this lifetime. A loud voice rang out with praise. Not bad, not bad. Jun Moxie raised his head and looked as a person suddenly appeared about a dozen zhang away. A young man, tall and muscular, dressed in black robes, stood in the middle of the street as his sleeves danced around him in the wind. This person was handsome and refined looking, but for some reason, an image of madness could be felt just by looking at him. It was as if no one in this world was worthy of being placed in his eyes. A divine being looking down on the world. Wild. Endlessly wild. Following that, the sharp eyes of this youth landed on Mei Shuiyan's and the others' faces as he roared with praise. Beautiful. What a great many beauties. Evil Monarch, with so many beauties by your side, I'm suddenly a little unwilling to turn them into widows. Jun Moxie smiled lightly and rolled his eyes. Likewise. I truly can't bear to turn those few hundred wives of yours into widows as well. 9 Nether First Young Master, we finally meet. This black-robed youth in front of them, was actually the 9 Nether First Young Master. Mei Shuiyan and the others gasped aloud as they heard this name. This wild and arrogant man who looked down on the world, this was the publicly acknowledged #1 lunatic under the heavens. And now, he was actually standing in front of them. The 9 Nether First Young Master roared with laughter, his arrogant voice carrying loud and far. In the distance, various voices rang out, cursing with annoyance at having their sleep disturbed. However, the 9 Nether First Young Master disregarded those voices, as if he hadn't heard them at all. After laughing loudly again, he said with a light smile, Evil Monarch, how about that fight? There was a great wish that I'd held closely for all this while. Jun Moxie looked plainly at him, and a sudden evil smile spread across his face. That year at the Silver City, I once swore that if I ever meet you one day, I will be letting myself down too much if I didn't beat you until your head looks like a pig. The 9 Nether First Young Master laughed wildly again as his figure floated eerily into the air. In that instant, a wild gale swept across the streets and lightning crackled fiercely. His black robes turned into a sky full of black clouds, and he laughed. I'll like to see who's the one that'll be beaten into a pig's head. Come. Jun Moxie also laughed wildly as he rose into the air. The arrogance in his voice was no less than the 9 Nether First Young Masters. In the same moment that his white robes fluttered into the air, he swept his sleeves flamboyantly and Mei Shuiyan and the others disappeared into the small world. Jun Moxie was already standing right before the 9 Nether First Young Master. The two's eyes met and a thunderous sound rang out, shocking through the 9 firmaments. A black shadow and a white shadow shot upwards, quickly breaking through the clouds. Ha ha ha, come. Today, let me have a fight to my heart's content. Come. The two laughed aloud and punched out at the same time. The 9 Nether 14th Young Master waved his right hand, and 14 huge words appeared, emblazoned domineeringly across the sky. Matchless and unhindered since ancient times, heaven and earth, 9 Nether 14th Young Master. These 14 words transformed into 14 pulses of energy, smashing towards Jun Moxie like 14 gigantic mountains. Jun Moxie laughed with excitement. Good move. With a wave of his hands, 2 gigantic words appeared behind him, Evil Monarch. The words turned into yin-yang energy which surged forward towards his opponent. At the same time, he raised his hand again, and 3 more words appeared. These 3 words were even heavier than the ones before, and it felt as though even if a universe was blocking before it, they would be able to smash through. The 9 Nether First Young Master raised his head and looked. They were the words, otherworldly, evil, and monarch. The 9 Nether First Young Master furrowed his brows and suddenly laughed aloud. Staring forward, Jun Moxie also laughed uproariously. The two were laughing so happily that they forgot to continue fighting. Otherworldly Evil Monarch. Huh, what a good otherworldly Evil Monarch. The 9 Nether First Young Master nodded. Not bad, you're the Evil Monarch, but you'd come from another world. Using the energies of 2 worlds to fight against this young master, hahaha, isn't that too much bullying? Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows and snorted. You're not bad yourself, you old undying fart. Who knows how many worlds' energies you have on you? Besides, Could it be that the legendary 9 Nether First Young Master is afraid of being bullied? The 9 Nether First Young Master laughed aloud again, and the two once again charged at each other. Come. Fight. End. Author's note: I originally wanted to narrate the fight between the two, but the more I thought about it, the more I found it meaningless. Anyhow, those two are monsters that won't die no matter how they fight. Writing too much about it is undoubtedly boring, so I might as well leave the ending up to your imaginations.